The Rise of America 1620. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 601, Defeating the Ishigaru. Ishida Gadachi was clever, but his grasp of strategic opportunities was not entirely accurate. The 500 cavalrymen he had dispatched had already been pinned down by a group of bondservants. Therefore, the idea of directly attacking Zhao Hongai's main camp and destroying them had been abandoned. If he had initially launched his entire army, Zhao Hongai would have been in real danger. Unfortunately, Ishida Gadachi did not do so, but Zhao Hongai was different. He dispatched his last 100 bondservants and attacked the enemy's main camp, directly against Ishida Gadachi's. He was far bolder than Ishida Gadachi, and his vision was far more accurate. Zhao Hongai also outperformed Ishida Gadachi in grasping strategic opportunities. A pair of bondservants galloped across the battlefield, stabbing Ishida Gadachi like sharp daggers. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Since you can do this, so can I. This is called reciprocity. By this moment, the pressure on Tanaka's side was mounting. The attacks of the 500 Gene Guards and the harassment of Obama's cavalry had completely crumbled the Crane Wing formation's left wing. As for the formation, it was no longer a question of form. The Crane Wing formation had been completely routed. Tanaka's foot soldiers had fallen to the ground, with over half of their men dead. Although Tanaka shouted reprimands and killed many of the fleeing soldiers, he was helpless in the face of their dismay. After all, with over half of their men killed, it was perfectly normal for a formation to collapse. In the age of cold weapons, only an ironclad army could withstand 30% casualties without collapsing. Tanaka lacked that ability. He could control his foot soldiers from collapsing beyond 30%. Therefore, with casualties reaching 50%, the collapse of his soldiers was beyond his control. Tanaka's collapse shifted the tide of the battlefield. The Gene soldiers let out a collective whoosh and began to march forward again. Obama and his men patrolled the perimeter, inflicting casualties on the fleeing soldiers. Tanaka was driven back by the fleeing soldiers, all the way to the main camp. Before Ishida Gadachi could react, a group of Boi, who had crossed the battlefield, arrived. A barrage of musket fire struck, and rows of elite Hatamoto warriors fell to the ground. For the first time, Ishida Gadachi felt death was so close to him. Ishida Gadachi was never known for his bravery. This time, he had launched the attack out of anger, and with the advantage in military strength. However, the situation had turned out like this, something he had never anticipated. Protect the Lord, the militia quickly surrounded the main camp, forming a barrier. If the Boi cavalry tried to charge the main camp, they would first face the militiamen, who were unarmored and armed only with bamboo poles. The previous volley of musket fire had knocked down dozens of elite Hatamoto warriors. This truly frightened Ishida Gadachi. Fortunately, the commander of the militia reacted quickly and commanded the soldiers to block the attack. Otherwise, the situation would have been truly dangerous. After this incident, Ishida Gadachi was truly terrified. He could no longer think of sending his soldiers out. Now, Ishida Gadachi panicked and issued a series of orders, all of which instructed the commanders to bring their soldiers to protect him. It was surprising. This guy was quite cautious about his life. But Ishida Gadachi's orders gave Zhao Hongai and his men an opportunity. Tanaka's side was already broken, and there was nothing to say. 500 genetic warriors pressed forward, directly attacking the main camp. Tanaka gathered the defeated soldiers and began to regroup behind the main camp, but all this takes time and cannot be accomplished in a short time. The 500 cavalrymen were held back by a group of bannermen. There was nothing they could do. Obama seized the opportunity, abandoned Tanaka and his foot soldiers, and charged directly to attack the cavalry. In an instant, the cavalry suffered heavy losses and fell. The group of Boi cavalry that attacked the main camp also turned back and joined the other two groups in attacking the cavalry. 300 against 500, with sharp muskets. It was only a matter of time to destroy the 500 cavalry. Ishida Gadachi's attack had been completely shattered. If they wanted to attack again, they would now have to face the 500 genetic guards. It would not be easy for Ishida Gadamichi to defeat the 500 genetic guards. Therefore, the three groups of Boi slaves were confident and bold in dealing with the 500 cavalry. As long as these 500 cavalry were dealt with, Ishida Gadamichi's side would have no mobile force. The remaining infantry would still be easy to deal with. The situation began to become extremely unfavorable for Ishida Gadamichi's side, leaving him puzzled. He originally had a great advantage, but how could the battle deteriorate so badly in the blink of an eye? Not only was he puzzled, but even Iga and his group, who were hiding in the nearby forest and standing on the branches, were stunned. The situation on the battlefield shifted so rapidly that it was a bit overwhelming. Add to that the strangeness of Zhao Hongyu and his men's tactics, and it's not surprising that this feeling was present. Cannons can be used like this. This is the first time I've seen it used this way. It seems even more powerful than the three-stage shooting technique, Hattori Chizuru muttered to herself, staring blankly at the battlefield. It seems these foreigners are quite capable. They must have some backing for their bombardment of Osaka commercial town. Kikuchi Hideyuki appeared beside Hattori Chizuru and offered his opinion. Hattori Chizuru nodded. It seems these foreigners have some skills, and they're not fools. I originally thought they were just being impulsive, firing at Osaka commercial town without considering anything else. Now it seems that's not the case at all. They're simply confident in their own strength. On the battlefield, Zhao Hongyu and his men were vastly outnumbered, a fact readily apparent to anyone with a reasonable understanding. However, it was precisely this inferiority in numbers that enabled them to achieve their goal. Yet, they routed the numerically superior Osaka soldiers, putting them at a disadvantage. This wasn't a surprise attack or an ambush, but a fair and square clash between two armies. For such a confrontation to unfold like this was beyond everyone's expectations. In the era of cold weapons, numbers were the key factor in determining victory or defeat. Of course, other factors also had to be considered, but the crucial importance of numbers was paramount. Especially in small-scale battles like this one, numbers could completely determine victory or defeat. Unfortunately, the Osaka soldiers' enemy came from the Americas and employed new tactics and weaponry, making common sense in assessing their opponent impossible. While the outcome of the battle was unexpected, it was within Zhao Hongyu's expectations. Zhao Hongyu believed victory was a foregone conclusion. If he couldn't defeat the Japanese with outdated tactics and flintlock rifles, which were over 100 years old, then his career would be in vain. Besides, the enemy wasn't numerous, only about 5,000 men. Remember, back in America, he'd defeated the hungry British with only a few hundred men. And now, Zhao Hongyu had money and connections, a completely different situation. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hongyu remained calm, even after sending all his soldiers out. He was confident. Besides, at this point in the battle, they still had some tricks up their sleeves. The Imperial Guard's bottle bombs and blunderbusses hadn't been used yet. If they were deployed, a mere 5,000 Osaka soldiers would be no match for them. Push forward, General Tanaka, regroup your troops. The militia will form a defensive line and don't let the enemy break through, Ishida Gadamichi shouted from his horse. His generals, at midnight, gave orders to the militia under their command, forcing them to advance and press forward toward the oncoming Imperial Guards. Elite Hatamoto warriors, who had suffered dozens of casualties in an attack, now escorted Ishida Gadamichi to the rear. The thought of the attack by the vassal cavalrymen still frightened them. If the militia hadn't reacted quickly, the enemy cavalry might have overrun their lines and directly attacked Lord Ishida. If that had happened, Lord Ishida's fate would have been disastrous. Therefore, thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on the elite Hatamoto warriors. Behind Tanaka's main camp, he began to gather the fleeing soldiers and regroup them. However, it seemed he couldn't expect them to do so anytime soon. The fleeing foot soldiers couldn't be gathered quickly. Clearly, that was unrealistic. Ahead of their line, besides the 500 genetically modified soldiers slowly advancing, another 500 Osaka cavalrymen were engaged in a fierce battle not far away. To put it mildly, it was a fierce battle. To put it bluntly, it was a beating. The big loop tactics have made those cavalrymen lose all their temper. At the same time, Obama and his people are all using short-handled blunderbusses. Once this thing is fired, the scattered lead will be a large piece. Every time, several people of the Osaka cavalry can be knocked to the ground, and even the horses can be killed. Because the shooting area is very wide, there is no need to aim, and you can just shoot with your eyes closed. Therefore, the situation of the Osaka cavalry is now precarious. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Term to read. PS. I wish all book friends a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and good family health. All who is here to show his courtesy. Novel Network. Chapter 602, The Reversal of Situation in the Eyes of All Parties. Not far from the small plain where the battle took place lay the temporary camp set up by Zhao Hongyu and his men. Around the camp, and even further afield, they had already set up small fire stands to illuminate the surroundings. Furthermore, since the fighting was so close, the cries of battle had already reached the camp. Therefore, besides the genetically modified soldiers, Master Wang and Liu Dabur had also taken up positions atop the wooden walls of the camp. Even the merchants from the Ming dynasty had quietly arrived, observing the battlefield from there. Master Wang, Liu Dabur, and the others were deeply concerned and apprehensive about the situation. Zhao Hongyu had led only 800 men against the Osaka troops. Even in the darkness, Master Wang and his men could tell that the Osaka troops numbered no fewer than 4,000. To face 4,000 with only 800 men was to court death. However, Zhao Hongyu had ordered them not to accompany him into battle. Furthermore, the remaining genetic generals strictly followed Zhao Hongyu's orders, so even though Master Wang and Liu Dabur repeatedly requested a fight, they failed to achieve their goal. Finally, with no other options left, they scaled the wooden wall to observe the battle on the small plain outside the camp. They were prepared to open the camp gates and allow Zhao Hongyu and his men to retreat if they could no longer hold out. Furthermore, everyone's heart was in their throats. In the initial battle, Zhao Hongyu and his men had no advantage, and were even at a disadvantage, being outmatched. Just when it looked as if Tanaka's foot soldiers were about to overwhelm the 500 genetic warriors, no one could have imagined that the 500 genetic warriors would actually withstand the attack, and fight with flying colors. Furthermore, as time passed and Obama joined the ranks, it was Tanaka's foot soldiers who were defeated. This was something that was completely unexpected. Master Wang and his men thought they were seeing things, and were truly in disbelief. Those bird guns, in the hands of the Song soldiers, could actually perform such tricks. The 5-stage shooting tactic also opened Master Wang's eyes. The cavalry's attack was also brilliant, and the large loop tactic made Master Wang's eyes light up. However, it was too dark at the time, and Master Wang couldn't see the details clearly. However, his improved mood did not last long. Liu Dabur stood beside him and said, "It's going to be bad." At that time, Master Wang was still a little confused. He didn't know what was going on. What's going on? What's so bad about it? Master Wang quickly turned sideways and looked at Liu Dabur, who was wearing Western-style half-body armor and holding an Eastern machete. Liu Dabur raised his hand and pointed toward Zhao Hongyu's main camp. Then, with a worried look on his face, he addressed Master Wang. "Your Highness's main camp is short of men. If the Japanese on the other side see this flaw and send their troops directly into it, we'll be doomed." Liu Dabur realized this just as Ishida Gadamichi ordered his cavalry to attack. As soon as Liu Dabur finished speaking, cavalrymen from Ishida Gadamichi's main camp rushed out from the darkness, aiming directly at Zhao Hongyu's main camp. Seeing this, Liu Dabur's eyes widened. "Your Highness is in danger. Please open the gates and let me lead my brothers out to fight and rescue him." Unexpectedly, the genetic commander within the village simply shook his head solemnly, not agreeing to Liu Dabur's proposal. Seeing this general's reaction, Liu Dabur stamped his foot in anxiety. "Don't worry, your Highness has a way to handle it. Besides, our Song soldiers aren't weak, especially those European 8 Banners bannermen. They're incredibly formidable." Seeing Liu Dabur's anger and worry, and the sullen look on his face, the genetic general offered some reassurance to prevent him from doing anything foolish. It was at this moment that Zhao Hongyu dispatched one of his Jilas Hangjing to lead an attack, intercepting the oncoming Japanese cavalry. Soon, Zhao Hongyu even sent out the last of his cavalry, charging directly at the enemy's main camp. Despite the genetic general's reassurance, Liu Dabur couldn't help but be worried. In his view, the Crown Prince already had fewer men than the Japanese. And now that the situation had taken such a turn, defeat was inevitable. Therefore, the most important thing now was to rescue the Crown Prince. Continuing the battle was unnecessary. How could he even fight in such a situation? But what he couldn't have imagined was that Zhao Hongyu not only didn't retreat, but actually sent out the last of his cavalry, targeting the Japanese main camp. Oh my god, I wonder what the Crown Prince is thinking. Does he still think the battle is worth fighting? This puzzled Liu Daba. Meanwhile, Master Wang frowned, observing the battlefield situation without a word. Master Wang knew that Crown Prince Zhao Hongyu was definitely not a fool. Everything he did had a purpose. If he wasn't foolish, he wouldn't resort to such a desperate act. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that their side was outnumbered by the Japanese, and this battle was practically certain to end. Yet, the Crown Prince chose to attack the enemy, completely illogical. This meant the Crown Prince must be confident of victory. Otherwise, he would be courting death. However, as time passed, the situation on the battlefield shifted again. After being routed, Tanaka's foot soldiers retreated to the rear of the main camp and began gathering their remaining troops, rendering them useless for the time being. Meanwhile, the cavalry dispatched by Ishida Gadachi were being surrounded and attacked by the Bannerman cavalry and were on the verge of collapse. 500 cavalrymen weren't a large number, by any stretch of the imagination. How could they possibly withstand the onslaught of 300 cavalrymen armed with blunderbusses? Almost every shot reduced the number of cavalrymen to several. Whether killed instantly or rendered incapable of fighting, neither was a good thing for them. Thus, in just 3 minutes, half of the 500 cavalry had been eliminated. It was only a matter of time before the remaining cavalry were dealt with. Liu Dabi finally came to his senses. He smacked his dry lips, walked over to Master Wang, and whispered, "I can't believe the Song soldiers are so formidable." They were able to turn the tide even from a disadvantage. After hearing Liu Dabi's words, Master Wang said, "Their soldiers are strong, for one thing, but I also think their tactics and use of their muskets are impressive." Master Wang had been observing the battlefield and had his own opinions. According to Master Wang's observations, Zhao Hongyu's soldiers were certainly fierce. However, their weapons and tactics were also crucial in turning the tide. Those muskets had a long firing time, and combined with a 5-stage firing strategy, they could fire a continuous barrage of fire. This, in turn, prevented the enemy from launching an effective charge and breaking their lines. Furthermore, the European 8 banners were patrolling and harassing the enemy. The Japanese were on guard, unable to focus their full attention on the enemy. All these factors combined to create the current situation. Liu Dabi couldn't understand this. After all, he was the type to charge. Meanwhile, as Master Wang and Liu Dabi were conversing, Su Yan, along with a group of Ming Dynasty merchants, arrived on a woodpile not far away, craning their necks to peer out. It's impossible to say they weren't apprehensive. After all, they worried that if the Song army were defeated by the Japanese, they would storm the camp and unleash a bloodbath. Wouldn't they be in dire straits within the camp at that point? It was obvious. The Japanese, ravenous and bloodthirsty, wouldn't care who you were. Su Yan had initially assumed the Japanese wouldn't arrive so quickly, so he'd spent some time getting to know the Song army. But he'd never imagined that the Osaka Castle army would arrive at midnight and begin fighting the Song army. What a mistake. This time, he'd truly made a mistake. He'd never imagined the Japanese would arrive so quickly. What was he going to do? As Su Yan ascended to this spot to survey the battle situation nearby, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. At that moment, he'd seen the Japanese army formidable, while the young man he'd met, who claimed to be the Crown Prince of the Song Empire, was leading only a few hundred soldiers. Therefore, Su Yan wasn't optimistic about this battle. He even thought that not only would this battle be lost, but the young man himself might even die. As he watched, the unfolding events unfolded like a roller coaster. Initially, as he had predicted, the situation was unfavorable for Zhao Hongyu. Tanaka's foot soldiers formed a crane wing formation and pressed forward, putting the 500 genetic warriors on the offensive in a precarious position. Seeing this, Su Yan was almost certain that defeat was imminent. But unexpectedly, events quickly took a dramatic turn, leaving him stunned. Aside from his initial predictions, the battlefield unfolded in a completely different light. Tanaka's foot soldiers were held back, and then a small group of cavalry began to harass them from the flanks. The Song Empire soldiers fired their muskets, sending plumes of blue smoke rising into the night. As the gunfire continued to crackle, foot soldiers fell to the ground, like rows of wheat cut down by a scythe. Soon, the crane wing formation was shattered, then collapsed from the heavy casualties. The foot soldiers screamed and cried for their lives. Tanaka repeatedly slashed at a dozen foot soldiers with his katana, but he was unable to stop the rout. Seeing this, Su Yan's mind froze. But then a crisis arose. The Japanese sent a cavalry unit towards Zhao Hongaiu's main camp. Su Yan felt at this time, the young man would be unable to escape. The Japanese cavalry numbered 500, but the young man only had 200. The numerical disparity was too great to be bridged. However, he was wrong again. Zhao Hongaiu had only sent 100 men, and they entangled the Japanese cavalry, preventing them from advancing. Then, the remaining 100 men crossed the battlefield and charged towards the Japanese main camp. The Japanese main camp was thrown into chaos. If the militia hadn't reacted quickly, the 100 men might have actually entered the Japanese camp and killed the general. Even so, the general's elite Hatamoto warriors were killed by the dozens. The general then retreated, surrounded and protected by the Hatamoto warriors. The foot soldiers in the distance had been routed, and the cavalry that had previously harassed them immediately charged forward. Assisting another cavalry unit, they began to attack the Japanese cavalry. The Song cavalry had initially struggled to deal with the Japanese cavalry, but with the addition of a new force, things became much easier. But the situation was far from over. The cavalry that had initially charged the Japanese main camp, seeing that the thousands of militiamen armed with bamboo spears had formed a line and were difficult to break through, did not immediately launch another charge. Instead, they turned their horses and charged back, joining the other two units to surround and attack the Japanese cavalry that had broken away from the main formation. Under the attack of the three Song cavalry units, the Japanese cavalry had already lost half their forces and was on the verge of annihilation. The Japanese army was now pinned down by 500 genetically modified infantrymen. Tanaka's foot soldiers hadn't been fully assembled yet and wouldn't be needed anytime soon. With their cavalry facing imminent destruction, Ishida Gadachi's forces could only muster his elite Hatamoto samurai and over 2,000 militiamen armed with bamboo spears. These militiamen were originally farmers, untrained and therefore, possessed little combat effectiveness. But in this situation, Ishida Gadachi could only rely on these peasants. Spears raised. Forward, without waiting for Ishida Gadachi to speak, the commander of the militia gave the order, charging forward against the 500 Jin men. The commander knew he couldn't let the militia collapse at this moment. While the militia weren't particularly strong, they still had the advantage in numbers. Meanwhile, the enemy cavalry was still locked in a struggle with his own cavalry, and it would take some time to resolve. Therefore, he had to seize this opportunity to eliminate the 500 enemy infantrymen. Otherwise, if the enemy cavalry managed to defeat his own cavalry, it would be a serious problem. Moreover, this general was secretly resentful in his heart. He could not praise Ishida Gadachi's art of command at all. When you sent out the cavalry just now, why didn't you send out a militia together? If they were sent together at that time, the current situation would not be like this. However, what's the use of saying this now? There is no regret medicine in this world. Line up. Check the medicine. Shoot. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on the starting point. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to term to read. PS. I wish all book friends a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and good family health. All who is here to show his respect. Novel Network. Chapter 603, Square Gun Formation. Pull bamboo spears flat. Forward, bang, bang, bang. 2,500 militiamen, marching forward at the command of their general, looked quite imposing. While not as formidable as the armored foot soldiers, their formations suggested they were capable of combat. Clearly, they had undergone some training in their spare time. 2,500 men might not be a large number, but the dense mass of bamboo spears, held flat in their hands as they slowly advanced, was a sight that made one's scalp tingle. The Japanese bamboo spears were especially long. A reckless charge would surely result in a fatal blow. Fortunately, the Song Empire's imperial guards weren't so foolish as to insist on a charge. Seeing the enemy's militia pressing forward, the imperial guard's commander immediately halted his advance and ordered his soldiers to check their ammunition. Check ammunition. Shoot. Bang. 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 Flintlock rifles fired in rows, and the ranks continued in a repetitive cycle. The line executions began once again, and so did the harvest of lives. This time, fighting the militia was much easier than the previous battle against the foot soldiers in the crane wing formation. While these militiamen seemed difficult to deal with, They were only militiamen after all. Unlike the elite foot soldiers, they also didn't understand formations. Therefore, they simply formed into a small square formation, slowly advancing towards the genetically modified Imperial Guards. The Song Empire's army feared nothing less than a head-on battle. Cyan smoke rose in the night, resembling white smoke. Fortunately, this location was close to the coast, and the strong night breeze blew, dispersing the smoke quickly. Therefore, the genetically modified Imperial Guards could use the moonlight to clearly identify the enemy's position, making their shots even more accurate. Aim. Fire. Change formation. Bang. 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 The militiamen watched as the foreign soldiers across from them cycled in formation. The front row fired, then immediately retreated, allowing the next row to continue firing. 5 layers of formations, 500 men in total. Although not a large number, they inflicted heavy casualties. The commander commanding the militia from the back, observing this, felt that this routine couldn't continue. The militiamen in front fell like straw, layer by layer, at a speed that was astonishing. Iron cannons were used like this. It was so powerful. This was the first time he had seen such iron cannon tactics employed, and felt the power of the 5-stage firing. If this tactic had been used by Europeans using arquebuses, while it would have achieved considerable results, the firing speed would definitely not have been so rapid. After all, this was the era of arquebuses, while the American Song Empire had already begun using flintlock rifles. The flintlock rifle's firing speed was significantly increased compared to the matchlock rifle, not to mention that Zhao Hongyu and his men used a fixed amount of paper powder. This avoided a lot of trouble. Essentially, a flintlock rifle would fire 3 shots before a matchlock could fire 1. Furthermore, each shot depended on the amount of gunpowder loaded, whether the barrel exploded, or misfired. After all, the psychological pressure on a musketeer facing an enemy attack was immense. Therefore, mistakes like reloading the gunpowder or cleaning the barrel could easily lead to errors, which could result in explosions or other accidents. Furthermore, the ironwork of this era was ultimately inferior to that of centuries later. However, the flintlock rifles used by Zhao Hongyu and his men were crafted using modern manufacturing techniques, a quality unmatched by any other nation in this era. All troops. Charge. The general commanding the militia decisively gave the order to charge. He could see that if they continued their slow march, these 2,000 men would eventually be wiped out. Rather than being worn down by the enemy, it would be better to charge forward, perhaps offering a chance to break through their formation. Besides, during a charge, the militia would fight in a chaotic and disorganized manner, leaving the enemy without a clear focus. Therefore, their lethality would be greatly reduced. Perhaps they could actually break the enemy's formation. Then, having accomplished what Tanaka had failed, Lord Ishida would surely look upon them with respect. The general thought gleefully. Up to this point, none of the Osaka generals had considered themselves defeated. While they had suffered some setbacks in the previous battle, that didn't matter to them. A temporary setback didn't guarantee their defeat. Moreover, even now, they still had the advantage in numbers. The enemy numbered only 700 or 800, while they still had 3,000 or 4,000. Therefore, they believed they could not be defeated. At the commander's command, the militia, arrayed in neat formations, charged forward like a raging stream, their momentum astonishing. Square spear formation, an enemy charge, especially when outnumbered, is a formidable challenge. This exploits the weakness of the lineup firing system. If the enemy remains firmly in formation, the firing system's effectiveness is greatly enhanced. However, once the enemy charges, they become wary of their own tactics. The charging enemy lacks any formation and runs in all directions, making it extremely difficult for the geneticists to zero in on a single target. However, the American Song Empire had anticipated such a scenario during its training. The men in the general staff weren't paid for nothing. They anticipated the potential future scenarios facing the Empire's army and developed a comprehensive training plan. The square spear formation was a defensive tactic against being outnumbered and surrounded by a charging enemy. The 500 genetic guards, facing the aggressive militia charge, calmly turned back on both wings, quickly forming a tight, impenetrable square. By the time the square was formed, the 2,000 or so militia had already charged close, encircling the genetic guards from both wings. Haha. The Osaka general commanding the militia was beaming with ecstasy. He believed the surrounded enemy was now only a matter of time before they were annihilated. Circular fire. Outer layers retreat, rearguard advance. However, the general's hopes were dashed. Instead, the encircled foreign infantry continued to inflict heavy casualties on the militia. As with a 5-stage attack, the genetic guards, forming a small square, employed a circular fire strategy. Whereas previously they had been in rows and columns, now the outer layers of the phalanx fired first, then retreated, with the soldiers at the back taking the lead, repeating the cycle over and over again, like a blooming flower from hell. While this flower is brilliant, it is also extremely bloody, for its nourishment is human lives. Clearly, the general had not anticipated this situation. He could never have imagined that the surrounded enemy could be so formidable, and capable of such bizarre and astonishing tactics. These foreigners had truly opened their eyes today. This wasn't just the general's thoughts. Even the Ming Dynasty merchants, Master Wang, and Liu Daba, who were watching the battle from the nearby camp, shared the same sentiment. The roar of fighting erupted from the small plains. The militiamen repeatedly surrounded the Imperial Guards, launching charges from all sides, but none succeeded. Instead, many fell in the process. Even if a few lucky individuals managed to reach the foreigners, they would be stabbed to the ground by the bayonets mounted on their muskets. Hiss. This damn thing looks just like a hedgehog. This square battle formation is based on a historically popular European battle formation from the 18th century. Once formed, it becomes square. Like a hedgehog. It was often used against cavalry or when surrounded. Furthermore, in the late 18th century, the British employed this tactic in Africa, where they managed to defeat over 30,000 cavalry with only a few hundred men. This demonstrates the uniqueness of this tactic. Furthermore, the Japanese at this time were fighting exclusively with cold weapons. They were no more formidable than the African cavalry of the late 18th century. Therefore, it's no surprise that they couldn't defeat the Imperial Guard's square formation. After all, the genetically modified people of the Song Empire in America received an education from a different era. Although nurtured in a virtual world, they were still more knowledgeable than the natives of this era. Therefore, standing on the shoulders of the giants of history, how could they not learn this tactic that is very suitable for this era? It is precisely for this reason that this square gun formation, which was very popular in Europe in later generations, began to shine in this battle. You know, even Napoleon of France used such a square gun formation. It can be seen that the practicality of this square gun formation is still very strong. What kind of battle formation is this? Even when surrounded, they can still fight with the enemy. This is simply too puzzling and too shocking. Such a thought arose in the minds of those watching the battle in the rear camp. To be continued, Novel Network. Chapter 604, Defeat Again. Seeing the Imperial Guard's genetically modified infantry surrounded by a surging tide of Japanese militiamen, the hearts of those watching the battle inside the camp sank. They had almost believed defeat was inevitable. However, once again, events defied their expectations. Far from being routed, the besieged Imperial Guards formed a square formation, inflicting heavy casualties on the Japanese. This tactical approach was eye-opening, and for the first time, it shocked them deeply. You must know that in Eastern warfare, a battle that was defeated to this point was essentially a failure. No army had ever managed to turn the tide while surrounded. It was simply unimaginable. But now, it was happening before their eyes. The shock was unparalleled. A battle of this magnitude, tactics that could be deployed in such a way, battle formations that could be deployed in such a way. Everything left them stunned. The flower of death continued to bloom. As it blossomed, a large number of militiamen fell in just 5 minutes. A rough estimate put the number at over 1,000. For a militia of 2,500, this represented nearly half the entire force. Such casualties were truly significant. The general in the back, observing this scene, was stunned beyond words. How had these foreigners fought this battle? How could they be so formidable? Even the most renowned Takeda Red Guards of the Warring States period weren't nearly as formidable. No wonder these foreigners dared to bombard the Osaka commercial district. They relied on their own military might. Only now did the general understand the situation. As the saying goes, a mighty dragon cannot cross the river, and Zhao Hongyu and his soldiers were even more formidable than a mighty dragon. Had Zhao Hongyu not left all his ground forces in San Francisco, he might have dared to attack Edo, the seat of the shogunate. Now, dealing with the Osaka soldiers was a piece of cake. Despite the ups and downs of the battle, and the constant dangers Zhao Hongyu and his men seemed to be putting themselves in, Zhao Hongyu wasn't worried at all. With his incredible cheats and his cutting-edge weaponry, if he couldn't even defeat the Japanese, who wielded cold weapons, then what good would Zhao Hongyu still be doing in this time and space? The militiamen had ceased their charge. Their faces were filled with terror, their bodies trembling slightly as they held their bamboo spears and gazed at the enemy formations before them. Their casualties had already exceeded 1,000, completely beyond their capacity to bear. In such a situation, continuing to charge would be tantamount to committing suicide. A large, empty area had formed in front of and around the enemy formations. This square area was densely packed with the seriously wounded and the bodies of the militiamen who had been charging. Groans, cries of pain, and cries for help pierced the otherwise tranquil night sky. Charge! Keep charging! The military commander commanding the militia was furious to see those lowly soldiers halt their charge. He raised his whip in a rage, lashing out at the soldiers standing beside him. Keep charging! You bastards! But no matter how hard he lashed or cursed, the soldiers refused to charge. These foreigners were simply too formidable. They had felt the weight of their previous charge, and the price they had paid. Even after sacrificing over 1,000 lives, they hadn't made a dent in the enemy's defenses. The enemy's formation remained impregnable, firmly in formation, suffering no losses. But many of his companions and fellow villagers were gone, never to return. Only a fool would have asked them to continue charging, knowing they were committing suicide. These militiamen weren't particularly intelligent, but they had a knack for choosing between life and death. Meanwhile, 300 bondservants had already dispatched the 500 Japanese cavalry with their muskets. Now, they were free to launch a new offensive against the Japanese, who had lost their cavalry. Our troops are surrounded over there. We can't stand by and watch them die. And while those infantrymen may not have much experience, it's still experience. Brothers, follow me and fight. Obama brandished his saber, shouted, and charged forward. Led by him, the still excited bondservants followed him, howling. 300 cavalrymen might not be a large number, but the weapons they wielded were incredibly powerful. The muskets, with their bell-shaped muzzles, were a formidable force in this era. I can't say for sure at long range, but within 100 meters, a miss is no exaggeration. The reason is simple: after firing a shotgun, the scattering lead leaves a radius of more than 10 meters. While it won't kill, it can certainly injure. With a bit of luck, a face smacking or even blinding an eye isn't out of the question. The muzzle is shaped like a trumpet for this very reason. Furthermore, these bondservant cavalrymen learned a rather despicable tactic from the Song Empire. When engaging the enemy, they never engage in a head-on cavalry charge. Instead, they constantly maintain a distance, using their muskets to kill or injure the enemy. The enemy, however, has no defense against this despicable tactic. The European Eight Banners bondservants were a relatively recent army, barely a year old. They had only experienced a single battle, driving the British out of Virginia. Even so, the Song Eight Banners cavalrymen had already developed a timid temperament. Therefore, whether facing cavalry or infantry, the European Song Eight Banners cavalrymen employed this distance-keeping tactic. For example, 300 of them faced 500 Japanese cavalrymen. Not only did they successfully defeat the enemy with this tactic, but they also managed to avoid losing a single man. This was truly remarkable in the history of cold weapon warfare. Now that the Japanese cavalry had been defeated, they were freed up to focus their attention on the militia. Cavalry inherently exerts a psychological pressure and power over infantry. Furthermore, the European bannermen of the Song Eight Banners had learned the essence of underhanded tactics. Therefore, defeating the militia was a simple matter. Furthermore, the militiamen had already lost nearly half their men after the clash with the Imperial Guards, genetically modified people. Therefore, faced with a roaring and charging Song Eight Banners bannermen cavalrymen, the Japanese militiamen could not be restrained and fled in a rush, much like the defeated foot soldiers in the previous battle. They began to collapse without stopping. No retreat, all of you, return. No retreat, the Japanese general shouted incessantly. But how could a few shouts stop the enemy at such a moment? Clearly, that was unrealistic. That general lacked Tanaka's courage to wield his sword and hack away at a few fleeing soldiers. But even after Tanaka hacked away at a dozen, he couldn't stop their retreat. And this general was even worse than Tanaka. He didn't even have the courage to swing his sword. He watched helplessly as the surrounding militia scattered like ants. Who knew how many remnants he could gather? In short, this militia of over 2,000 men was completely destroyed. Unlike the foot soldiers, these soldiers rarely turned back after their defeat, only thinking about how to get home. After their retreat, the foot soldiers knew to regroup at the main camp. This was the difference between militia and professional soldiers. There was nothing that could be done about it. Damn it, they were defeated so quickly. I didn't gain any experience. By the time Obama and his men had charged forward, the militia had already retreated like a tide. Obama spat on the ground in anger, muttering curses. However, Obama and his men didn't rush to pursue the enemy. Instead, they slowed down and slowly approached the square formation of the Imperial Guards. Upon noticing the retreat of the Japanese militia besieging them, the Imperial Guards quickly reorganized into a 5-stage formation and, led by their general, slowly advanced towards the Japanese main formation. Obama and his men, with their cavalry, flanked the infantry. The tide of battle had now turned. While the Song Empire still had a numerical disadvantage, it was no longer significant. Furthermore, with the Japanese cavalry eliminated, all that remained were infantry. On the contrary, it seems that the Song Empire still has an advantage in cavalry. As for the Japanese, there is no need to think about the militia. After those guys retreated, they went into the jungle behind them without looking back and disappeared into the night. Now, under the command of Ishida Gadachi, there is also a team of elite Hatamoto warriors and a team of less than 600 foot soldiers, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian, for monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users please go to Term to read. Novel Network. Chapter 605, The Osaka Soldiers Retreat. After Tanaka's efforts, he finally managed to gather around 600 foot soldiers. This number was significantly reduced compared to the previous one. Excluding those killed by the Imperial Guard's gene creatures, the number of those who escaped during the rout was around 200 to 300. The Osaka troops, including Ishida Gadamichi's Hatamoto warriors and the foot soldiers recruited by Tanaka, now numbered over 1,000, but definitely not more than 1,200, compared to Zhao Hongayu's 800 men. While still superior in numbers, this advantage was now significantly diminished. It could even be said that Zhao Hongyu and his men had already taken control of the battlefield and even gained the upper hand. From the side of the fierce fighting, cries for help and shrill wails could be heard. Although the flintlock rifles were powerful, they could not immediately kill the Japanese soldiers after hitting them. Most of them collapsed to the ground, suffering terribly. Zhao Hongyu and his men had no time to worry about treating the wounded Japanese soldiers. Their priority now was to crush the remaining enemies in one fell swoop. Only then would they have a good night's sleep. The battle was now largely clear. There was no need to worry about the remaining enemies. Another fierce battle would crush them. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu shook the reins, urging his black steed forward. Master, the enemy hasn't retreated yet, but we are confident that a single charge will defeat them. Upon seeing Zhao Hongyu approach, Obama hurried forward and said. Zhao Hongyu naturally believed what Obama said, and he was extremely confident. However, sending these slave cavalrymen into charge seemed unnecessary at this point. The enemy numbered just over 1,000. The Imperial Guard's infantry could handle them. As for the bondservants of the 8 banners, they should remain at his side, prepared for any unexpected events. If anything unexpected were to happen, I'd have some reserve forces at hand, wouldn't I? Thinking of this, Zhao Hongyu said, there's no need for that now. Let the Imperial Guards take over. You stay by my side, just in case something unexpected happens. As for your military exploits and experience, don't worry. Once we've dealt with these remaining enemies, I'll have you take those heads. Obama and his men didn't dare complain about Zhao Hongayu's arrangements. The brainwashed slaves now regarded Zhao Hongyu as if he were a god. It must be said that the new Oriental brainwashing school is truly remarkable. Okay, Master, I'll pass on your orders. Long live the Empire, long live Master. Obama, perched on his horse, bowed obsequiously, then turned his horse and walked among the bannermen, relaying Zhao Hongayu's orders. Then, the European bannermen rode their horses to Zhao Hongayu's side. They formed a main formation, protecting Zhao Hongyu in the center. Forward, at this moment, the genetic guards began advancing once more. Their target and spearhead were directed directly at the nearby Ishida Gadachi main formation. Sir, let's retreat. These foreigners are very powerful. Now that we've lost our cavalry, relying solely on infantry is no match for them. Meanwhile, Tanaka, with his terrified foot soldiers, had formed a very weak line in front of Ishida Gadachi's main formation. He had no confidence in resisting Zhao Hongyu and his men. So, he seized this opportunity to quickly persuade Ishida Gadachi to retreat. The battle had already reached this point, it was already a defeat. Even if they denied it, the truth was undeniable, and no one could change it. Furthermore, if the battle continued, they might all be killed. As much as they hated it, they had to admit, these foreigners were truly formidable. Not to mention the new tactics and their powerful cannons, just looking at the corpses and fallen soldiers on the battlefield was enough to tell. All those fallen on the battlefield were Osaka soldiers they had brought with them. And yet, none of these foreigners were injured or even damaged. How could such a thing not astound them? After all, in the age of cold weapons, such a thing was practically impossible. 0 casualties was impossible, even in Zhao Hongyu's previous time and space, and yet, this very thing actually happened here in the 17th century. It's truly astonishing. However, if you think about it carefully, such an occurrence isn't that surprising. After all, Zhao Hongyu and his men's tactics didn't emerge until the 18th century, and so did the weapons they used. And the era they lived in was only the 17th century. It's no surprise that technology that leapfrogged an era could produce such an effect. If Zhao Hongyu and his men were using 21st century weapons, then sweeping the globe with just 5,000 men would be possible, and with 0 casualties. Therefore, the fact that 800 men faced 5,000 Osaka soldiers with 0 casualties was nothing. While this wasn't a big deal, it was a different story for the Japanese, living in the early 17th century and with their relatively undeveloped thinking and concepts. They were completely shocked by the situation. The enemy had been defeated without a single hair, while their own side had suffered heavy losses, having already lost 4/5 of their strength. Seeing the enemy pressing forward, they were completely unable to cope. 5,000 men hadn't been able to defeat them before, so how could they, with just over 1,000, defeat them? This was a complete joke. Therefore, their priority now wasn't to fight the enemy, but to figure out how to escape. Furthermore, their cavalry had been destroyed, while the enemy's cavalry remained unscathed. This put them at a significant disadvantage. In this era, the role of cavalry was essentially the same as that of a tank. Ishida Gadachi's face was pale, completely overwhelmed by the current situation. Tanaka's words jolted him awake. What was he waiting for if he didn't run at this hour? Were he still waiting for the enemy to descend and chop off his head? The enemy infantry hadn't even begun firing their cannons yet, indicating he still had a chance. With this thought, Ishida Gadachi acted decisively. Retreat. Ishida Gadachi had never felt so resolute before. Now, to save his life, he was actually resolute for once, issuing the most correct order without hesitation. If he didn't run now, when would he? By then, he probably wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. This was a principle not only understood by Ishida Gadachi, but also by Tanaka and the other generals, the elite Hatamoto samurai, and the remaining foot soldiers. However, without the permission of the Lord, Ishida Gadachi, these professional warriors truly couldn't flee without permission. After all, they were different from the militia. Those militia could escape without much punishment. After all, they weren't professional soldiers, nor did they receive a salary. But they couldn't do that. They were paid for their services. They couldn't run away. If they abandoned their lord and ran away without permission, they would be severely punished, and their families would be implicated. Even if they survived, they would suffer the scorn and discrimination of others for the rest of their lives. At that point, they would practically have no chance of survival in Japan. However, Tanaka was clever, for he knew the lord he served very well. He had a thorough understanding of Ishida Gadachi's character. He knew that the situation on the battlefield was already extremely unfavorable. If he hinted at something, the already frightened lord would surely be tempted to retreat. Besides, he wasn't trying to scare him. What he said was all true. Think about it, 5,000 of them came to fight foreigners, but how many of them were left now? The foreigners were so powerful, yet even 5,000 men couldn't defeat them. So, could they, with just over 1,000 men left, truly defeat them? Clearly, that was impossible. Since they couldn't continue fighting the foreigners, they now had only one option: retreat. Yes, only by retreating immediately could they save their lives. Otherwise, when the foreign infantry pressed forward, Escape would be impossible. Who wouldn't care about their own lives? Ishida Gamachi was even more afraid of death. Therefore, after hearing Tanaka's words, Ishida Gamachi looked back at the battlefield with a pale face. Everywhere he looked, he saw the wailing of soldiers. Then, with a shudder, he immediately gave the order to retreat. The soldiers, already drained of their will to fight, felt a sense of relief at Ishida Gamachi's command. They turned and fled into the forest behind them, hoping to escape in the darkness of night. Inside Zhao Hongai's temporary camp, Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabi, along with the prominent merchants led by Su Yan, who were watching the battle, were at a loss for words. When already, they were a bit incredulous. Just moments ago, the situation seemed precarious, but now the situation had reversed, with the Osaka troops retreating. Besides the retreating Osaka troops, they also left behind a number of wounded. Judging from the battles between the Song and Japanese, the Japanese didn't seem that formidable. This was Su Yan's thought. However, Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabi also had similar thoughts. After all, the Japanese had been rampaging along the coast of the Ming dynasty for decades. This was a real occurrence, and it was precisely because of this that the Japanese had left a strong impression on the Ming people. But today, these Japanese, who they considered so formidable, were actually defeated by the Song people. And at the time of their defeat, the Japanese had a clear numerical advantage. This was truly baffling. Had the Japanese become weaker? Su Yan pondered this thought, but he quickly suppressed it. The Japanese were weak? That was ridiculous. There were quite a few Japanese among the two major pirate groups along the Ming coast. Su Yan had come into contact with and dealt with these people before. He knew their strength and ferocity, so he didn't think they were weak. Those pirates were actually downtrodden warriors from Japan's Warring States period, or their descendants. In other words, they were losers, the losers of Japan. But even these losers were so fierce, let alone the true warriors of Japan. They were surely far more powerful. However, Su Yan had witnessed with his own eyes the Song people defeating those Japanese. This had to make him wonder. If the Japanese weren't weak, then there was only one explanation: the Song people were strong. This was Su Yan's final conclusion. The Song people's bird guns had been used in a variety of ways, a technique not seen in the Ming army. The Song cavalry also seemed to have employed a tactic he had never heard of before, and it seemed quite effective. While Su Yan had no idea how they pulled it off, he had watched from his perch as the Japanese soldiers fell to the ground with every shot of their muskets. When had the musket become so powerful? Su Yan was deeply curious. However, despite his deep curiosity, he wouldn't ask. After all, he wasn't very familiar with these Song soldiers, and his questions were about their weapons. Whether they would disclose information or not was uncertain. If I learned this and tried to inquire about their military intelligence, that would be disastrous. So, Su Yan suppressed his doubts and confusion. Regardless, today had been an eye-opener for him. He had witnessed a new way to use the musket. However, he also knew that this was only possible for the Song people. It would have been completely impossible for the Ming army. The enemy has retreated. We have won. Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabi smiled at each other, and they couldn't help but feel relieved. You know, they have been worried since the beginning of the war, and it was not a pleasant feeling. Zhao Hongai didn't know what the people watching the battle in the rear were thinking. He was now considering whether to continue to hunt down Ishida Gamachi and others from time to time. The IGA-10, led by Hattori Chizuru, who were observing the battlefield near the camp, were also stunned at this time. My God, these foreigners are too strong. However, if they can really establish a relationship with them, then it would be a good thing for them. Now everyone is beginning to lean towards Kikuchi Hideyuki's suggestion, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Term to read. Chapter 606 Maybe. Imperial Assistance Force? Because Ishida Gamachi was beginning to retreat, he immediately turned and fled with his remaining men without looking back, leaving the wounded men with pity. Their lord, the daimyo, had fled, so who would care for them? They were left to cry out for help, their voices wailing, no one paying any attention. It was impossible for them to not feel resentment. They even considered killing Ishida Gamachi and the other generals. They had brought them with them to the battle, but these men had abandoned them. They were the ones committing suicide, while the daimyo and samurai didn't have to charge forward like they did. At the very least, you shouldn't abandon them like this. They'd seen the methods of the foreigners before, and it was clear that these abandoned wounded would receive no help. They might even chop off their heads. Many wounded soldiers, driven by their will to survive, actually struggled to their feet. Then, supporting each other, some stumbled and began to make their way towards the forest near the small plain while Zhao Hongyu and his men were still distracted. They reasoned that as long as they could enter the forest, they would be safe. Those foreigners would never enter the forest in the dark of midnight to capture them. Unfortunately, their idea was a good one, but Zhao Hongyu didn't give them the chance. "Master, shall we continue the pursuit?" Obama, who had chopped off many heads, asked excitedly as he rode up to Zhao Hongyu. Obama, of course, wanted to continue the pursuit. The reason was simple: while the soldiers who retreated with Ishida Kodamachi were few in number, they still numbered over 1,000. That was a lot of experience. For these European bannermen, money and other things were unimportant. What mattered most was the experience they gained, which was relevant to their leveling up. With experience, they could level up. If they could rise through the ranks, money and status would naturally follow. After all, they were the servants of the Chinese masters, especially Obama, who, through sheer wit and wit, had become the first to enter the BOIE, one of the two red banners. As long as he followed the crown prince, everything would be his. Of course, he also had to perform well. That's what the instructing, brainwashing, teachers had said when he was studying at New Oriental. Obama himself agreed. He had to show his abilities, to show his master what he could do. Only then could he gain favor. If he was useless, he wouldn't be able to survive anywhere, let alone become a BOIE slave. He still had this self-awareness. Looking at Obama's excited face, Zhao Hongyu knew exactly what he meant. But Zhao Hongyu looked up at the sky and saw that it was dark and windy, not the best time to pursue the enemy. What if the enemy had an ambush in the forest? That would be a problem. It's better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu gave up the idea of continuing to pursue the enemy. Zhao Hongyu looked at the dark forest in front of him and found it extremely dark. No need, don't chase a desperate enemy. Anyway, we have won this battle now, right? Now let's start cleaning up the battlefield. Zhao Hongyu shook his head, rejecting Obama's idea of continuing to pursue. Since his master had spoken, Obama could only obey without temper. "Yes, master," Obama responded. Then the two of them turned their horses at the same time. When they turned around, they happened to find that many Japanese soldiers on the battlefield had stood up with all their strength and then supported each other and staggered away. "See here," Obama asked, "Master, what should we do with these wounded Japanese?" Zhao Hongyu turned sideways, looked at Obama, and said, "Well, what do you say?" Seeing his master's question, Obama replied, "That's easy to say. My opinion is, we should chop off all the wounded Japanese and pile their heads together. This will effectively deter the enemy and see if they dare to come after us again." After hearing Obama's words, Zhao Hongyu sighed inwardly. These slaves, though loyal, obedient, and brave in battle, are truly clueless. Even after this defeat, the Japanese will undoubtedly continue to cause trouble for them. It's obvious. After all, they bombarded the Osaka commercial district and defeated the Osaka troops from Osaka. For these two reasons alone, the Japanese will never accept this humiliation. If they accept this humiliation, will they still have any dignity? This is a blatant slap in the face. The shogunate, for the sake of their reputation, wouldn't let them go. Only when the two sides had decided the outcome, or when the shogunate was truly intimidated by their own defeat, would they understand the situation. But now wasn't the time. Zhao Hongyu was waiting for the shogunate's troops to arrive. Only then could he seize the opportunity to defeat the Japanese, knowing they were vulnerable and difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongyu said to Obama, "Those wounded were abandoned. I imagine they must be deeply resentful of those who just escaped. I'm thinking I could exploit them from time to time. It's not impossible for Japanese to fight Japanese. It would be a shame to kill them all. As bondservants, they had been trained to flatter the New Oriental. Therefore, how could Obama not understand his master's intentions? Master, it seems you wish to recruit these wounded Japanese soldiers. I think your proposal is a good one. These wounded follow their lords into battle, only to be abandoned by them. If they were subordinates, they would also harbor resentment. If we can effectively utilize and incite them, I think they might be able to be recruited for our own use." Obama's words comforted Zhao Hongyu. "Well, then, I'll leave this matter to you. Remember to screen them carefully. Don't hold back on those who are stubborn and unyielding. I need obedient men." Obama certainly understood the meaning of this. He nodded and replied, "Rest assured, Master. Leave everything to me. I will definitely see to it." Zhao Hongyu smiled. "You must have enough experience this time. You can be promoted to Niulu. I promised you that if you perform well, I would raise you to the rank of his Hanghong banner servant. I keep my word." Obama's smile suddenly blossomed like a blooming chrysanthemum. That was this Hanghong banner, the most prestigious of the 8 banners. Being a slave of this Hanghong banner signified his ability and loyalty. When he returned to America, finding a woman and having a child would open up a promising future. While a slave's child was still a slave, being a slave to the imperial ruler was, by all means, far superior to a commoner. Even better than ordinary officers. Obama knew this. Seeing Obama about to dismount and kneel in gratitude, Zhao Hongyu quickly stopped him. "Now is not the time to express gratitude. Hurry and take care of the wounded. Don't let them escape." Upon receiving the order, Obama immediately called his men. He and the other bondservant cavalrymen began to rush toward the battlefield to drive away the fleeing Japanese wounded. The Imperial Guard infantry also turned and followed Zhao Hongyu's orders, taking action. The wounded Japanese soldiers, seeing Zhao Hongyu's army charging back, were filled with fear. "Go, ride back to camp quickly and bring me that guy named Noguchi Zazo. These wounded will be organized into a separate corps, and I want him to lead them." Zhao Hongyu called over a Baoye and instructed him. The Baoye nodded and rode off. For some reason, Zhao Hongyu thought of the traitorous imperial army that the Japanese had assembled during the 8-year War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. Now he had a similar opportunity. If successful, he could raise his own traitorous army in 17th century Japan. But what would he call it? The Japanese formed the Imperial Army, so he could create the Imperial Army. The American Song Empire's Auxiliary Corps, for short, the American Imperial Army. Ho ha ho ha. Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Is Noguchi Zazo here? Just as Zhao Hongyu was lost in thought, the Baoye he had dispatched arrived at the camp gate. By this time, the camp gates had already opened, and Master Wang and his men had arrived, ready to welcome Zhao Hongyu and his men back in triumph. Tonight's battle had truly opened their eyes. They had witnessed a might of the American Song Empire's military. Because of this, they no longer worried about the upcoming confrontation with the Japanese. Noguchi Zazo had been by Zhao Hongyu's side ever since he was rescued from the sea. Because he was new, he hadn't participated in any important matters. He had no problem with this. After all, he understood what was going on. He had also watched the evening's battle. It was precisely because of that that Noguchi Zazo was excited about joining such a formidable group. He was currently contemplating how he would flatter Zhao Hongyu when he returned. Unexpectedly, a knight shouted his name. To be continued. If you enjoy this work, please vote or subscribe. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please visit M to read. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607, Noguchi Zazo almost peed himself. Noguchi Zazen didn't know why he was called. Could it be that because those Japanese came to attack, he would also be in trouble? Noguchi Zazen thought of this problem all of a sudden. Yes, he is also a Japanese. This is great. Noguchi Zazen couldn't help but scare himself, therefore, his body couldn't help but tremble. But at this time, he could only stand up honestly. Sir, I am Noguchi Zazen, our master is looking for you, come with me quickly. Just like that, the bondservant took the frightened Noguchi Zazen to see Zhao Hongyu. After Noguchi Zazen left, Liu Dabi, who was standing beside Master Wang, whispered to him, Master, did you see that? This guy called Noguchi Zazen is about to pee his pants. He's such a coward. I don't know why the crown prince wants him around. I don't think he's any use to me. Noguchi Zazen was trembling with fear from his own actions, and there was no way to hide this from anyone else. Not only Liu Dabi saw it, but Master Wang and the Ming Dynasty merchants, led by Su Yan, also saw it clearly. However, there were some things Su Yan and his men couldn't say. However, Liu Dabi and his men, who had become citizens of the Song Empire, could speak. Upon hearing this, Master Wang shook his head at Liu Dabi. Your Highness, the Crown Prince must have had his reasons for keeping that Japanese named Noguchi Zazo. This is not something you or I can speculate about. Don't ever say such things again, okay? Liu Dabi curled his lips, clearly dismissing his words. Seeing Liu Dabi's reaction, Master Wang could only shake his head helplessly. Like his late father, Liu Dabi had always disliked the timid. His preference was for the heroes who drank heartily and ate large portions of meat. Just as Master Wang was about to engage Liu Dabi in a deeper conversation, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. Brother, my name is Su Yan, and my courtesy name is Yuanshan. Master Wang turned and saw the same Ming Dynasty leaders he had met earlier. Now, Su Yan was smiling and bowing to him, introducing himself. Humph. A smile on his face is not a good thing. Master Wang made a mental note, but he couldn't afford to give them a hard time here. After all, he had to go back and fetch his family, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince also had to visit the Ming Dynasty to pay respects to his ancestors and plan his immigration. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't afford to offend these merchants, who were backed by powerful figures in the Ming court. This guy named Su Yan had spoken to him today, so he must have something to hide. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't make any mistakes. Master Wang thought for a moment, and after making up his mind, he clasped his fists in return. My last name is Wang, and my humble name is nothing to mention. I'm truly sorry to have disturbed you all tonight. Fortunately, those Japanese were defeated by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, otherwise we would have felt truly guilty. Su Yan's face was full of smiles, as if he didn't care about what had happened tonight. Please don't mind if I brazenly address you as Brother Wang. Su Yan took the opportunity to address Master Wang as Brother Wang. Master Wang didn't object, but this only solidified Su Yan's resolve that he was looking for trouble. If someone is too attentive to someone, they are either a traitor or a thief. Having been a pirate for over 30 years, Master Wang couldn't possibly understand this. However, Master Wang was indeed much older than Su Yan, so Su Yan's address as Brother Wang wasn't wrong. It was for this reason that Master Wang so readily accepted Su Yan's address. Although Su Yan smiled, he cursed him inwardly. Su Yan's status was truly remarkable. While he might appear to be a businessman, he was a powerful figure in the Ming court. Therefore, wherever he went, even the prefect would always greet him politely. Now, when he was asked to lower his compliments to such an old man, how could he not object? But even if he had his own opinions, who had his own agenda? He couldn't blame anyone else for this, not even Master Wang. Therefore, Su Yan could only maintain a smile. At that time during the day, Master Wang had been seen sitting beside Zhao Hongyu. And when the Dutch made their request, it was Master Wang's words that had led to their deaths. Therefore, in Su Yan's eyes, Master Wang was undoubtedly a key figure close to the Crown Prince. Someone like him, he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Who had he wanted to sign a trade agreement with Zhao Hongyu now? After all, Zhao Hongyu controlled goods that could fetch a fortune. Without Zhao Hongyu's approval, he wouldn't have been able to obtain those goods. Even if the Crown Prince Zhao Hongyu agreed, if these little brats around him tried to harass him, he would be in trouble, wouldn't he? Furthermore, tonight, the Song Empire had flexed its muscles before their eyes. This forced Su Yan to adjust his mindset. The Song Empire was powerful. At least he seemed powerful now, and he still hadn't seen the depth of the Song Empire. He absolutely couldn't treat such an empire, its crown prince, and the ministers around him the same way he treated the vassal states. A nation's military might would determine how it would be treated accordingly. I'm grateful for your kindness, Master Wang said, returning the greetings. Liu Dabi rolled his eyes and retreated with his men. He hated this kind of thing. Su Yan approached with a smile, and after standing beside Master Wang, he spoke. Tonight's battle was truly eye-opening. I didn't expect the Song's battle formations to be so sharp, and the Japanese to be so vulnerable. I guess the Song is a top-tier power in Europe, Su Yan spoke ramblingly, trying to get any more information out of him. Master Wang smiled upon hearing this and said, the Chinese bloodline is first class in the world. How can the Japanese or those Westerners even compare? Although our great Song suffered misfortune hundreds of years ago, we were able to rise again in distant lands. This is the nobility of the Yanhuan Chinese bloodline. Master Wang would not be tricked by Su Yan, he was quite clever. Therefore, Master Wang lectured him on the nobility of his bloodline. Su Yan, on the other hand, could only listen with a smile. After a while, Su Yan said, I see that Brother Wang looks a bit like someone from the Great Ming Dynasty. He seems a little different from those in the Great Song Dynasty. In fact, he had already formed this suspicion after meeting Zhao Honggao and Master Wang in the tent that day. After all, he had seen what Zhao Honggao and Master Wang were wearing. Sometimes, judging a person by their clothing can be unreliable, but in this era, it is still very reasonable. After all, it is customary. Master Wang nodded. He didn't want to hide anything about this, but he couldn't tell the truth. Yes, I was once a Ming Dynasty citizen. But now, thanks to the favor of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, my companions and I are now citizens of the Zhao Song Dynasty and registered there. Master Wang's direct statement about their naturalization shocked Su Yan. You have to remember that the Ming Dynasty was still relatively powerful during this era. To the surrounding vassal states, the Ming Dynasty was like the United States of later times. It was, in a sense, a paradise. If you loved someone, send them to the Ming Dynasty, for it was heaven. If you hated someone, send them to the Ming Dynasty, for it was hell. This modified statement accurately described the mentality of the Ming Dynasty and its vassal states during this era. It was precisely for this reason that Su Yan was so shocked when Master Wang mentioned their Zhao Song citizenship. It was like abandoning the American international community in later times for a third world country. Isn't that a sign of idiocy? Of course, Su Yan couldn't possibly call Master Wang a moron. He wasn't the type to be so inarticulate. However, he certainly felt that way in his heart. While the Song Empire appeared to be militarily powerful, Su Yan wasn't entirely clear about the real situation within it. Even Master Wang wasn't clear. Even if it was powerful, could it possibly rival the might of the Ming Dynasty? After all, those Europeans who arrived in the East were immediately struck by the prosperity of the East. This demonstrates just how destitute the European states were. The Zhao Song Empire in Europe couldn't be much stronger, perchance. Of course, Zhao Honggao had mentioned that their Zhao Song Empire was in America. But to Su Yan and Master Wang, America was no different from Europe. They even considered it one and the same. After all, Easterners' understanding of world geography at that time was far inferior to that of European ocean-going merchants. Even explaining it to the Ming Dynasty would be difficult for them to grasp. The Ming Dynasty's maritime ban not only suppressed the Chinese people's enterprising spirit, but also restricted people's vision and thinking. Is the Zhao Song Empire really so good that it can make my brother give up my Ming identity and join their household registration? Su Yan looked at Master Wang in shock, and after a while he asked. Master Wang would of course say how good it is, and it is impossible for him to say anything bad about the Zhao Song. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a slap in his own face? So Master Wang said, the feeling cannot be described in 1 or 2 sentences, but I think the Zhao Song Empire is not bad at all. Master Wang's words were also very smooth. He didn't say it was better than the Ming Dynasty, but he just said it was not worse than the Ming Dynasty. However, I think when Master Wang has the opportunity to go to Manhattan, I think he will know what is good and what is bad. To be continued, Novel Network. Chapter 608, Excited Hideyuki Kikuchi. As Master Wang and Su Yan conversed, on the small plain outside the camp, the Imperial Guards infantry and the Baoai cavalry were herding the wounded and sick into a group. The wounded Japanese, gathered together, trembling with fear, unsure of their fate. They were now like meat on a chopping block. It was up to the foreigners to decide how to deal with them. Short, sharp screams pierced the night air. They were the dying cries of the seriously wounded Japanese who lacked the necessary medical care. As the infantry dispatched them, along with the screams, there was also the eerie sound of steel blades slashing at flesh. Your Highness, you're looking for me. Led by the Baoai cavalry, Eguchi Zazen approached Zhao Honggao's side. He wondered if Zhao Honggao would be angry at him for being Japanese and for his compatriots having just come to fight the young man. Therefore, Eguchi Zazen was now in a state of constant anxiety. Zhao Honggao glanced at Eguchi Zazen and noticed that he was shaking all over and looked panic-stricken. How could he not know what he was thinking? Therefore, Zhao Honggao chuckled inwardly. Coward. Zhao Honggao mentally gave Eguchi Zazen a fair assessment. However, cowards have their uses, and Zhao Honggao would not use Eguchi Zazen because of this. Moreover, for Zhao Honggao, Eguchi Zazen's timidity was even better. Because his timidity made him easier to control. He did not want to encounter a bold and decisive person. If that were the case, Zhao Hongai would not have handed over all the wounded soldiers to him after treating them. After all, Zhao Hongai was also worried that if this plan backfired, it would be embarrassing. Zhao Hongai knew the nature of the Japanese very well. They were like dogs that could never be tamed. This dog can be kept and used quite easily. However, to keep it obedient forever, you must demonstrate your strength in front of it, intimidate it. At the same time, you must maintain this strength. Only then, seeing the master's strength, will the Japanese dog respect you and serve you with all its might. If you show any weakness, this submissive dog will bite you back. Therefore, Zhao Hongai was quite satisfied with Iguchi Zaozin's reaction. Fear. Fear is the right thing to do. If you're not afraid, you'll be in trouble. Zhao Hongai might even have him executed, no doubt about it. Iguchi Zaozin didn't know it at this moment, but he had already experienced a near-death experience. If he knew, the pent-up fluid would surely flow out. Just now, your compatriots attacked us, Zhao Hongai said casually. Sure enough, it was because of this matter. Iguchi Zaozin was almost in tears. In his opinion, the crown prince was looking for him. It must be because of the Osaka soldiers' attack just now. Since he is also Japanese, the prince will probably take his anger out on him. He might even be beheaded. There is nothing he can do about it, since he is also Japanese. Your Highness, I am different from those Japanese. Although they are my compatriots, I have no ill will toward your Highness. Besides, it was your Highness who saved my life. Iguchi Zaozin fell to his knees in front of Zhao Hongai. He kowtowed desperately, and the sound of his kowtow was extremely loud. It can be seen from this that Iguchi Zaozin kowtowed very hard. However, there was nothing he could do about it, since Iguchi Zaozin felt that his life was about to be in danger. For the sake of his own life, it was no big deal to kowtow more sincerely. As long as he could save his life, that was enough. Dong. Dong dong, Zhao Hongai felt pain for Iguchi Zaozin, but his face showed no sign of it. He just had a very cold expression. After a long pause, until blood had formed on Iguchi Zaozin's forehead, Zhao Hongai coldly raised his hand, halting his kowtow. Alright, stand up too. I see your sincerity, and I believe you. Hearing Zhao Hongai's words, Iguchi's heart finally eased a little. At least, it seemed he was safe for now. However, he couldn't let his guard down. This prince would definitely want to speak with him soon, and if he didn't respond well, he could be dead. Your Highness, these people are all subordinates of the Ming dynasty here. We commoners are also oppressed by them, so people like me don't have a good impression of them. Please understand this, Iguchi Zaozin quickly said to Zhao Hongai. He also stated that he and these people were not on good terms. He also said that poor people like him were constantly oppressed by those lords. What he said was actually true. You have to remember that at this time, Japan had only just emerged from the Warring States period. Life for the Japanese people was still extremely difficult. Furthermore, the shogunate levied heavy taxes to support the daimyo and the army. Life was only slightly better than during the Warring States period. However, this didn't mean life was better than it had been in the Warring States period, it simply meant there was no more war. Furthermore, with the shogunate in power, some relatives of the victors began to exploit the achievements of their fathers or relatives to become overbearing and tyrannical throughout Japan. Consequently, oppression of the people was commonplace. This was a common occurrence in every country and era. So, Iguchi Zaozin wasn't lying. Once, while selling fish in Osaka's commercial district, a man stole all his fish, leaving him with nothing. That man was Takuchi Jin. Iguchi, don't be afraid. I have a point. As long as you are loyal to me, I will treat you well. You must understand that, Zhao Hongai said. Iguchi Zaozin nodded repeatedly telling Zhao Hongai, I will be loyal to your Highness, absolutely. I will, without a lie, Zhao Hongai smiled and said, words alone are useless. You have to show me. After Zhao Hongai finished speaking, Iguchi Zaozin was stunned. Then he said to Zhao Hongai, I will demonstrate my loyalty to your Highness right now. With that, Iguchi Zaozin walked to the spot where the fierce fighting had taken place, bent down, and picked up a samurai sword that someone had dropped. He wielded it briefly, finding it quite handy, and nodded. Then, he walked over to a seriously injured Japanese soldier who no longer needed medical treatment, swung his right hand, and struck down fiercely. Crack! The wounded soldier's head instantly fell off. Then, Iguchi Zazo shouted, I'm Iguchi Zazo of Osaka XX village, Zhao Hongyu sat there, nodding in satisfaction, muttering to himself, I didn't realize he's such a clever fellow. It seems he'd be a good choice to lead the Imperial Army in the future. As he spoke, Iguchi Zazo had already chopped off more than a dozen heads, his katana blade cracking. After each head, Iguchi Zazo loudly announced his name and place of residence. His resolve was evident. Come on, go to that village and fetch his wife. It'll put his mind at ease. I still need her, after all. Zhao Hongyu tilted his head and said to the bondservant cavalryman, take a few more men with you, for safety. Then, the bondservant cavalryman took the order and went to find Obama, conveying Zhao Hongyu's order. When Obama heard it was Zhao Hongyu's order, he immediately assigned 30 cavalrymen to him. The cavalryman then came to Jinkao and repeated Zhao Hongyu's words, telling him to go with him to retrieve his wife. Only then did Jinkao Zazo breathe a sigh of relief. Obama left the cavalry there to continue driving away the wounded while he himself rode over to Zhao Hongyu. Master, are you really going to use this Japanese? Zhao Hongyu nodded. From now on, our policy will be to use the Japanese to control the Japanese. That way, we'll save trouble, won't it? Obama thought for a moment and didn't object. Since this was his master's idea, what could a servant say? Besides, letting the Japanese fight the Japanese was indeed a good thing. After all, the chaos was caused by the Japanese, not them. Zhao Hongyu didn't want to see stability in Japan, he wanted as much chaos as possible. If possible, a return to the Warring States period would be what he wanted. Just like what happened to Europe, let Japan also become chaotic. Haha, that would give the Song Empire a chance. Zhao Hongyu chuckled to himself. In fact, Professor Liu had already proposed this plan back in Manhattan. Well versed in history, Professor Liu believed that the Japanese had already ended the Warring States period and entered the Shogunate period. Therefore, for the sake of the empire's interests, they didn't need a stable Japan. Only chaos would serve the empire's interests. However, Professor Liu hadn't anticipated that events would unfold differently. History had taken an unexpected turn. The Tokugawa shogunate, which he had originally intended to attack, no longer existed. The Ishida shogunate had replaced it, and the daimyo who had followed the Tokugawa family had vanished into the depths of history. This forced Zhao Hongyu to reselect his targets for support. Because of historical deviations, the originally chosen targets were no longer around. There was nothing he could do about it. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu felt that he could use the same tactics used in later anti-Japanese wars to deal with the Japanese at this time. Osaka? He wasn't interested there, but he could use Iguchi Zazo and the wounded soldiers to fight for Kyushu in the south. It would be a good idea to support Iguchi and make him a daimyo. Then, let him fight the shogunate. With his support, it would be difficult for Iguchi to fail. However, Zhao Hongyu would also exercise appropriate control to prevent Iguchi from unifying Japan. Only chaos and constant fighting would serve Zhao Hongyu's interests. Zhao Hongyu didn't need to hide anything from Obama, his lackey. Although he couldn't reveal everything, he still told Obama his intention to form a Japanese army and support Iguchi Zazo as daimyo. Of course, Zhao Hongyu lied to Obama about choosing Iguchi in order to secure a concession in Japan and the support of pro-Song daimyo. As for his true purpose and plan, that wasn't something he could share with Obama. Zhao Hongyu maintained a certain degree of caution. However, what Zhao Hongyu didn't anticipate was that a figure who appeared to be a corpse not far away had overheard his words. That figure was none other than Kikuchi Hideyuki, one of the IGA-10. Although he didn't know Zhao Hongyu's plans, he had heard him talk about supporting a daimyo to seize Kyushu and oppose the Ishida clan. This excited him. If that was the case, why bother supporting Iguchi Zazo? Their daughter, Tokugawa Keo, was the most suitable candidate. Kikuchi Hideyuki had seen Iguchi Zazo and considered her a worthless piece of shit. If it was his daughter, it would be a different story. First, Tokugawa Keo was from a daimyo family, which made her status different. Moreover, she had his own assistants by her side. With a single call, those who had been hiding and opposing Ishida would surely flock to them. At the very least, their reputation would be better than that of Iguchi, who is nothing more than a fisherman. Your Highness, if there's a suitable candidate, are you willing to cooperate? Kikuchi Hideyuki was so excited that he leaped to his feet. He knew this was an opportunity, one not to be missed. If they missed the opportunity, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, Kikuchi Hideyuki, disregarding the ninja precepts, revealed himself. "Who is that?" Obama shuddered, flipping his hands to hold a musket in each, and quickly surveyed his surroundings. Spotting a figure in a foot soldier's attire standing nearby, he immediately aimed his musket at him and was about to pull the trigger. "Wait a moment," Zhao Hongyu stopped Obama, then squinted at Kikuchi Hideyuki. "Who are you?" Although Kikuchi Hideyuki was dressed in foot soldier attire, Zhao Hongyu had a feeling that this man was no ordinary person. He didn't know why, but as he looked at Kikuchi Hideyuki, the thought naturally occurred to him. Hidden in the branches of the trees beyond the forest, Hattori Chizuru and the others couldn't help but feel nervous when they saw Kikuchi Hideyuki emerge and begin to converse with the strangers. What's that Kikuchi guy doing? Why isn't he hiding somewhere? Why is he coming out and saying something to them? Hattori Chizuru whispered to her companions, a mixture of worry and confusion. Everyone shook their heads. They didn't really know, so no one could answer Hattori Chizuru's question. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please visit M to read. Chapter 609, The West Coast of America. Sir, the infrastructure of Jinshin City is almost complete. Over 2 months had passed since Zhao Hongyu left San Francisco. During this time, San Francisco had been renamed Jinshin, and under the leadership of Wang Shan, construction had begun in full swing. Wang Shan possessed privileges that allowed him to purchase virtual world construction materials through the space-time trader, so the pace of development in Jinshin was remarkably rapid. Modern buildings rose from the coastline, reminiscent of an 18th-century castle, a prototype already in place. With such a fortress, Wang Shan no longer had to worry about anything in the Jinshin area. Meanwhile, town construction on the plains was nearly complete. The abundant timber supply nearby fully satisfied their needs. Communities built in the style of later American communities had already been constructed on the plains. Now, they awaited Master Wang's return, ready for occupancy. Of course, their land had also been reclaimed, all paid for. Therefore, upon Master Wang's return, seeing the reclaimed land, they would surely be overwhelmed with joy. To protect the gold veins, Wang Shan built 2 sturdy fortresses at the north and south ends of Jinshin City. These fortresses were constructed entirely of brick, making them quite sturdy. Bricks were easily purchased through the virtual exchange. Even more expensive wood could be sourced locally, so Wang Shan encountered no difficulty. Furthermore, after he began trading with the Kuk tribe, a vast amount of gold flowed into the virtual world through the Kuk tribe, ensuring Wang Shan had no shortage of money. The Kuk tribe was fortunate, however. Beneath their camp lay a rich gold vein. The gold had even surfaced, making it easy for them to mine it. Furthermore, the gold veins were accompanied by a rich mineral called quartz. While quartz wasn't worth much, it could fetch some money in the virtual world. As a result, the Kuk tribe, having traded gold for a vast array of goods with Wang Shan, had now completely escaped their slash-and-burn lifestyle and enjoyed a life that, in their view, was like paradise. Fine salt, white sugar, sharp iron weapons and kitchen utensils, matches, preserved mustard, and other products greatly enriched the daily lives of the Kuk tribe. In their view, Wang Shan and his men were like messengers sent by the gods. Therefore, after internal negotiations, the Kuk tribe formed an alliance with Wang Shan and his men, ultimately requesting to become a vassal tribe under him. The Kuk tribe understood that with their limited strength, an alliance was unrealistic. In the West, where strength reigned supreme, the Indians valued overall strength. The Kuk tribe was extremely weak, and although Wang Shan and his men had formed an alliance for certain reasons, the Kuk elders were very shrewd and positioned themselves correctly. Wang Shan was more than happy to accept this opportunity. A vassal tribe was always better than an alliance. Wang Shan agreed wholeheartedly. The Kuk tribe also understood his concerns. The result was undoubtedly a happy one for everyone. To aid the Kuk, Wang Shan dispatched 500 fully armed imperial soldiers to the Kuk tribe to help them defend against external threats. At the same time, they continuously recruited Indians whose tribes had been scattered and destroyed in the war. This approach led to a rapid increase in the Kuk population. Currently, the Kuk population has reached over 4,000, doubling its original population. However, as the war between the larger tribes on the plains continues, the Kuk tribe will recruit even more people, but this will take time. For now, the war on the plains has no bearing on them, and they are happy to develop their own tribe and trade with Wang Shan and his men as a vassal. The Kuk tribe's improvement in their own lives has also had a certain impact on the surrounding smaller tribes. These goods are in great demand, such as fine salt and matches. Every Indian tribe needs these goods, especially salt, and it was such fine salt. This stuff was hard currency among the Western Indian tribes. They could even hire large numbers of Indian warriors to fight for Wang Shan and his men when needed. Of course, with over 20,000 infantry under his command, Wang Shan didn't need Indian warriors to help him fight. However, he used salt to hire many strong laborers from surrounding tribes to enter the gold mining areas and collect gold. The Indians were ecstatic to be allowed to do this. To them, it was like picking up rocks in exchange for good things. Therefore, Wang Shan and his men were seen as fools by the Indians. But regardless, Wang Shan had established good relationships with the surrounding small tribes over the past 2 months. After some contact, those tribes were also shocked by Wang Shan and his men's strength. Like the Kuk tribe, they were basically considering making their tribes vassal states of these outsiders. After all, the war on the plains was intensifying, and it was beginning to spread to the coastal areas. Some defeated tribes have been flooding into the coastal areas, disrupting the previously maintained balance. This has been the case recently. Some tribes have been impacted, and to avoid further trouble, they have migrated to live near the fortress built by Wang Shan and his team. The arrival of these Indians has brought vitality to the area where Wang Shan and his team live. The labor shortage has been filled by these Indian tribes. As long as they work, they get food and salt, which is a boon for the migrating Indians. Therefore, no one objects. However, Wang Shan understands that the war will inevitably affect them soon. When that happens, Wang Shan and his team will no longer be able to stay out of it. However, this doesn't matter. Conflict is bound to happen sooner or later. After all, for the sake of control of this area, even if the tribes don't cause trouble, Wang Shan and his team will leave the coastal area. Therefore, Wang Shan isn't worried about it at all. However, some infrastructure is still unfinished, so Wang Shan doesn't want to start a war with the tribes so soon. Besides, costing those tribes more manpower would also be to their own advantage. Also, once the victory or defeat was decided, our forces would not have to deal with so many enemies. With a single target, the battle would be much easier. Wang Shan's mind raced through many things. Yes, construction in Jinshan is almost complete. It's just basic infrastructure. But without this solid foundation, we can't even talk about development. Now, if we just give us some more time, we can build a complete city on top of this infrastructure. Wang Shan nodded, responding to his adjutant. Jinshan's urban planning is modeled entirely on Manhattan in the east. After all, Manhattan's urban planning was quite successful. Among other things, the city's sanitation and sewage treatment, as well as the communities and docks, kept the city well organized. In the future, Jinshan would be the same. As for the urban planning of Europe at that time, Wang Shan despised it. Could it be that they wanted the future Jinshan city to be as sewage-ridden and stinking as European cities? That was simply unthinkable. Sir, I don't think we have much time left. Today, Eagle from the Kuk tribe led his men to our Jinshan military headquarters. According to Eagle's report, the war on the Great Plains is intensifying, and many defeated tribes are now attacking our coastal areas. A hint of worry crossed the adjutant's face. Clearly, he was deeply concerned about the impending conflict. After all, what they needed right now was stability and time to ensure the smooth progress of construction. If war suddenly struck, it would disrupt their plans, slowing construction or even halting it. That wouldn't be good news. After hearing the adjutant's words, Wang Shan pondered, we can't control this. When the time comes, we'll just have to deal with it. What's coming will come, and none of us can stop it. But I'm not too worried. After all, our infrastructure is already complete, and I don't think we necessarily need to personally lead the charge. The adjutant was stunned by this, then seemed to realize something. Your Excellency means that we can let those Indians, the adjutant asked in a low voice. Wang Shan smiled and nodded, yes, we can use salt and food to exchange for those Indians to work for us. They can be mercenaries to fight against those Indian tribes that have sneaked into the coastal areas and buy some time for us. And we can also provide them with some weapons. I think this matter will become simple soon. Wang Shan had never thought about leading the troops to fight in person. Since there are people who are willing to die, why doesn't Wang Shan take advantage of it? Wang Shan is still under control of the situation in Jinshan. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Term to read. P.S. If you are out of books, I will shamelessly read the book Interstellar Farmer, with a total word count of 3.9 million, covering my face and running quickly. Chapter 610. I want you to see the value. The adjutant pondered Wang Shan's plan and felt it made perfect sense. Furthermore, after carefully weighing it in his mind, he felt that this approach would be extremely beneficial to them. Since it was beneficial, he should support it. Sir, I think your plan is very feasible. When can we implement it? After all, with the war escalating across the plains, it's also affecting our coastal areas. Maintaining our current stability and security is becoming increasingly difficult. The adjutant had a clear understanding of the current situation. More and more tribes have migrated to the vicinity of the imperial city. They've largely abandoned their original settlements due to the war. If the situation weren't so dire, they wouldn't have abandoned their homes to come here. Therefore, you can imagine how dire the situation has become. Given how dire the situation is, how can Wang Shan and his men remain unscathed? It's simply impossible. Sooner or later, the warring tribes will turn their attention to them. Wang Shan nodded and said, "Yes, we can't stay out of this. But we still have plenty of time. The Plains War won't affect us anytime soon, so we still have some time to make arrangements." As Wang Shan was talking to his adjutant, a soldier came running in the distance. The soldier was panting, having obviously run quite a distance. He stopped in front of Wang Shan and saluted. After taking a deep breath, he said loudly, "Sir, Eagle of the Cook tribe wishes to see you. He has something to discuss with you." Wang Shan waved the soldier away and turned to his adjutant. "Tell me, what does Eagle want from me?" Wang Shan's mind raced, trying to guess all the possible scenarios. The adjutant also pondered. Then he replied, "Your Excellency, I suspect that what this eagle is seeking to discuss is most likely related to the war on the Great Plains. The Cook tribe was attacked 2 weeks ago by a tribe from the Great Plains. These tribes are increasingly common, so I believe this is the most likely scenario." After hearing his lieutenant's speculation, Wang Shan nodded. He also suspected that Eagle was seeking him out for this very reason. After all, some defeated tribes on the Great Plains had begun migrating to avoid further losses. If they encountered a small tribe like the Cook tribe during their migration, they would undoubtedly plunder them. Those tribes needed food and supplies, and despite being defeated, these defeated tribes on the plains were far more powerful than those on the coast. Therefore, with their immense power, they would undoubtedly resolve any conflict through force. At this point, the Indian tribes on the plains, victorious or defeated, were essentially ravenous. Hadn't the Cook tribe also been attacked by such a tribe in the early days? Finally, it was thanks to their relationship with Wang Shan and his men, and with his help, that they had defeated that tribe, completely annihilating it, that they had enjoyed 2.5 months of peace. But now, the Cook tribe was facing a similar situation again. And the situation was even worse than it had been 2.5 months earlier. As they conversed, Wang Shan and his lieutenant made their way to the makeshift camp. While the infrastructure of Jinshan City was complete, it was still just a framework, not suitable for habitation. From a distance, before they even reached the camp, Wang Shan spotted Shang Ying and his companions. "Shang Ying, what's the matter that's bringing you to me so urgently?" Wang Shan quickened his pace upon seeing Shang Ying. When he was still some distance away, he approached with open arms, embraced Shang Ying tightly, and greeted him with Indian etiquette. Zhao Ying also hugged Wang Shan and responded, "The situation is very urgent. We were attacked again last night. The enemy numbered approximately 3,000. We were fortunate to have the 500 garrison troops you sent. Without them, our Cook tribe would have been in real danger." 3,000. Wang Shan's face grew serious. A tribe capable of organizing 3,000 warriors is no small one. Based on the number of warriors, the enemy attacking the Cook tribe must have at least 15,000. Otherwise, how could they have mustered 3,000 warriors to launch an attack? Judging from this, the war on the plains has become extremely brutal. If such a large tribe has begun to migrate, how much larger must the tribe on the plains be? It must have numbered over 100,000, otherwise, a tribe of over 10,000 wouldn't have migrated. An Indian tribe of over 10,000 is no small tribe. Of course, before Wang Shan and his men arrived, such a tribe would have been the undisputed overlord of the coastal region. Unfortunately, now that Wang Shan and his companions had arrived, they could only sideline this tribe. How did things get this bad? Has the plains been disrupted? Wang Shan, with a serious expression, took the eagle's arm and led him into the camp, toward the tent. As they walked, Wang Shan spoke to the eagle. The eagle nodded repeatedly and replied, "Yes, it's gotten extremely bad. Lately, we haven't just been attacked. 3 valleys away, a small tribe has been wiped out. I suspect it was the tribe that attacked us." Wang Shan had heard of the annihilation of several small tribes, but he hadn't known they were so close to the Cook tribe's camp. "What are your plans?" Wang Shan asked. The eagle replied, "I came to ask if you could rally the other tribes. We must unite now to resist these attacks." The eagle stated his purpose, keeping nothing secret. "You know, many small tribes have recently migrated to the area around Jinshan City, sensing the dire situation. After all, within Jinshan City, the empire possesses a formidable armed force, guaranteeing their safety. If the tribes migrating from the plains were to attack them, they would first have to face the imperial army. While they haven't witnessed the might of the imperial army, they use muskets sold to them by the empire, and the Indians are well aware of their power. Just based on those powerful muskets, these Indians also believe the empire is powerful. It's not that they lack insight, but rather that's just how they think. However, relying solely on the Song Empire's protection isn't the right approach. They also feel they can't let the empire look down on them. They must demonstrate their value and prove their usefulness. While the Indians may not have a broad perspective or a broad education, they understand one thing: a person must have value in order to exist. Even though they are now vassal tribes of the empire, even within them there are close and distant bonds. Don't underestimate this closeness. It often determines their share of the trade they can purchase from the empire. Wang Shan was quite clever in this regard. His goods weren't freely available, they weren't always limited in quantity. Wang Shan wouldn't offer them freely, he wasn't that foolish. It was precisely because of this limited quantity that he was able to win over these Indians and keep the price of gold low. While Wang Shan didn't have Zhang Tai's business talent, he had learned a fair share of business rules. Whether he was a profiteer or not, Wang Shan was incredibly shrewd. And there was another point: in the eyes of the Indians, gold was just some useless stone. It was completely useless. If Wang Shan and his idiots were willing to exchange precious salt and grain for it, why wouldn't they? Such a good thing was a godsend. The conflict between these two values, the desire to avoid offending Wang Shan and his men, and the military prowess they displayed, combined with Wang Shan and his men's display of strength, was paramount. How could the Indians not surround them? After all, the Indians feared that if they offended Wang Shan and his men, they would be forced to leave and would no longer be able to trade their precious salt and grain for their stones. After 2.5 months, they had tasted salt and grain and had grown accustomed to them. People, after all, are afraid of habit. If they were suddenly forced to go back to the old days, they would surely refuse. Wang Shan knew all about these people's subtle intentions. Summon all the tribes? You plan to unite and resist the invading tribes? Right. Hearing Zhao Yingying's words, Wang Shan's mind raced, and he understood Zhao Yingying's intention. Zhao Yingying nodded and replied, "Yes, we can't just passively accept attacks. Sometimes we need to take the initiative. Unfortunately, each of us is too weak. Only by uniting can we resist the invaders. In that case, we can send troops," Wang Shan said deliberately. The eagle shook his head. "As a vassal tribe, I think we should show you our value." The eagle's words were very direct. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. P.S. If you are short of books, I will shamelessly recommend the book Interstellar Farmer. The total word count is 3.9 million, covering face and running quickly. Chapter 611 The Thoughts of the Cooks. Zhao Yingying's words to Wang Shan were well considered. Even the elders of the tribe agreed. Although they were currently a vassal of the empire on the west coast, they also wanted to demonstrate their worth, to show the empire they were not so weak. Of course, they certainly had selfish motives, but these weren't based on undermining the empire's interests. Therefore, Wang Shan wouldn't, and couldn't, stop them. After all, this matter would greatly benefit both him and the empire. So there was no need for him to stop them, or even to dissuade them from this idea. Oh, if that's the case, then I won't object. But if you want to unite, I imagine it will be very difficult, Wang Shan asked, feigning concern. After all, each of these Indian tribes is different, with distinct customs. Therefore, if they united, There would be many issues to resolve, more than could be addressed in a few words. Wang Shan's concerns were not without reason. It's just that he wasn't particularly concerned about the matter, so the question was only casual. The eagle nodded. There are some difficulties, but we believe they can be resolved. After all, foreign tribes are constantly invading our area, significantly harming our interests. If we don't unite, we'll sooner or later be annexed or even overwhelmed by them, the eagle stated his reasons. While we can receive help from you, we can't rely on it forever. Therefore, we must muster the courage to fight these enemies ourselves. We don't want to become weak. After hearing the eagle's words, Wang Shan smiled broadly, but deep down he was deeply disapproving. In Wang Shan's view, as long as they were affiliated with the empire, these Indians would be assimilated. Just look at the Indians along the eastern coastline, the Mohicans being the most obvious example. With such an example in place, how could the eagles escape? It's just that they couldn't detect it. Just like now, their tribe already has female military doctors and teachers sent by Wang Shan. Their daily duties are to provide medical care to the Indians and teach their children some improved knowledge. These things are something that almost all tribes in the East have experienced. Once they accept that knowledge, they are essentially destined to be assimilated. By then, won't you still be subjects of the empire, subject to its leadership? Wang Shan chuckled inwardly, but his face didn't show it. Oh, I admire your courage from the bottom of my heart. Indians have never lacked warriors. Wang Shan gave Eagle a small compliment, and Eagle immediately burst into a wide grin. It must be said that Indians are very simple-minded when it comes to certain matters and people they identify with. Wang Shan unethically exploited this. But you can't call him bad. After all, their perspectives and considerations are completely different. To Wang Shan, these Indians, including the familiar eagle, are not subjects of the empire. As long as they weren't citizens of the empire, exploiting them was irrelevant. His kindness and sincerity were reserved for the people of the empire. As for the rest, Wang Shan wouldn't waste his time. Besides, even citizens of the empire were still divided into different classes in his mind. After all, the dominant ethnic group within the Song Empire was the Huaxia. As for the Indians, the Gurkhas, the Somali blacks, the French from Quebec, and the European laborers, they couldn't possibly compare to the Huaxia within the empire. This wasn't just Wang Shan's opinion, even Professor Liu, who joined later, shared the same sentiment. It was precisely because of this that greater Huaxia nationalism was so prevalent within the Huaxia community within the empire. It was simply hidden within the hearts of the people, not outwardly. And unlike later generations of Europeans and Americans, who engaged in blatant racial discrimination, Orientals were known for their subtlety. So, what do you need me to do? I'll do my best to help my friend with his requests. Wang Shan thought for a moment and said to Zhao. Upon hearing this, Zhao pleaded with Wang Shan, please gather the tribal leaders. I will then present my ideas to everyone and see how they react. Wang Shan looked at Zhao and said, what are your thoughts? Could you please tell me? I doubt you'll simply ask me to call everyone together in the name of the empire and ask them to unite at this time. Zhao was still quite naive, after all, not as naive as Wang Shan. When Wang Shan heard Zhao words, he immediately sensed something. Damn, if Zhao and the others united, who would be the leader? Could it be the Kuk tribe? Using the empire's name and connections to profit for their own tribe? That's a clever idea. However, it all depended on Wang Shan. The Kuk tribe couldn't possibly succeed without Wang Shan's support. Wang Shan's mind raced for a moment, but he acted as if he hadn't seen through it. This made Zhao breathe a sigh of relief. He was deeply worried that Wang Shan would see through the tribal elders' subtle schemes. Misunderstandings and unpleasantness would result, which would be disastrous. Xiangying truly didn't dare, nor did he want, to offend Wang Shan and his group. In reality, Xiangying's alliance with those tribes and his attempt to annex them was unavoidable. After all, a united Dalian would become stronger and more resilient against outsiders. However, with so many tribes, everyone would inevitably be conflicting. And after uniting, a leader would undoubtedly be needed. Even simple Indians knew what would happen if there were inconsistent policies. Furthermore, such an approach would inevitably impact the interests of those in power within those tribes. Therefore, the tribal elders had Xiangying approach Wang Shan, hoping he would rally the group and allow Xiangying to use his influence to carry out the plan. The Kuk tribe clearly intended to use Wang Shan in this matter. But the question was, Would the Cook tribe's annexation of those tribes pose a threat to Wang Shan and his group? This was the issue that made Wang Shan approach it with the utmost caution. It seemed the Cook tribe was a bit ambitious. However, Wang Shan didn't know that the facts of this matter were somewhat different from what he had imagined. At this moment, Zhao Ying's mind was filled with the words the elders had spoken to him when he left the tribe. Before arriving at Wang Shan's camp, the elders of the Cook tribe took Zhao Ying's hand and surrounded him, all with solemn expressions. One of the oldest elders, also the most senior in the tribe, instructed Zhao Ying, "When you go to the Song side this time, you must complete the task of merging the other tribes. Only by merging with the other tribes can our Cook tribe become stronger and more valuable in the eyes of the Song people." Zhao Ying was completely confused by the elder's reasoning. He didn't understand why he had to make himself more valuable to the Song people. Life wasn't bad right now. If it weren't for those foreign invaders, their life would be like paradise. Zhao Ying couldn't understand it. The young people from the other tribes around him were also very confused. However, these people were elders, and their decisions represented the entire tribe. Young people had no right to object. So, even though Zhao Ying didn't understand, he could only follow the elders' demands and decisions. There was nothing he could do. But today, Zhao Ying couldn't help but ask, "Elder, why do we have to be valuable? I've been unable to understand the whole thing. Aren't we living well enough right now?" The elder smiled wryly, then glanced at the group of elders. "Tell him. This is a matter of great importance to our tribe. Zhao Ying is very familiar with the Song people. If you tell Zhao Ying and let him know, I think he will be able to do his best to do this well." One of the old men spoke to the elder. As the old man spoke, the others echoed him. And so, the elder facing Zhao Ying slowly explained the reasoning. As the saying goes, age brings wisdom, and ghosts grow wiser. Although Indians are simple and their horizons are limited, the elders of the Cook tribe have lived long enough to see a lot. Furthermore, their minds are more active than those of the young. Over the past 2 months, they have witnessed the changes in their tribe. They have watched their tribe go from being food scarce to now having ample food and clothing. All of this is due to the foreigners. Without them, the Cook tribe would never have seen such a transformation. They might still be starving as before. Furthermore, when the foreigners helped the Cook tribe fight another tribe, the powerful weapons they wielded were truly eye-opening. It also gave them a direct understanding of Wang Shan's strength. It was from that moment on that they gave up on forming an alliance and proposed becoming Wang Shan's vassal tribe. People should know their own limitations. Why would they form an alliance with someone so powerful? It was clearly unrealistic. Becoming a vassal tribe was a different story. Wang Shan and his men were very friendly, possessed a powerful military, and could provide the Cook tribe with a prosperous life. This provided ample benefits and guarantees for both safety and livelihood. Therefore, the alliance was preferable to becoming a vassal tribe. After all, as the primary tribe, Wang Shan and his men were responsible for the tribe's safety and food security. In short, this offered the Cook tribe substantial advantages and benefits. However, as time passed and they came to know Wang Shan and his men better, they realized that becoming a vassal tribe was far less practical than becoming subjects of the empire. If possible, becoming subjects of the empire was the best option. Unfortunately, the Cook elders were unsure whether their decision would be accepted by the younger members of the tribe. After all, becoming subjects of the empire would mean the Cook tribe would cease to exist. This would be tantamount to the extinction of the tribe, a difficult proposition to accept. However, the problem was that everyone supported this move, and it would also greatly benefit the entire tribe. The Song soldiers stationed within the tribe, as well as the female witch doctors, had said that if they became citizens of the empire, they could learn to farm, serve in the military, or even fish. In short, if they worked hard, they would surely provide a prosperous life for their families. After all, those yellow stones would eventually run out. What would the Cook people do when that day came? They couldn't just go back to starvation. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Shan had deliberately spread the stories these soldiers and the female doctors had told the Cook people. The purpose was clear and self-evident. The beautiful pictures they described completely moved the elders. However, there was another issue they needed to address. The Cook tribe was too weak. The elders were unsure whether such a small tribe would receive fair treatment if they requested to join the empire as citizens. So, after much deliberation, the elders finally came up with a solution. Of course, It was also because of the recent sudden change in the situation that they saw hope. The war on the Great Plains was in full swing, and many tribes began to enter the coastal areas. This destroyed a relatively peaceful life here. Some small tribes, unable to fight those guys, chose to migrate to live near the Song camp. If the Cook tribe could convince those tribes to unite and form a new tribe, and then pull out warriors to fight those invaders and win, then it might be easier for them to propose joining the empire. Everything was for the sake of joining the Song Empire. They never thought that the people who kept instilling this kind of thinking in them were actually the Song people who they thought were good people and very kind. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote for it monthly. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to term to read. P.S. Friends who are thirsty can take a look at the shameless interstellar farmer. The total number of words is 3.9 million. Chapter 612. Do you want a spear? A storm was brewing in Jinshan, and everything was proceeding step by step according to plan. Even Zhao Ying's plan to join the empire hadn't escaped the Imperial General Staff's deliberations. In the end, Wang Shan won Zhao Ying's appeal. He understood that, given the current situation, it was indeed necessary for these small tribes to unite. Without them, they would be unable to resist the invaders. If they couldn't resist the invaders, the construction of Jinshan City would be interrupted, and Wang Shan would have to send troops to fight the invaders. This was something Wang Shan didn't want to see. While the empire was certain to win in the end, it would also bring construction to halt. For Wang Shan, the priority now wasn't to deal with the invaders, but to complete and operationalize Jinshan City as quickly as possible. Only after its completion could he devote all his energy to expanding into the west. This was also part of his plan. Therefore, uniting the small tribes and forming a large one would solve this problem. After all, if these scattered small tribes united, their numbers would be considerable. And they have my support behind them. Weapons, food, salt, ironware. With these supplies, defeating the invaders won't be a difficult task. As long as they can hold out, things will become much easier next year. Furthermore, even if Wang Shan supports the Cook tribe as their leader, he can still keep them under control. After all, through trade with the Indians, Wang Shan controls their salt and food. If they don't want to starve, they must obey the empire. If they don't, well, they'll have a tough winter. It's already late August or early September, and while the weather is still hot, it will soon be autumn. The weather will gradually turn colder. Winters in the Americas are not easy. Food will be extremely scarce, and the Indians will basically stay indoors during the winter. This is because they lack warm clothing to withstand the cold temperatures of the American continent. Unless they have the empire's black-hearted cotton products, they will be confined to their tents during the winter. Without food and salt, life would be impossible. Since Wang Shan began trading with them, the tribes affiliated with the empire had stopped hunting. Their daily routine consisted of collecting yellow stones to exchange with Wang Shan for the goods they needed. Compared to hunting, this was much easier. And precisely because they had reduced their hunting, winter became even more difficult. In previous years, the Indians would have engaged in extensive hunting during this season and then began to salt their meat. But now, their focus was entirely on collecting stones, as it provided an easy way to obtain food. Therefore, without Wang Shan and his men continuing to trade during the winter, they would starve. Summer was a minor issue, but the feeling of starvation in winter was unbearable. Wang Shan took this into consideration, so he wasn't worried about the Cook tribe taking any action against him. Furthermore, if the Cook tribe became the leader, they would have to solve the food problem and fill everyone's stomachs to win their support. And Wang Shan was the only one who could provide them with enough food. Therefore, they dared not offend Wang Shan. If the Cook tribe turned against him, Wang Shan could easily support others to replace the Cook tribe as the new leader. This was not difficult at all. As long as he controlled the salt and food, they would obey him. After a brief conversation with Xiang Ying, Wang Shan sent people to contact the leaders and elders of the smaller tribes, as Xiang Ying had requested. Soon, the leaders and elders arrived. Once everyone had gathered, Wang Shan asked Xiang Ying to speak. Thus, following Xiang Ying's proposal, a large tribe was born in Jinshan. Of course, the eventual joining of this large tribe and becoming citizens under the empire's rule was a matter for the future. However, now that they had united, their first priority was to defeat the invaders. Wang Shan sat aside, watching Xiang Ying discuss the merger with the leaders and elders of the smaller tribes. He smiled and didn't interrupt. because Shangying had been the first to come into contact with the Song Empire and was the tribe most familiar with it. The Kuk tribe, at Shangying's insistence, became the leader of the merged tribes. Of course, Shangying was the nominal leader, but under him lay the Council of Elders, composed of elders from each tribe. Nothing could be done without the majority approval of the Council of Elders. So, it seemed Shangying was little more than a figurehead. However, the fact that things had gotten this far was already quite impressive. At the very least, Wang Shan felt that this Council of Elders had a parliamentary feel. This was the early 17th century, not some new era of the 21st. The Indians weren't opposed to the merger because they were fully aware of the dire situation. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't have migrated to the unfinished Jinshan city for protection. Therefore, when Shangying proposed the merger, there was generally little opposition. Everyone was concerned about the future placement of the former chiefs and elders after the merger. After all, they were high-ranking officials with privileges. If they were suddenly relegated to the status of ordinary tribesmen, they would undoubtedly struggle to adapt. It was precisely with this in mind that Zhao established a council of elders, granting them status, position, and considerable privileges, leaving little difference from the past. If anything, it was greater power and the ability to govern more tribesmen. This was a truly significant benefit for them. Consequently, there was no resistance to the merger. Otherwise, there would have been a heated argument. Shen, the merger is almost complete, but we're still short of weapons. After agreeing on the merger with the elders, Zhao, as the new tribal leader, began discussing tribal matters with Wang Shan. How many weapons do you need? Wang Shan asked. The eagle pondered for a moment. Once we're united, we'll have a population of about 50,000. 5,000 warriors shouldn't be a problem, so we need 5,000 machetes. He offered a huge number. Wang Shan grinned. That's more than enough for you, but why not consider muskets? They're far more powerful than machetes. The eagle shook his head. We have bows and arrows, enough for any battle. Muzzles are too loud, and the tribesmen aren't used to them. Hearing the eagle's words, Wang Shan shrugged helplessly and spread his hands. All right, then, as you requested, 5,000 machetes. But can you come up with that much gold? Wang Shan looked at the eagle curiously. 5,000 machetes, purchased from the virtual world, would only cost 50 or 60 yuan each. But from the eagles, they could be exchanged for 50 grams of gold each. This was a truly lucrative trade. After all, the Indians on the west coast were different from those on the east coast. The Indians of the east coast were the first to encounter modern civilization, thanks to the European voyages of discovery, which exposed them to the world over 100 years before the Indians of the west coast. Coupled with the indoctrination of the British and French on the east coast of America, the Indians there have, over this period, begun to accept foreign culture and products. This explains why Zhao Honggai's muskets sell so well there. But things are different on the west coast. Zhao Honggai and his tribe are the first outsiders to encounter these west coast tribes. Therefore, their understanding of muskets is not as good as their east coast counterparts. This problem gives Wang Shan a headache. They prefer iron weapons to powerful muskets, and this mindset is unlikely to change in a short period of time. We have enough gold, don't worry about that. Zhao wasn't worried about the stones, although the quantity was a bit large this time, they could still pick it up. Trading those useless stones for 5,000 solid iron machetes was a perfect bargain. Originally, Zhao was worried that the quantity this time was too large, and Wang Shan might not agree. But when he heard what Wang Shan said, and then saw his reaction, he finally felt relieved. Are you just buying machetes? I also have spears here. Do you need them? The price is not expensive, and they are also made of iron. Wang Shan took the opportunity to sell. Spears, of course you need them. Zhao eyes lit up when he heard this. How much is the price? The Indians in the west are different from those in the east. If it weren't for the arrival of Zhao Honggaiu and others, these tribes would basically still use wooden weapons. At most, they would grind some stone chips to make them sharper and use them as weapons. As for iron tools, that is unthinkable. To be continued. Novel Network. Chapter 613 Such a spear. An iron spear. Can I see it first? To say Zhao wasn't tempted would be a lie. Even the warriors of his tribe still used wooden spears. While they were incredibly sharp, they were ultimately weak. It was obvious that wooden spears couldn't possibly be as strong as iron ones. Wang Shan smiled, then turned and shouted, "Bring in the spear." A moment later, A genetic warrior entered, carrying a long iron spear. If Zhao Hongai were here, he'd surely burst out laughing at the sight of this spear. It wasn't a spear at all, but a javelin used in athletic competitions. However, it could still kill, and the tip was polished to a very sharp point, so calling it a spear was perfectly appropriate. Besides, those 17th century Indians knew nothing. Therefore, if Wang Shan called it a spear, it was definitely a spear. Isn't it true? When Eagle saw the iron-clad javelin, oh, a spear, his eyes immediately changed. Wang Shan looked at Eagle, his eyes aglow, and thought about the origins of the javelin used in the games. About 2 weeks ago, Chen Zhanbang contacted Wang Shan and, with a fawning look on his face, asked for a favor. As for Chen Zhanbang, it can be said that none of Zhao Hongai's subordinates, who had been given access to the system, knew how despicable he was. In short, no one had a good impression of him. At the time, Wang Shan thought that this guy was short of money and came to him for money. Who knew? When Wang Shan asked, he found that this was not the case at all. It turned out that since Chen Zhanbang was promoted to the city, he had been having a passionate affair with a woman in her 30s who worked in the education system within the virtual world. Isn't it true that the younger brother of the woman who had an affair with Chen Zhanbang contracted a small workshop, originally planning to monopolize the sports equipment supply for the city's schools? However, for some reason, the small workshop could only produce a few javelins. Now, tens of thousands of javelins are unsaleable. Which school in the city would need so many javelins? This is simply a joke, but the money can't be lost like this. The woman finally found Chen Zhanbang and finally got his promise in bed. Isn't it true? Chen Zhanbang found Wang Shan, hoping to solve the problem. The javelins were not expensive, only 70 yuan each. In later times, they would be sold to junk collectors. But in the 17th century, it was different. Although Wang Shan saw the value in them, he remained calm. Instead, he looked very embarrassed. Finally, after Chen Zhanbang's repeated pleas, he reluctantly accepted 50,000 javelins. Of course, these javelins had now become spears. Great stuff. Really great stuff. Zhao stroked the smooth shaft, then looked at the sharp tip. If this thing stabbed someone, it would absolutely tear a bloody hole. No doubt about it. What's the price for this spear? Zhao asked excitedly. 100 grams of gold per spear. Wang Shan extended a finger and waved it in front of Zhao. Deal. Wang Shan had been a little worried that Zhao would balk at the high price and was about to bargain with him. Unexpectedly, Zhao immediately agreed after hearing the price. Wang Shan hadn't expected Zhao to even consider bargaining. After all, in the eyes of Zhao and his people, exchanging those easily found stones for such an iron weapon was already a great bargain. If they kept bullying these clueless Song people, they would be embarrassed. As a person, you should have some boundaries. That's why Zhao didn't bargain with Wang Shan. Wang Shan couldn't possibly know what these Indians were thinking. If he did, his expression would surely be horrifying. Everyone, come and see. This is an iron spear. With this weapon, combined with a machete, the invaders are doomed. Zhao turned and shouted to the assembled elders and leaders of the small tribes. After all, now that they had agreed to merge, they were now our own. Hearing Zhao words, everyone gathered around. Wow! This spear is so sharp. A stab to the body would kill you. Excellent, excellent. This one's made of iron, too, much stronger than a wooden one. Our enemies also have spears, but theirs are made of wood, and not nearly as long. It seems like if we use this spear, we'll definitely have the upper hand. For a moment, everyone was talking at once. However, when they saw the spear, they all expressed excitement. How many of these spears do we have? Zhao asked, turning back. Wang Shan smiled and replied, 50,000. Wow! That many spears, more than enough for every member of the newly merged tribe. And the amount of stones to collect would also increase. But what did it matter? Anyway, we'd just have everyone pick up more when the time came. After all, there were plenty of those stones around here. We'll take them all. Shang Ying discussed it with the others, then turned around and made a resounding decision. Wang Shan was practically laughing. Iron javelins, worth only 70 yuan each, were being sold for 100 grams of gold each. And 50,000 at once. Such a lucrative deal is truly rare. But thanks to Shang Ying and the others, they treated gold like trash, and they weren't very good with the numbers. Okay, I can deliver these javelins in advance. You can pay me back in gold later. After all, we're good friends, over 3 million yuan worth of goods, yet they sold for a whopping price. Wang Shan had been a great good man. He'd reaped both fame and fortune. As expected, Wang Shan's words stirred not only Eagle but also the leaders and elders of the smaller tribes. Look at them, look at them. That's what righteousness is all about. Damn, being friends and brothers with them is the right thing to do. They're the real good guys. Eagle immediately patted his chest and loudly pledged, I'll make sure the new tribe pays off their debts. If they don't, Eagle, and the entire new tribe will be XXX, well, that was the most venomous oath any Indian had ever made. Not to mention that it involved a new tribe. Actually, it was clear from this that Eagle was no fool. He knew he had to involve the entire new tribe. Following Eagle's promise, the future elders followed suit. That was 50,000 iron spears. They knew all too well how much more powerful the new tribe would be if they possessed them. By then, wouldn't those invaders wielding wooden spears be driven to flight? Military force is the greatest safeguard of the entire era. The Indians themselves knew this. Alright, I trust you. Then send some men now to receive these spears and machetes. If you have gold, pay a portion now. The remaining amount will be repaid later, Wang Shan said with affectation and generosity. The Eagle and the others were deeply moved by Wang Shan's generosity. You are truly our friends. It's the greatest fortune of my life for me, the Eagle, to have met you. Wang Shan smiled and waved his hand. I won't stay here. I have much to attend to. You should stay and discuss. I'm sure you have much to say about the new tribe. My men will present the details to you in a moment, so you can review them and understand them. With that, Wang Shan left the tent. In fact, Wang Shan had long since realized that the Eagle and the leaders and elders of the smaller tribes still had much to discuss. It's just that, because of where he was, they couldn't talk. Since he could already see through it, why bother continuing? Wang Shan still had some good sense. He wondered what these guys were talking about. Wang Shan left the tent and summoned a genetic warrior, whispering to him. Send a few men to secretly listen around the tents and see what they're talking about. Remember, don't let them find out. Having given these instructions, Wang Shan left immediately. The genetic warrior, receiving Wang Shan's order, immediately gathered a dozen or so genetic warriors and set up a perimeter around the tents. While it looked like a security presence, they were actually eavesdropping on Shang Ying and the others' conversation. Over the past 2.5 months, through their interactions with these Indians, they had more or less learned some of the local Indian language. While the language here differed from that of those to the east, there were some similarities, making it easy to understand. Brothers, we are from the same tribe from now on. I have something to say to you all, so that you can think about it and see if it makes sense. After Wang Shan left, Shang Ying and the others were not busy taking away the weapons. Instead, they started a discussion on another issue. Then, Shang Ying talked in detail about the Cook tribe's future development of their tribes, as well as their contact with the Song people and their prospects. In the end, Shang Ying told everyone about the future of the new tribe, that is, the idea of joining the Song people, without hiding anything. On this issue, everyone had to take it seriously. Fortunately, they had a good impression of Wang Shan and the others. As for whether he could convince them, this was not something Wang Shan could control. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian for monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Term to Read Novel Network. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614. Hideyuki Kikuchi is very dissatisfied. Who are you? In the east, near Osaka, Japan, on a small plain, the battle between the Song Empire and Osaka Castle had just concluded. As Zhao Hongai was conversing with a geneticist, a man in a nearby Shiger guard rose from a pile of corpses. He spoke something that was somewhat difficult to understand. The Ashigure-clad figure hiding among the corpses was none other than a Tokugawa remnant wanted by the Ishida shogunate, a member of the IGA ninja who assisted the last female member of the Tokugawa clan. At the time, seeking more reliable information, he took a risk and, while everyone was at a loss, remove the clothing from a dead Shigeru and then lay down among the bodies. Coincidentally, the place was not far from Zhao Hongyu, so he could clearly hear the conversation between Zhao Hongyu and his men. As luck would have it, Zhao Hongyu spoke Mandarin. While the tone and intonation differed from those of the Ming dynasty, Kikuchi Hideyuki could still understand. Coincidentally, he overheard Zhao Hongyu mentioning his desire to train Iguchi Zazo, a former fisherman. He also mentioned his intention to engage the shogunate's army, inflicting a blow and showing them that they were not to be trifled with. In this scenario, he could establish a concession in Kyushu. This meant letting the shogunate know his power and forcing them to carve out a territory. At that moment, Kikuchi Hideyuki couldn't hold back. Iguchi Zazo was a fisherman, a most despicable person. This had been clearly revealed in the conversation between Zhao Hongyu and his men. Therefore, Kikuchi Hideyuki felt it would be a shame to let such an opportunity go to a man named Iguchi Zazo. Besides, they were all remnants of the Tokugawa clan and needed support and territory even more than Iguchi Zazo. Furthermore, they held significant advantages over Iguchi Zazo. For example, their status as Tokugawa ladies alone was far superior to Iguchi's. Furthermore, Miss Tokugawa is surrounded by loyal men like these. And who knows how many other Tokugawa retainers are hiding in Japan. If Miss Tokugawa can gain support, secure a piece of land, and use the Tokugawa family's name, those former retainers will surely gather again. With their assistance, the Tokugawa family will surely revive rapidly. This is precisely why Iguchi Zazo simply cannot compare. His status is too low, so he won't attract samurai or scholars. Without them, he would have no chance of success. Even with the support of those foreigners, it wouldn't work. His background already determines his fate. Therefore, it's better to support them than that guy. At least, the Tokugawa family name is still very useful. Moreover, if those foreigners don't support them, they can take this opportunity to establish good relations with them and become familiar with them. If they can no longer stay in Japan, they can go to those foreigners' hometowns. After all, as long as Miss Tokugawa's safety is guaranteed, leaving Japan is not a problem. Life in Japan is becoming increasingly difficult. It was with this in mind, and after thoroughly considering the situation, that Kikuchi Hideyuki bravely stood up and revealed himself. If there is a more suitable collaborator than that person, then your highness, would you be willing to cooperate? These were the words Kikuchi Hideyuki spoke loudly to Zhao Hongyu after he appeared. Kikuchi Hideyuki spoke in Ming dialect, not Japanese. The geneticist and Obama beside Zhao Hongyu were about to draw their guns and pull the trigger, but Zhao Hongyu stopped them. Sitting on his horse, Zhao Hongyu carefully examined Kikuchi Hideyuki. He saw Kikuchi, dressed like a foot soldier, yet tall and sturdy, and his eyes lit up. He had never imagined that such a formidable man existed in Japan. Indeed, Kikuchi Hideyuki's height was considered a giant in Japan. At over 1.8 meters tall, he could definitely be called a giant. You've been lurking here for a while, haven't you? Tell me who you are? What did you mean by what you just said? Zhao Hongyu didn't spurt forward, because his sixth sense told him that the man was dangerous. As for why he felt this way, Zhao Hongyu also found it strange. However, he decided to trust his sixth sense. It's better to be safe than sorry. History has been changed beyond recognition here. If something unexpected happened, it would be really hard to control. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu became cautious. Although the genetic guards and Obama didn't pull the trigger, their guns remained pointed at Kikuchi Hideyuki, and they didn't move. It was clear that they also sensed the danger from Kikuchi Hideyuki across from them. I mean no harm, otherwise you wouldn't be alive today. Kikuchi Hideyuki smiled at Zhao Hongyu with a proud tone. However, Zhao Hongyu's face didn't show any emotion, which surprised Kikuchi Hideyuki. Most people would have expressed some degree of displeasure or annoyance upon hearing this, but Zhao Hongyu's reaction was rare. However, this still satisfied Kikuchi Hideyuki. I am one of the IGA-10, a retainer of the Tokugawa family. You may call me Shura Kikuchi, or you may call me by my given name, Kikuchi Hideyuki. He then stated his name and nickname, as well as the fact that he was a retainer of the Tokugawa family. A retainer of the Tokugawa family? Zhao Hongyu was stunned by Kikuchi Hideyuki's words. Hadn't the Tokugawa family been destroyed? After the Battle of Sekigahara, the Tokugawa family lost, while the Ishida family triumphed. With the Ishida family's victory, every member of the Tokugawa family was beheaded. Why was another retainer of the Tokugawa family now appearing? This was a bit odd. You said you were a retainer of the Tokugawa family, but I'm a little puzzled. Did they say you were annihilated by the Ishida shogunate? Since they had questions, they had to ask them. There was no such thing as embarrassment. Your Highness, what you say is true. The Tokugawa family was indeed destroyed, but the Tokugawa bloodline was not cut off. Hattori Hanzo risked his life to rescue a legitimate daughter of the Tokugawa family, the young lady we serve now. Therefore, the Tokugawa family has not perished. Oh, so that's how it is. There is still a woman in the Tokugawa family alive. After hearing Kikuchi Hideyuki's words, Zhao Hongyu had a general understanding. So you are from the Tokugawa family, but life must be tough for you now. Zhao Hongyu didn't know why they were looking for him if they were Tokugawa family members. Could it be that they wanted him to help revive the Tokugawa family? However, it didn't seem impossible. It was just a matter of what benefits he would get from it. Zhao Hongyu seemed to understand a little. But regardless, the Tokugawa family was no longer a force to be reckoned with. They were even wanted by the Ishida shogunate. It was true that life was getting worse by the day. As the saying goes, a phoenix that has shed its feathers is no better than a chicken, so there was no need to be nice to them. After all, they must have something to ask of me. If I treated them kindly, these Japanese might not be used to it, and might even take advantage of me. It's just that the Japanese are inherently mean. Yes, the Ishida shogunate's oppression of us is getting worse by the day. It's safe to say we have no hope of reviving the Tokugawa family. If we were to remain anonymous, we might still be able to live in peace, but we dare not forget Hattori-sama and Tokugawa-sama's legacy. Kikuchi Hideyuki finished, kneeling on the ground. Since you can even support that fisherman, then I beg you to support our young lady Tokugawa as well. At least supporting our young lady Tokugawa is better than supporting that fisherman, baka. Zhao Hongyu immediately turned hostile and cursed at Kikuchi Zixing. Kikuchi Hideyuki let out a sigh and knelt obediently, not moving. Damn it. The Japanese are just mean. Even after being insulted, they're still so honest. What else could they be but mean-spirited? Zhao Hongyu felt secretly pleased. In later times, the Japanese and Europeans in China were all powerful figures. But ever since Zhao Hongyu arrived in the 17th century, he'd been punching the European bitches and kicking the Japanese bastards. The sense of relief he felt was simply indescribable. Especially when the European bannermen kept calling him slave, hearing that was such a comforting feeling. Who the hell are you? Do I need you to think about these things for me? Zhao Hongyu said with a look of immense disdain, looking down at Kikuchi Hideyuki from afar. Who I support is my business, and none of your business. Besides, what good would it bring me if I supported you? What good could you possibly give me? Ugh. Kikuchi Hideyuki froze at that, not knowing how to respond. Indeed, he'd begged them to support Miss Tokugawa, but what good could they offer them? You have to know that the Tokugawa family has fallen on hard times, having nothing to offer. Could they possibly give Miss Tokugawa to her as a wife? That's unrealistic, because it's clear they're taking advantage. Indeed, for Tokugawa Ko right now, being with Zhao Hongyu is definitely a benefit for her and the IGA clan. After all, they can't give Zhao Hongyu anything. So, Kikuchi Hideyuki was truly stumped by the question. However, he refused to give in. After all, the strength displayed by these foreigners was astonishing, and their warships were formidable. Even if they couldn't defeat the approaching shogunate army, they could still take them away on their warships. So, Kikuchi Hideyuki decided to rely on these foreigners no matter what. He was baffled by his shameless desire to cling to them, but a recurring thought kept resonating in his mind, as if telling him to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Kikuchi Hideyuki was also completely baffled by this thought. But after gritting his teeth, he decided to follow his heart. Besides, they were truly desperate. Their businesses in Osaka commercial town had been their last hope of survival, but they had all been destroyed by the bombardment. Furthermore, he had previously encountered the Koga ninjas, and word of their discovery would likely soon reach the shogunate. By then, the hunt for them would surely intensify. In such a situation, they needed to find a backer. After all, things had reached this point, hadn't they? Your Highness, we can't offer you any benefits right now. After all, the Tokugawa family is no longer the same as it once was. But I have one question, If we can't offer you any benefits or advantages, what benefits or advantages can that former fisherman offer you? Kikuchi Hideyuki was clever. You mean we can't offer you any benefits or advantages? He asked. Then I'll ask that guy, Iguchi Zazo, what benefits or advantages he can offer you. After all, in terms of status and reputation, that guy couldn't even compare to them. Therefore, Kikuchi Hideyuki felt that if he could just make this prince understand this principle, he could then persuade Zhao Hongyu to support them. After all, this foreigner should understand such an obvious principle. A fisherman or a single woman with retainers and a reputation, who would benefit more from supporting? Anyone who wasn't a fool would know. Having said this, Kikuchi Hideyuki knelt down, staring intently at Zhao Hongyu, awaiting his response. He wanted to see how this foreigner would answer him. HMPH, don't be fooled by my bulky build, but I'm no fool. Kikuchi Hideyuki felt a small puff of pride. Zhao Hongyu, seated on his warhorse, looked thoughtful. Soon, Zhao Hongyu raised his eyelids and looked at the kneeling Kikuchi Hideyuki. Not far away, in the dark forest, perched on the branches of several densely leafed trees, Hattori Chizuru and the others stood whispering. This guy Kikuchi Hideyuki is talking to that foreigner. Does anyone know what he is talking about? It seems like they are talking very heatedly. Will they start fighting soon? Hattori Chizuru put her left hand on the hilt of her samurai sword and asked her companions with some concern. There are 3 samurai swords on each side of Hattori Chizuru's waist, totaling 6 samurai swords. God knows what the 6 samurai swords are used for. Could it be that this little girl named Hattori Chizuru uses them to show off? To be continued, Novel Network. Chapter 615, Supporting the Wellhead is a Good Deal. Faced with Kikuchi Hideyuki's counter-question, Zhao Hongyu was momentarily unsure how to respond. Indeed, just as Kikuchi Hideyuki had asked, what benefits and advantages could Iguchi Zazo bring him? Clearly, Iguchi Zazo was inferior to Kikuchi and his colleagues in some respects. After all, Iguchi Zazo was merely a fisherman. And the Tokugawa lady Kikuchi Hideyuki mentioned was, after all, a descendant of the Tokugawa family, far more prestigious and popular than Iguchi Zazo. However, Zhao Hongyu still had something to say. He simply couldn't let Kikuchi Hideyuki have his way. Zhao Hongyu could see that Kikuchi Hideyuki must have overheard his conversation with Obama and saw that he was intent on supporting Iguchi Zazo. So, Kikuchi Hideyuki thought, if they could support Iguchi Zazo, why couldn't they also support the Tokugawa family? Furthermore, in that comparison, supporting the Tokugawa girl was far superior to supporting Iguchi Zazo, a fisherman. Furthermore, facing the Ishida shogunate's suppression, life for the Tokugawa clan has become extremely difficult. It's practically impossible for them to survive in Japan. Therefore, they desperately need external help to escape Japan or gain practical support to help them reverse their current unfavorable situation. The problem is, how can external aid be so easily obtained? The Tokugawa clan currently lacks access to the forces of the Ming dynasty, Korea, Southeast Asian nations, the southern barbarians, and even pirates. After all, the Ishida clan is now in power. As defeated Tokugawa remnants, they can no longer function the same way they did before. If they rashly approach these individuals for help, they will undoubtedly be betrayed immediately. There's no other way around it. However, if they refuse to seek help, they must abandon their ambition to revive the Tokugawa clan and settle down as ordinary people. The problem is, with the exception of Tokugawa Keo, everyone else, even Hattori Chizuru, also wants to revive the Tokugawa clan. There was no other way. They had been so brainwashed that they had lived their entire lives for this very purpose. Therefore, the idea of living in anonymity like ordinary people was simply unworkable. However, they wouldn't do anything as foolish as simply committing suicide. Now, with such an opportunity before them, how could Kikuchi Hideyuki not find a way to seize it? If this were to succeed, they wouldn't be able to revive the Tokugawa clan. At the very least, they could leave Japan with these foreigners and find a very safe place to recuperate. It would definitely be better than living in fear here in Japan. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu and his men had destroyed their property and their last stronghold in the commercial town with their artillery bombardment. Now they could finally return home. Therefore, it was understandable that they sought out Zhao Hongyu. Besides, Zhao Hongyu had just commanded his soldiers in battle against the Osaka troops. They had witnessed the imperial soldiers' fighting prowess. Such a powerful foreign ally, one that was hostile to the Ishida shogunate, was an ideal target for Kikuchi Hideyuki and his men to cooperate with or even join. After bombarding the Osaka commercial district and engaging in battles with Osaka soldiers and feudal lords, inflicting numerous casualties on the Japanese, Zhao Hongyu and his men completely eliminated any possibility of reconciliation with the Ishida shogunate. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu and his men had only a few options. One was to immediately depart from Japan. Once they left, the Ishida shogunate would be completely powerless against them. After all, even if Japan was still a threat, it was still in Japan. Without Japan, their power would likely be diminished. The other option was to defeat the Ishida shogunate, demonstrating their strength and ensuring they would never again harbor any ulterior motives against Zhao Hongyu and his men. This required a strong military presence and a truly devastating blow. These were the two options open to Zhao Hongyu. There was no other option. It was absolutely impossible for Zhao Hongyu to negotiate peace with the shogunate. The main reason was that Zhao Hongyu's actions had utterly humiliated the shogunate, and any force with a bit of courage would not give up. Furthermore, the Ishida shogunate had only been established for a dozen years, less than 20. Their control over Japan was not yet strong. Furthermore, the Ishida family's defeat of the Tokugawa shogunate had greatly weakened the power of the allied daimyo, leaving many afraid to speak out. Therefore, the Ishida shogunate still had many potential enemies. However, with peace now prevailing, Japan needed greater stability. Therefore, while the Ishida shogunate and the daimyo were at odds, they could maintain a good relationship on the surface. However, the arrival of Zhao Hongyu and his men presented the Ishida shogunate with a significant challenge. If the Ishida shogunate failed to handle the situation properly, its prestige would be severely damaged, and its control over Japan would be jeopardized. At the same time, it would also expose the shogunate's weaknesses, prompting some to become increasingly restless. Therefore, to prove their strength, the shogunate would undoubtedly pursue Zhao Hongyu and his men to the bitter end. There was no possibility of reconciliation between the shogunate and Zhao Hongyu, nor between the shogunate and the remnants of the Tokugawa clan. In a sense, the Tokugawa clan and Zhao Hongyu faced the same pressures and enemies. Therefore, Kikuchi Hideyuki saw some hope. That fellow Uchizazo is indeed a fisherman. And he comes from a humble background. But so what? I think we can support him. Zhao Hongyu finally spoke to Kikuchi Hideyuki's question. I remember there's a saying in the East, are kings, princes, generals, and ministers born of different species. Kikuchi Hideyuki knelt, quietly observing Zhao Hongyu. No one is born rich and noble. I think you should acknowledge that, Zhao Hongyu asked Kikuchi Hideyuki. Kikuchi Hideyuki did acknowledge this, but he remained silent. Although Kikuchi Hideyuki didn't respond, Zhao Hongyu continued his conversation. Actually, if you're really comparing yourself to Gucci, then I can only say this to you. Zhao Hongyu's eyes flickered. Kikuchi Hideyuki also grew serious. He knew that the young man across from him, who could decide their fate, was about to tell the truth. Iguchi Zazo is more obedient than you, and I can control him better. But you can't. That's the biggest difference between you two, Zhao Hongyu, with a sly smile, told Kikuchi Hideyuki the truth, a harsh yet blunt truth. Kikuchi Hideyuki froze in place. He couldn't imagine that this was the reason. Zhao Hongyu's words plunged Kikuchi Hideyuki into deep thought. Kikuchi Hideyuki carefully considered what Zhao Hongyu had just said. And finally admitted that compared to them, Iguchi Zazo was indeed easy to control and very obedient. Supporting such a guy was indeed better than supporting people like them. However, supporting Iguchi Zazo also has its disadvantages, while supporting these Tokugawa remnants also has its advantages. Hadn't the young man across from him considered these issues? No. He certainly had. He just didn't want to say it. In Kikuchi Hideyuki's opinion, the young man across from him was a very intelligent young man. You can't underestimate him just because of his age, or you'll suffer a great loss. Zhao Hongyu was silent for a moment before continuing, once I support Iguchi, he won't dare betray me. His background already foreshadows that those around him will never be loyal. Therefore, he can serve as my agent in Japan, and I won't have to worry about his betrayal. With that, Zhao Hongyu glanced at Kikuchi Hideyuki. But you guys are different. Kikuchi Hideyuki had reason to believe this, because it was indeed the truth. He knew the young man before him was very intelligent and considered things very comprehensively. But he hadn't expected this young man to be so clever as to even consider this issue. In reality, Kikuchi Hideyuki had no idea that the eloquent young man before him possessed a soul far more profound than his appearance. Therefore, he couldn't be analyzed from a youthful perspective. Zhao Hongyu ignored Kikuchi Hideyuki's thoughts and continued loudly, "You have your own goals and ambitions. Your loyalty lies with the Tokugawa family, not with me. If I support your revival, while you might be respectful to me for a short time, once you gain a certain level of power, I'm sure unpleasant things will happen between us, but that's impossible with Iguchi Zazo. Therefore, I believe supporting him is more cost-effective than supporting you, both in the short and long term." Kikuchi Hideyuki had nothing more to say. What Zhao Hongyu said was true, and he couldn't refute it. They couldn't offer Zhao Hongyu any benefits, nor could they reassure him about them. So how could they possibly compare to Iguchi Zazo? Perhaps Iguchi was just lucky. However, Kikuchi Hideyuki had another idea. Since these foreigners couldn't get through here, why not try another one? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please read here. P.S. The weather has changed, and I have a cold. It's very uncomfortable, but I am still persisting in writing 10,000 words. Chapter 616. This ninja is very strange. Kikuchi Hideyuki's mind was indeed quick. Despite his stocky build, he possessed a subtle yet refined mind, a gift that wasn't entirely unfounded. He fixed his gaze on Iguchi, who was gathering and selecting the wounded soldiers. He wondered if they could establish some kind of relationship with him if these foreigners couldn't get help. After all, if these foreigners truly supported Iguchi, he might even become a minor feudal lord in the future. If the young lady married him, it would be like tying him to the Tokugawa chariot, indirectly securing the foreigners' support. However, this method was best avoided until the very last step. After all, Iguchi's background was truly humble, and marrying him would be a step above his station. Furthermore, there was no guarantee the young lady would agree. Iguchi Zazo was truly unattractive. Not only was he ungainly, but he also looked like a rat. With such a distinguished appearance, it would be strange if the young lady could even be interested in him. If it were the young man before him, that would be more accurate, but his young lady was a bit unworthy. Kikuchi Hideyuki had infiltrated the main camp before, so he knew Zhao Hongyu's identity. The crown prince of the Song Empire from America, the future heir to the empire. Such an identity alone was beyond the reach of the now impoverished Tokugawa Ko. Alice. Now all he could do was take it one step at a time. No matter what, he had to seize this opportunity. If he let it go, he would surely regret it. Such thoughts kept popping up in Kikuchi Hideyuki's mind, leaving him feeling completely baffled. I say, you're not planning on targeting another wellhead again, are you? Zhao Hongyu was no fool. He noticed Kikuchi Hideyuki glancing at the wellhead from time to time, so it was no surprise that he could guess what this self-proclaimed IGA ninja was thinking. But Zhao Hongyu also found it a bit amusing. This guy suddenly appeared, wanting to be his collaborator and requesting his support. After facing a minor setback from him, he actually had a new target. It seems the Japanese are quite true. Actually, Zhao Hongyu had somewhat misjudged Kikuchi Hideyuki. Kikuchi Hideyuki wasn't a fickle person, he was simply anxious. You know, they're at their wits' end now. If they don't find a solution, who knows what kind of mishaps will happen. It would be easy if they died. If anything happened to Tokugawa Ko and Hattori Chizuru, they would be doing a disservice to the deceased Tokugawa Ieyasu and Hattori Hanzo. It was precisely because of the current situation and crisis they faced that Kikuchi Hideyuki was so anxious to find a strong supporter or a patron to help them escape the crisis they faced. Unfortunately, his discussions with the young man had yielded no results, leaving him with no hope at all. So, Kikuchi Hideyuki had no choice but to think of another way. If Zhao Hongyu truly rejected him, then he would have another path to follow. Compared to Zhao Hongyu, Iguchi, a fisherman, seemed easier to manipulate. Moreover, if he could marry Miss Tokugawa Ko, it would be a true blessing from his ancestors. Surely, this guy would be laughing so hard that his nose would burst. However, his little trick had been seen through by this young man, which was a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, Kikuchi Hideyuki was thick-skinned, and given the midnight darkness, Zhao Hongyu didn't notice the reddening face. Can you speak for all of you? Zhao Hongyu asked. Kikuchi remained silent. Honestly, what he had said to Zhao Hongyu only represented himself, not everyone. Even Miss Tokugawa Ko didn't know he had shared these things with Zhao Hongyu. After a moment's thought, Kikuchi Hideyuki bowed deeply to the ground, offering a profound salute before Zhao Hongyu. My companions don't yet know what I've discussed with you, but I'm confident I can convince them. I'm just wondering if your highness could give me a reassurance so I can discuss this with them. Indeed, Zhao Hongyu hadn't offered a single straightforward word, so how could Kikuchi Hideyuki possibly speak to them? I can't promise you anything right now, and you haven't made any promises to me either. But I can meet your companions and the young lady you're loyal to, Miss Tokugawa. There are some things you can't decide, right? But I can offer you a chance to meet. If Miss Tokugawa can discuss this with me, and if I feel you're worthy of support, then perhaps what you're hoping for is possible. Zhao Hongyu's words were absolutely correct. He truly couldn't make any promises rashly. After all, Kikuchi Hideyuki had come to him personally to discuss supporting the Tokugawa family. Zhao Hongyu didn't necessarily have to support the Tokugawas. With Zhao Hongyu's cheats and the vast American empire, supporting someone in Japan wouldn't be easy. Therefore, he wasn't in a rush. The one who is anxious should be Kikuchi Hideyuki. Furthermore, given Kikuchi Hideyuki's status, even if this matter needed to be discussed, it should be with the Tokugawa lady he was loyal to. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyu could also assess the Tokugawa lady's character and consider whether she was worthy of support. Zhao Hongyu didn't want to look like a fool, supporting a vicious dog that would later bite him. A dog should always be docile. In fact, Zhao Hongyu thought Iguchi Zazo was quite good. Timid, obedient, and cowardly. However, Iguchi Zazo had a major flaw, his background. In Japan at this time, this was a necessary issue for his development. It wasn't a big deal in the early days, but once development took hold, this flaw would become fatal. After all, this wasn't the Warring States period anymore. Examples of grassroots individuals becoming daimyo are rare these days. Some talented individuals wouldn't look down on someone of Iguchi's background. Therefore, Iguchi's approach is comparable to Tokugawa's. Regardless, despite the defeat at the Battle of Sekigahara, Tokugawa's reputation remains resounding. However, under the oppression of the Ishida shogunate, it's unlikely that Tokugawa will ever rise to prominence. However, if Zhao Hongyu truly supports them, leveraging the Tokugawa family's prestige, it would be very easy to recruit talented individuals and establish close ties with daimyo. This, however, wouldn't be possible for Iguchi. The daimyo looked down on him, and even downtrodden samurai wouldn't be able to serve him. This was a daunting question. Of course, whether to choose Iguchi depended on the character of the Tokugawa family. If they were difficult to control, Zhao Hongyu would prefer Iguchi, who came from a humble background. Zhao Hongyu had no intention of occupying Japan anyway. His plan was to return Japan to the turbulent state of the Warring States period. Kikuchi Hideyuki's eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Hongyu's words. How could he not understand the implication? It turned out that the young man didn't promise him because his status wasn't high enough. After all, with his status, some words and promises were useless. Therefore, it was understandable that he didn't want to discuss these matters with him. But Miss Tokugawa was different. She was the leader of his group, and they were her retainers. Therefore, as long as Tokugawa Ko made a promise, they had no choice but to abide by it and implement it. Furthermore, in terms of status, Tokugawa Ko was more qualified than Kikuchi Hideyuki, and even Miss Hattori Chizuru was more qualified than him. So, it wasn't impossible for Miss Tokugawa Ko to meet with a young man. After all, some things were best discussed face to face. That was the best way. Besides, this would demonstrate his sincerity. Otherwise, it would be truly inappropriate for a lowly retainer like himself to discuss such an important matter with the crown prince. Besides, there were many things he couldn't decide for himself. Having figured this out, Kikuchi Hideyuki bowed again. I will convey your words, your highness, to my young lady and my companions. I will give you an answer as soon as possible. With that, a puff of white smoke rose from where Kikuchi Hideyuki was kneeling. It was unknown how this white smoke appeared. Zhao Hongyu had been closely watching Kikuchi Hideyuki's every move. When the white smoke rose and was blown away by the night wind, Kikuchi Hideyuki, who was kneeling there, had disappeared. How and by what means did he disappear? No one knew. Zhao Hongyu's heart skipped a beat at this sight. Oh my god, what is going on? Could it be that ninjas really have such magical abilities? With such abilities, It would be easy for them to sneak up on me and threaten me. Zhao Hongyu suddenly thought of his own safety, and the expression on his face changed. Fortunately, Kikuchi Hideyuki had no ill will towards him. If he really had any ill will, Zhao Hongyu felt that he would probably not be able to escape. Zhao Hongyu, who was in contact with ninjas for the first time, did not take it seriously. But after he saw such a strange scene, Zhao Hongyu's heart loosened a little. Damn, if Japanese ninjas are so powerful, why didn't they appear in my time and space, in that era? Zhao Hongyu's expression kept changing, and he thought to himself, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users please go to read. P.S. My nose is running badly and I feel dizzy. Novel Network. Chapter 617 Should I report to the shogunate? Ninjas. Before Zhao Hongyu arrived in this time and space, in his previous time and space, ninjas primarily appeared in comics, cartoons, anime, and television dramas. While ninjas did exist in history, they were ultimately ordinary people, within the realm of human cognition. That is, after training, they were stronger than ordinary people and mastered certain skills, but these ninjas were far from as powerful as depicted in comics, cartoons, anime, and television dramas. These facts were universally acknowledged in that time and space, with its advanced online consulting, and even Zhao Hongyu believed so. At least, that was what they thought after meeting Kikuchi Hideyuki and hearing his introduction. Zhao Hongyu didn't think highly of Kikuchi Hideyuki just because he called him a ninja. In Zhao Hongyu's mind, these ninjas were nothing more than ancient special forces soldiers. They weren't anything special. However, when Kikuchi Hideyuki performed a strange act, vanishing right before Zhao Hongyu's eyes, Zhao Hongyu was truly shocked. Indeed, he hadn't noticed how Kikuchi Hideyuki left. After all, he had been keeping an eye on him. Although he wasn't very close to Kikuchi Hideyuki, he wasn't too far away either. Although visibility was limited by the darkness, the mere disappearance of a living being still made Zhao Hongyu's hair stand on end. This was beyond Zhao Hongyu's comprehension, even with his modern perspective from another time and space. It was precisely for this reason that Zhao Hongyu felt a chill down his spine. If the other party had vanished without a sound, they could also reappear unnoticed nearby. If their abilities truly were this powerful, wouldn't that be extremely dangerous for him? After all, with the Ishida shogunate now in power, they likely had more ninja under their command, and their quality was likely even greater. If they didn't engage in an open and honest battle and instead used ninja, he would be in great danger. Zhao Hongyu was consumed by so much thought at that moment. By the end, he was sweating profusely. Damn it, has this time and space changed? Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but ponder this question, as he felt that what he was experiencing was beginning to deviate from the normal historical framework. First, Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was supposed to establish the Tokugawa shogunate, didn't defeat Ishida Mitsunari at the Battle of Sekigahara as history had indicated. Instead, he was defeated by Ishida Mitsunari. In the end, Ieyasu and his family were beheaded, while Ishida Mitsunari established the shogunate. Initially, Zhao Hongyu didn't care much about this altered history. After all, regardless of who controlled the shogunate, historical inertia was strong. It was simply a matter of changing the family's control of Japan, not a significant event. Whether it was the Ishida shogunate or the Tokugawa shogunate, it made no difference to Zhao Hongyu. However, the appearance of such a powerful ninja before him made Zhao Hongyu worried. God knew the time and space he had entered. Was it some higher dimensional spacetime? If so, he'd have to be careful. However, Zhao Hongyu thought again and felt that this was unlikely. If it was a higher dimensional spacetime, he should have encountered something miraculous long ago, rather than establishing an empire in America and then encountering such incomprehensible things in the East. There must be some reason behind this. Could it be a magic trick that could transmigrate a living being? After all, in Zhao Hongyu's original time and space, there were some superb magicians in America who could do this. That was a legendary technique and method in the magic world. Perhaps these ninjas used the same technique and method. If that was the case, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't have to worry too much. After all, it was still within the realm of human cognition. But if it wasn't, then it would be a cause for concern. Fortunately, at least he didn't detect any malicious intent from Kikuchi Hideyuki. If Kikuchi Hideyuki had malicious intentions, would he be in danger? Zhao Hongyu felt that his opponent's elusive methods would be difficult to guard against. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Damn it! The Ishida shogunate must not send out the ninjas. At least not until I figure out why they have these methods. Otherwise, I'll be in real danger. Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but feel a surge of worry. Meanwhile, Iguchi Zazo was selecting some wounded soldiers, preparing to form a small unit to serve Zhao Hongyu. The daimyo of Osaka Castle and those samurai masters have abandoned you. You saw them flee just now. I'm sure you're unwilling to fight for such people. Iguchi Zazo's voice echoed from afar. Zhao Hongyu withdrew his gaze. He was no longer thinking about Iguchi Zazo. His attention had shifted entirely to the ninjas and the question of whether or not to accept the remnants of the Tokugawa clan. He needed to carefully consider and analyze whether supporting them would benefit him. Indeed, if there was no benefit, there was no need to support them at all. While I could support anyone, I wanted to choose someone who was obedient and easy to control. Iguchi Zazo would be a good choice. He was much easier to control than the Tokugawas. At least, even if Iguchi grew stronger, I wouldn't have to worry about him betraying me. But the remnants of the Tokugawa clan were different. Their backgrounds were completely different from Iguchi Zazo's, and they weren't as easy to control. Dividing line, Ishida Gamachi and his generals, who had already retreated, were in a state of panic. Even now, they felt as if they were still in a dream. Yes, they felt like they were having a nightmare. In this nightmare, they had been defeated by the enemy. They believed that once they woke up, they would realize that this was not the case. Unfortunately, reality was harsh. They had indeed been defeated, and it wasn't a nightmare. They had originally been excited to attack the foreigners, and they had a significant advantage in terms of military strength. They had all assumed victory was within their grasp, but no one could have foreseen the devastating defeat they would ultimately suffer. What had happened? Even now, they couldn't fathom it. They clearly had the advantage, and even at the start of the battle, they had the upper hand. Yet, in the end, they were defeated. The enemy numbered fewer than 1,000, while they possessed an army of 5,000. How pathetic. Now, besides the elite Hatamoto, Ishida Kamachi was accompanied by a dozen or so generals. Those foot soldiers and militia had long since vanished. Fear and confusion crossed the faces of Ishida Kamachi and the generals. Ishida Kamachi's face had completely lost its former cheerful demeanor. His helmet, emblazoned with a Chinese character, lay nowhere to be found. Even his katana was nowhere to be found. Tanaka rode up at this moment, joining Ishida Gadachi. Sir, the enemy isn't pursuing us. Should we rest now? Although Tanaka's character wasn't particularly impressive, he was a competent military commander. He had been observing from behind, and his observations revealed that the enemy behind them wasn't pursuing. No. We can't stop. We must return to Osaka Castle immediately. We don't have many soldiers left. Only by returning to Osaka Castle can we be safe. My heart is still beating fast. Every time I think about the battle just now, I'm still terrified. Upon hearing this, Ishida Gadachi immediately shook his head, rejecting Tanaka's proposal. At this moment, Ishida Daimyo was completely timid. Tanaka was helpless to face such a lord. But he was his lord after all. So, Tanaka had no choice but to follow Tanaka Gadachi and his defeated troops, retreating non-stop towards Omotose. But along the way, Tanaka couldn't help but ask a few questions. This battle had essentially wiped out Osaka Castle's elite troops. While a few elite Hatamoto remained, their cavalry and foot soldiers were practically useless. They had even lost over 2,000 militiamen. Word of this would eventually reach the shogunate, and who knows what punishment they would impose upon them. Tanaka's immediate task was to alert Ishida Gadachi to this matter so he could be prepared. At the very least, he had to have Ishida Gadachi write something to the shogunate to mitigate their guilt. Otherwise, if the shogunate ordered them to commit seppuku at their peril, it would be disastrous. Sir, should we inform the shogunate of today's events? After all, we were defeated today, and concealing the truth would be unacceptable, Tanaka warned Ishida Gadachi with a serious expression. This was the way things were in Japan. A defeat like this was a serious matter. A victory would be fine, but a defeat would be a serious problem. If one's luck is bad, committing seppuku is a common occurrence. Therefore, upon hearing Tanaka's warning, Ishida Kagamachi's expression immediately darkened. Indeed, his side had started off badly, perhaps even suffered a crushing defeat. Sooner or later, this news would spread, And when it did, the censure he would face would be severe. Although the Ishida shogunate now controlled Japan, many daimyo still secretly resented it. After all, upon its establishment, the Ishida shogunate immediately and forcefully weakened the power and territories of its former allies. The Ishida family wasn't exactly fair in this matter. Therefore, it was only natural that they had more enemies. Now that they finally had this opportunity, those hiding in the shadows would surely come out. After all, he was a member of the Ishida family. Furthermore, he was the lord of Osaka Castle, and the Osaka region he controlled was one of the most economically developed. Not to mention outsiders, even within the Ishida family, there were many who were jealous. He knew someone would definitely step forward and cause trouble for him. Alice, those damn foreigners, why did they come to provoke me? Japan is such a big country, why don't they go looking for trouble with others? Ishida Gadachi felt very bitter. However, he couldn't avoid Tanaka's reminder at all. Such a big thing, even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. Those foreigners bombarded the Osaka commercial town, causing immeasurable economic losses, which had nothing to do with him. It was all caused by this guy Takeuchi. He didn't have to be responsible for this matter. However, as the lord of Osaka Castle, he led the army to fight those foreigners and was defeated by them. There was no excuse for this. Damn, it was all that old guy Takeuchi Jin's fault. If he hadn't been so greedy, how could he have provoked those foreigners? If he hadn't provoked those foreigners, the bombardment of Osaka commercial town would not have happened. Why did he lead the army to fight, but was defeated by those foreigners, and there would be so many troubles in the future? At this thought, Ishida Gadachi's hatred for Takeuchi rose in his heart. However, no matter what, Ishida Gadachi couldn't do anything to Takeuchi. After all, Takeuchi had a beautiful daughter who was the shogun's favorite concubine. Sometimes, even his younger brother couldn't match his influence. But precisely because of this, Ishida Gadachi became even more furious. Of course we must report this news to the shogunate. Don't hide anything. We must explain everything clearly. Although we were defeated, we have a clear understanding of the foreign military forces. I think this will be of great benefit to the shogunate in future military operations, right? Ultimately, Ishida Gadachi wasn't so foolish. He was still clear-headed. After all, there was no point in hiding anything. It was better to speak directly. Furthermore, he emphasized the need to explain everything clearly, exposing Takeuchi's case. Then, we'd see how the shogunate would treat Takeuchi. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as Takeuchi is fine, then I don't have to worry too much about being responsible for the defeat. In short, let the shogunate handle the troublesome things. After hearing this, Tanaka understood everything in his heart. This approach is exactly what he wants. In short, with Ishida Gadachi stepping in and throwing Takeuchi out, it is hard to say whether these generals will commit seppuku. To be continued. P.S. I took the medicine and I feel so sleepy that I can't even open my eyelids. Fortunately, I finally managed to write 10,000 words. Long Live Novel Network. Chapter 618 Inside Osaka Castle. When Ishida Gadachi announced the expulsion of Takeuchi, Tanaka couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He felt that if the culprit were expelled, their guilt would be mitigated considerably. After all, it wasn't them who had provoked the foreigners to bombard the Osaka commercial district, but that old bastard Takeuchi. Although they'd been defeated, they'd always found excuses. Tanaka knew full well that the foreigners' tactics were truly formidable. Their use of the iron cannon, in particular, was unparalleled. The combination of the 5-stage shooting technique and the cavalry's circular tactics truly astounded Tanaka. It was just that their forces were too few. If they had more, they might have been defeated the moment they engaged, and wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. By then, Tanaka had come to his senses. The scenes from the earlier battle replayed in his mind. Through his recollection, Tanaka concluded that the initial dominance and advantage had been a facade. The foreigners had simply ignored them. In other words, they had a way to counter their attack. With less than 1,000 men, they were able to fight against their own 5,000 and ultimately achieve victory, demonstrating the enemy's exceptional strength. Therefore, when the shogunate's army arrived, they might not escape with anything to show for it. It was even possible that the shogunate's army would suffer the same fate as theirs. By then, they would likely no longer be held responsible. Tanaka felt a sense of relief at this thought. He longed for the shogunate's army to arrive quickly, to engage those foreigners and be driven into flight. However, Tanaka knew this was unrealistic. Ishida Gadachi and his men returned to Osaka Castle in a state of panic. Upon entering, Ishida Gadachi ordered the gates to be closed, then quickly wrote a memorial and dispatched it to the shogunate in Edo. After completing all this, Ishida Gadachi finally took a deep breath and ascended to the attic of Osaka Castle. He slumped down, looking towards the direction where Zhao Hongyu and his men were stationed. A surge of power surged from Ishida Gadachi's body, making him feel very uncomfortable. However, today's experience made it impossible for him to shake the feeling. Is this a bad year for me? Didn't I check the almanac before going out? What bad luck, but, if we really talk about this, we still have that Takeuchi to blame. If he weren't so greedy, such a thing would never have happened. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. It's all his fault that things have ended up like this. It's because of him that he offended those vicious foreigners. Because of him, the once prosperous Osaka commercial town is now in ruins. Osaka Castle's economy is doomed for at least a year. Without the Osaka commercial town, wouldn't he, the castle lord, be penniless? Damn that damn Takeuchi. Sitting there, Ishida Gadachi cursed angrily. After Ishida Gadachi and his group returned to Osaka Castle, Takeuchi, who had stayed behind, noticed everyone's bad mood and wisely avoided approaching. Fortunately, he had some good sense. If he had approached, he might have been beaten. After all, because of his greed, everyone now faced failure and punishment. Therefore, no one would look at him with a good face. Everyone who passed by treated him as if he were invisible. Even Ishida Gadachi glared at him hatefully as he passed by him. Honestly, even if Takeuchi was an idiot, he understood the situation he was in. But didn't Ishida Gadachi and his group go out to fight those foreigners? Why did they come back so soon? And Ishida Gadachi and his group looked dejected. Their armor was askew, which looked a bit like they had suffered a defeat. This idea suddenly occurred to Takeuchi-jin. Then, he was shocked by his own thoughts. No way. He looked at the backs of the people going away, and his heart couldn't help but beat. Originally, when Ishida Gadachi and others set out, Takeuchi didn't think so much. In his opinion, 5,000 people to deal with those foreigners should be a sure thing. But who could have thought that they would be defeated? Could it be that those foreigners are really so powerful? Takeuchi-jin's body shuddered. Well, because of him, Osaka commercial town was bombarded and razed to the ground. The lord of Osaka Castle went to seek revenge, but was also defeated. Oh my god, who did he offend? How could they be so powerful? It's just a little money, so what? Takeuchi really wanted to cry now, but he couldn't. My dear daughter, I hope you can speak well of your father to the shogun, otherwise your father will really die here this time. Takeuchi couldn't help but pray secretly in his heart. However, Takeuchi was deeply puzzled. How could Ishida Gadachi and his men, leading an army of 5,000, be defeated so quickly? It was completely illogical. Furthermore, no matter how strong or powerful those foreigners were, they had fought in Japan. Their familiarity with the terrain, among other things, must have been superior to those local tyrants. Furthermore, fighting on home soil was psychologically different from fighting abroad. Clearly, the situation was extremely unfavorable for the foreigners. Yet, even with such an advantage, how could Ishida Gadachi have failed? He couldn't understand. Puzzled, Takeuchi sought out an acquaintance among the Hatamoto samurai who had retreated with Ishida Gadachi to Osaka Castle, hoping to learn more about the situation. Since their retreat, Ishida Gadachi and his men had given up on paying attention to Takeuchi. They worried that the foreigners would seize the opportunity to attack Osaka Castle. After all, they had lost so many soldiers in the midnight battle, leaving Osaka Castle's military forces completely depleted. If the foreigners seized the opportunity to attack Osaka Castle, it would be doomed. If possible, Ishida Gadachi and his men would have truly wished to leave, but their status precluded that path. If the lord and samurai of Osaka Castle had left the castle, where they were supposed to be stationed, they would have been forced to commit seppuku, regardless of the outcome. Because of this rule, Ishida Gadachi and his men had no choice but to return to Osaka Castle and try their best to gather men to defend it against the foreigners. Clearly, after that stop, Ishida Gadachi and his men were terrified. Takeuchi, on the other hand, had no idea he was about to be used as a scapegoat. Of course, calling him a scapegoat wasn't quite the right word, as he was the cause of the incident. If it weren't for him, things wouldn't have gotten so bad. Meanwhile, Takeuchi had found his acquaintance and was questioning him about the midnight battle and the reasons for Ishida Gadachi's defeat. Takuchi's acquaintance was a samurai in his 40s. This samurai loved gambling. He always lost, and as a result, he owed Takuchi a large sum of money. After all, Takuchi was the largest loan shark in the Osaka area. Iro, tell me honestly, how did the battle go today? After finding his acquaintance busy at work, Takuchi pulled him to a secluded corner and immediately began to inquire. Sir Takuchi, it's so late, and you still have the mind to ask me about this? I need to gather some men to defend Osaka Castle right now. I don't have time to talk to you about these things. The samurai named Ito was clearly reluctant to speak with Takuchi. However, Takuchi had no intention of letting him go. Iro, you owe me a lot of money. Is this how you treat me? Takuchi narrowed his eyes and looked at Ito with a stern expression. Under Takuchi's gaze, Ito finally gave in. We were defeated. Those foreigners were very powerful. We escaped. The cavalry, foot soldiers, and militia were all routed. Aside from us Hatamoto, Lord Ishida no longer has any decent soldiers, Ito quickly informed Takuchi. What? You were defeated, Takuchi muttered. Although he had suspected this, he was still shocked when he heard the truth. This was unbelievable. How could they be defeated? Did Ishida Kamachi lead 5,000 men to defeat those foreigners? How could we fail? Could it be that those foreigners were very powerful? Takuchi continued, grabbing Ito's arm to prevent him from escaping. Too many questions filled Takuchi's mind. Ito truly didn't want to continue arguing with Takuchi. After all, he disliked Takuchi, and he had a mission to complete. If he continued to tangle with Takuchi, he wouldn't be able to complete his mission. If he couldn't complete his mission, the angry lords would eventually take it out on him. That is really unlucky. Lord Takuchi, please let me go. I still need to gather some young men in the city and take them to guard the city against those foreigners. If you hold me like this, I won't be able to complete the task and will be in trouble in the end. But after all, Takuchi is the father-in-law of the shogun, and he, a small Hatamoto, dare not defend him. Therefore, Ito could only beg bitterly, hoping that Takuchi would let him go. But how could Takuchi let him go so easily? To be continued. Novel Network. Chapter 619, Coercion and Inducement. Takuchi couldn't let Ito leave. After all, he needed to get more information from him. He'd noticed that since Ishida Gato and the others had returned, they'd been looking at him with unfriendly eyes, which made him a little uneasy. Therefore, he had to find out what was going on. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. However, Ito did have a mission to complete, and he couldn't force him, but who could he turn to for answers if he left for a while? So, Takuchi gritted his teeth and said to Ito, it won't take long. You can hand this mission over to my men. And if you answer my questions, I'll write off the money you owe me. Faced with this situation, even the stingy Takuchi knew he had to make a move. Sure enough, when Ito heard that he didn't have to pay back the debt, his expression changed immediately. After all, Ito owed Takuchi a considerable amount of money. The monthly interest alone was a burden on Ito. If the debt could be written off, it would be a lifesaver for Ito. Really? Ito asked. Takuchi nodded, his expression extremely serious. Really? As long as you can explain everything to me in detail, the money you owe me will be forgiven. This time, Takuchi was truly spending a fortune. With Takuchi's promise, Ito immediately agreed. Then, Takuchi summoned a few of his followers and had Ito give them a few instructions. They hurried off to complete Ito's mission. Ito, however, stayed behind to explain to Takuchi the things that puzzled him. Lord Ishida attacked with 5,000 troops. How could you be defeated? Was the enemy outnumbered, or were they exceptionally powerful? After everything was arranged, Takuchi began to ask questions. He was, in fact, filled with doubts about many things. However, he knew he needed to ask them piecemeal. If he asked too many questions at once, Ito wouldn't be able to answer them. He was just a crude warrior. Normally, I wouldn't bat an eyelid at him, but now I had to humble myself and curry favor with him. Damn it. Once I got what I wanted and resolved this crisis, I was going to make it very difficult for him. Takuchi had already made up his mind. As long as he could escape this disaster, he would not let Ito go. He was just a small Hatamoto samurai, and you were so hesitant when I asked you questions, and even made promises before you would cooperate. This was simply intolerable. What's more, I said I didn't have to pay back the money I owed. In fact, Takuchi's heart was bleeding. The nickname Miser Rooster had a reason. It was just in this situation. Takuchi had to make such a promise. But after this incident, there were so many ways to deal with Ito. Ito didn't think so much. He had no idea how many twists and turns were in the heart of Takuchi, who looked so amiable in front of him. Ito now, still brimming with excitement. Haha, I don't have to pay back my debts anymore. My life will be much more comfortable from now on. In high spirits, Ito began answering Takuchi's questions. It's true that Lord Ishida led 5,000 of us to attack, and our forces outnumbered the enemy 5-1. Yet, even under such circumstances, we were still defeated. It's a testament to the enemy's strength. Without waiting for further questions, Ito described everything he had witnessed in detail. The enemy rarely used swords. They used a new type of iron cannon, which fired at high speeds. They also employed a tactic that maximized its power, using 5-stage cannons, surpassing the original 3-stage cannons. As Ito recounted his story, Takuchi gained a more direct understanding of the midnight battle. The foreigners' forces were small, numbering less than 1,000. Yet, it was with these fewer than 1,000 soldiers that they defeated Ishida Kamachi and his men, who outnumbered them 5-1. This wasn't just some random boast, it was tangible reality. Furthermore, the enemy employed only muskets and a truly novel tactic. Their infantry, armed with these tactics and muskets, routed the foot soldiers and militia. The enemy's cavalry was also small, but it was precisely with their assistance that their infantry achieved such a decisive victory. Those foreign cavalry also used short-handled muskets, but their barrels were much shorter and flared. I've never seen anything like them before. Recounting the scene of the cavalry attack, Ito's face was filled with a look of deep regret. And when those short-handled muskets fired, I felt as if they had a wide range of impact, essentially hitting a large area with a single shot. It was precisely because of these weapons that we suffered heavy losses. Ito recounted these events from his own eyes. Takuchi smacked his lips, remaining silent. He found some of Ito's story difficult to understand. After all, he wasn't a military expert. And that's how you failed, huh? After a long pause, Takuchi finally asked a meaningless question. Ito nodded. Yes, the foot soldiers were routed, the cavalry wiped out, the militia scattered, and in the end, Ishida-sama was left with only us Hatamoto samurai. But those foreigners, on the other hand, still had a full complement of cavalry and infantry. We were absolutely no match for them. How many casualties did the enemy suffer? Takuchi asked. In Takuchi's opinion, since they had defeated Ishida Kamachi and his men with such inferior forces, they were likely to be in a much worse situation. Ishida Kamachi's army of 5,000 men had only a mere 400 Hatamoto following him back to Osaka Castle. So, where had the remaining 4,000 gone? That was obvious. If even Ishida Kamachi had lost so many, the foreigners were likely to be in a much worse situation too. What a shame. What Takuchi didn't expect was that Ito's face turned gloomy after he asked this question. What's wrong? Takuchi's heart skipped a beat. After a moment's pause, Ito replied, you might not believe this, but none of those foreigners were killed. The casualties in the midnight battle were all from our Osaka troops. Hiss. Takuchi gasped and pinched himself. Was he dreaming, or was Ito talking nonsense? 5,000 men against less than 1,000. Of the 5,000, only a few hundred remained, while the less than 1,000 men suffered no casualties. This sounded like the Arabian Nights. Even the Arabian Nights couldn't be so incredible. Takuchi genuinely couldn't believe this. Ito noticed Takuchi's disbelief. He looked at him seriously and said, what I said is the truth. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. But we Hatamoto saw it all. You can always verify it with others. A cough. Ito's words brought Takuchi back to his senses, and he coughed violently. In reality, he didn't care about any of this. He just wanted to understand the battle situation. According to you, those foreigners won, and Ishida-sama lost? Takuchi asked another nonsense question. Ito rolled his eyes. He thought, that's just nonsense. I've said so much, how could you not understand? Yes, we lost. To prevent those foreigners from taking advantage of the situation and attacking Osaka Castle, we must strengthen our defenses now. Although he was complaining in his heart, Ito remained respectful on the surface. The new iron cannons and new tactics had opened the eyes of the Japanese. And the victory achieved by less than 1,000 men against 5,000 was enough to blind them. With their limited intelligence, it was impossible for them to understand what was going on. However, even the foolish Takuchi understood. Now things had become more serious. Let me ask you, did you hear anything on the way back? Takuchi knew that this matter could not be kept secret. If Ishida could defeat those foreigners, he could still keep his own affairs secret. But if even Ishida was defeated, then the trouble he had caused would surely be exposed. If the shogunate investigated, he would definitely be the instigator of this incident. Damn that idiot Ishida. I really don't know how he could be a lord. He led an army of 5,000 to fight those foreigners, and he was defeated. If you had won, wouldn't I have avoided so much trouble? Now, Ishida defeat would make this matter even worse, and even the shogunate would be involved. When the shogunate questioned him, would he still be able to escape? No. He absolutely could not sit still and wait for death. He had to find a way to protect himself. However, the cause and the root of this matter were all in himself. He couldn't get rid of it. So, what could he do to save himself? After thinking it over, Takuchi felt that he had to go to his daughter, because only his daughter could help him. It must be said that Takuchi's premonition is very sensitive. Although Ito was still hesitating whether to tell him what he heard on the road, Takuchi had already guessed that he was going to be expelled. To be continued, Novel Network. Chapter 620 Ishida's Worry. On the road of retreat, Iro, a nearby Hatamoto, had actually overheard the conversation between Tanaka and Ishida Kamachi. However, Ito didn't know whether he should tell Takuchi about it. After all, Ito hated Takuchi deeply. He had been in debt to Takuchi at high interest rates for 3 or 4 years. He could vividly remember Takuchi's exploitation and his ruthless behavior during those 3 or 4 years. Now, Takuchi had lowered himself to be so friendly and even offered to forgive his debt. Ito had long understood why. After all, Ito was no fool. He was a man with a brain, a man who could think things through. Hurry up and tell me, what did you hear about me on the way back? Since this matter concerned him, Takuchi couldn't hold back any longer. Should he tell me or not? Ito secretly glanced at Takuchi, seeing his anxious and fearful expression, and kept asking himself. Seeing Takuchi's reaction, Ito was practically laughing to death. Moreover, seeing Takuchi's fear on this day, Ito was secretly delighted. However, he was only a small Hatamoto, far inferior to Takuchi in status and position. Furthermore, Takuchi was the shogun's father-in-law. No matter what, a small Hatamoto like him couldn't afford to offend. So, after much deliberation, Ito quickly came to a decision. He couldn't offend this hated man. While Ito would have loved to see Takuchi's immediate death, he didn't dare to embarrass him by severing ties with him. Furthermore, as the shogun's father-in-law, Takuchi's daughter was extremely favored by the shogun. It was precisely because of this that Takuchi could act so arrogantly, even ignoring even minor daimyo, and those people didn't dare to get angry. After all, he had a good daughter. Therefore, Ito felt that while this matter had gotten a bit out of hand, Takuchi would definitely be fine. It wasn't like there had been people who dared to challenge Takuchi before, but those who did weren't always dealt with well. They were generally dealt with by Takuchi's daughter, who, through the power of her influence, had persuaded them. Then, I suppose this time would be no different. So, after a quick and careful consideration, Ito decided it would be best to tell Takuchi everything he'd heard on the way back from the defeat. After all, he wouldn't be hurt, and Takuchi wouldn't bother him. Yet, on the way back from the defeat, I did hear some things about you. Ito nodded. Takuchi's heart suddenly rose to his throat. He thought, I knew something would happen about me. Now that this has gotten so serious, if Ishida Kamachi wasn't completely clueless, he'd definitely get me out. What exactly was it about? Takuchi asked hurriedly. Then, Ito recounted the details of the conversation between Tanaka and Ishida Kamachi. Damn, as expected, they want to release me and make me a scapegoat. Although Takuchi had already guessed something, he still felt a little uncomfortable after hearing it. Furthermore, Takuchi had forgotten that he wasn't being released as a scapegoat. He was the one who caused the entire incident. However, Takuchi had selectively forgotten this point. People are like that, and people like Takuchi are even worse. Iro, thank you so much. Your debt to me is cancelled. We no longer owe each other anything. After receiving the information he wanted, Takuchi raised his hand and patted Iro's shoulder in a hypocritical manner. Ito also smiled happily. However, what Ito didn't know was that Takuchi in front of him didn't take his promise seriously at all. He had only made such a promise to Ito to get the information he wanted from Ito. As long as Takuchi could find a way to extricate himself from this incident, Ito would still have to repay the money he owed. Takuchi was just that kind of person. He had absolutely no integrity at all. It could be said that Ito's choice to trust him was a complete mistake. Of course, Ito's belief in Takuchi was also largely due to his status as the shogun's father-in-law. In Ito's view, while Takuchi could often be erratic, he was still the shogun's father-in-law. Often, when doing things, one always had to consider and take into account the shogunate's concerns. In reality, Ito didn't understand Takuchi at all. If Takuchi had truly considered the shogunate's feelings, he wouldn't have gotten into this mess today. After a brief conversation with Ito, Ito turned and left. Takuchi stared at Ito's departing figure, his gaze radiating an indescribable coldness. Crunch! Crunch! Takuchi gnashed his teeth, revealing that his anger and resentment had reached a critical point. That Sudan actually wants to get me out at this moment to reduce their guilt, Takuchi muttered to himself. HMPH, wishful thinking. You think that even though I've caused such a big mess, there's nothing you can do about it, right? I'll definitely show you how powerful I am. It's unclear what Takuchi was thinking. He called out to his followers standing guard nearby and hurried towards the Osaka Castle gate. Takuchi knew he couldn't stay in Osaka Castle any longer. After Ishida Gadachi returned, he must have written a memorial about him and the foreigners, and sent it to Edo at full speed. Therefore, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He had to go to Edo immediately to find his daughter. Only his daughter could save him at this moment. As long as he could survive, everything could start over. The scale of this matter had now exceeded his expectations and was no longer within his control. Coupled with a defeat at Osaka Castle, this matter had become a huge incident. What would happen next? Takuchi didn't want to know or care. If he continued to stay in Osaka Castle, he would surely be doomed. Soon, Takuchi arrived at the Osaka Castle gates. By then, the gates were already closed. The soldiers stationed there all wore solemn, tense expressions. Who are you? As Takuchi and his group reached the gates, they heard the guards shout. I want to leave the city. Takuchi, aboard a fleet of war horses he'd somehow procured, rode to the gates. The guards, upon seeing it was Takuchi, immediately stopped asking questions. Others didn't know, but Takuchi was a well-known figure in Osaka. Therefore, even though the guards knew the gates couldn't be opened, they still feared Takuchi and opened them for him, allowing him and his followers to escape. Unbeknownst to everyone, Takuchi had gone to the shogun's residence a few days later and, using his daughter to persuade the shogun, stirred up another storm. However, this incident had nothing to do with Osaka Castle. In the end, because of Takuchi, Japan was completely destroyed. In this era, it was impossible to predict future changes. Now, the people of Osaka Castle were completely focused on defending against attacks from those ferocious foreigners. Although the foreigners didn't pursue Ishida Kodamachi when he retreated, who could guarantee that they wouldn't launch an attack on Osaka Castle after regrouping? After all, there might be a few traitors among those foreign fleets. It was a truly unpredictable matter. And to be honest, these people's guesses were quite accurate. There was indeed a man in Zhao Hongai's team who was developing into a traitor, Iguchi Zazo. While Iguchi Zazo wasn't a traitor yet, if he was allowed to develop and Zhao Hongai continued to support him, he would definitely become a historically significant traitor. However, besides Iguchi Zazo, some others were now eager to join Zhao Hongaiu and his men. Some were forced into it, but overall, Zhao Hongaiu's future traitors were expanding. Sir, the soldiers report that Takuchi and his minions have already left Osaka Castle. He seems so anxious to leave. I think he must have heard something. After Takuchi left Osaka Castle, Tanaka hurriedly sought out the dejected Ishida Kamachi and reported. Ishida Kamachi, looking pale and listless, listened to Tanaka's report, raised his eyelids to glance at him, then lowered them again. Let him run away. What good can he do in this situation? This bastard provoked trouble. Once the shogunate finds out, he'll be in for a bad end. Even if he escapes today, he won't be able to avoid it tomorrow. Ishida Kamachi didn't take Takuchi seriously at all, so he assumed he'd left Osaka for good. However, Tanaka disagreed. Sir, that's not the case. You're well aware of Takuchi's character and disposition, and his daughter is incredibly favored after marrying the shogun. I believe he's definitely heading to Edo this time. There's no doubt he'll ask his daughter to stir up trouble with the shogun, clearing the Osaka mess clean. Tanaka anxiously voiced his thoughts. Tanaka's words finally brought Ishida Kamachi back to his senses, finally less effete. Yes, How could I have forgotten about that old man's daughter? That vixen is incredibly favored after marrying the shogun. If Takuchi finds his daughter and starts gossiping with the shogun, it'll be truly troublesome. Ishida Kamachi wasn't afraid of Takuchi, but he was afraid of his daughter. His brother doted on her, even killing several daimyo for her sake, using the lame excuse that they displeased her. Who knows if his elder brother, bewitched by a vixen, will turn his back on his younger brother for that woman. Ugh. This situation must be prevented. What should we do now? Should we send someone to intercept Takuchi? Ishida asked. Tanaka shook his head and said to Ishida Kamachi, it's too late now. That guy has already run so far that we might not be able to intercept him, even if we wanted to. I urge you to make preparations early to prevent any problems. Tanaka suspected that Takuchi's destination would be Edo. Wherever she went, she would definitely look for his vixen daughter and have her flatter the shogun. Who knows what kind of story would be spread about the situation in Osaka if that woman got involved. It's possible that they would be accused of provoking those foreigners. This kind of thing is not impossible. That shameless Takuchi and his damned daughter have done this kind of thing before. However, Tanaka also felt that he should take a gamble, that is, to bet that the general would not be so foolish. After all, the lord of Osaka Castle was his biological brother. This matter involved his biological brother, and as an older brother, the general could not just ignore it. And no matter how much he doted on that woman, she was just a woman, and his brother was his biological brother. But Tanaka just didn't count on the peculiar character unique to the Japanese. Sir, don't think too badly of things. Didn't we already write the memorial and send it to Edo at full speed? No matter what Takuchi said, he would be one step slower than us. And the general can't be that stupid. After seeing Ishida Gadachi's worried look, Tanaka couldn't bear to persuade him. Ishida Gadachi shook his head when he heard this. No. You don't understand my brother. My brother might really believe Takuchi instead of us. That memorial is not as good as the pillow talk of that vixen. I know that vixen too well. Although Tanaka kept persuading Ishida Gadachi to relax a little, Ishida Gadachi just shook his head and looked very worried. Sir, even if Takuchi can figure out the truth in Edo, there are some things that he can't just say. We in Osaka basically know the reason for the matter. The general can find out with a little inquiry, so what do you have to worry about, General? Tanaka was very puzzled by Ishida Gadachi's worries. Ishida Gadachi still shook his head, and at the same time murmured in a low voice, you don't understand. You don't understand. You really don't understand my brother. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian. Mobile users please go to read. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621 Zhao Hongayu's Concerns. Of course, Tanaka didn't know Shogun Ishida. He was just a military commander in Osaka Castle. Honestly, he hadn't even been to Edo many times, nor had he met the shogun. Therefore, when it came to understanding, he certainly didn't know as well as the shogun's younger brother, Ishida Gadamachi. Tanaka, observing the dejected look on his lord's face, grew uneasy. He could tell from his lord's face that he had no regard for his brother in Edo. This also indicated that something was definitely amiss. Perhaps I should make some plans, find a way out and insurance for the future, Tanaka thought to himself, dividing line. Zhao Hongayu didn't bother to guess what Ishida Gadamachi and his generals were thinking after their defeat and returned to Osaka Castle. He was currently directing his men to clean up the battlefield and capture the wounded and abandoned Osaka soldiers. At this point, the Osaka soldiers had resigned themselves to their fate. Being driven and surrounded, they offered no resistance, as docile and obedient as lambs. There were a large number of wounded soldiers, approximately 1,500 in number. Half were seriously injured, while the rest were lightly wounded. Zhao Hongayu had no mercy on the seriously wounded Osaka soldiers, taking them back to the camp to treat them. Therefore, there was only one solution for the seriously wounded: kill them. Yes, Zhao Hongayu would not bother treating the seriously wounded Osaka soldiers. But leaving them there was not humane, so he had to kill them, making their death less painful. Even so, Zhao Hongayu had done them a great service. The remaining wounded soldiers didn't find Zhao Hongayu's killing of the seriously injured soldiers strange or unacceptable. They considered it the natural course of action. As enemies, Zhao Hongyu and his men had no need to show mercy to them. If the situation were reversed, the Osaka people would have treated Zhao Hongyu and his men far more brutally. Therefore, when the seriously wounded were executed, the captured Osaka soldiers showed no sign of shock. Instead, they appeared remarkably calm. Zhao Hongyu had thoroughly experienced this characteristic of the Japanese. However, it wasn't necessarily a bad trait, at least, for Zhao Hongyu, it was a good one. His display of strength, decisiveness, and brutality left a deep impression on the captives. This deeply aroused the Japanese's inherent instinct to obey the strong. Though they were deeply terrified, they were constantly tempted to kneel before Zhao Hongyu and worship him. It must be said that the Japanese were truly despicable. Treat them well, and they might even spit on you and mock you. But treat them cruelly, and they will smile and fawn over you. They flatter you, compliment you in ways you wouldn't expect. They'd even be willing to lick your asshole. Stand still. Line up, snap. The geneticists swung their whips with unwavering determination, lashing out at anyone they spotted standing out of line. They didn't care if they were injured or not. Strangely enough, the more brutal you treated these wounded Osaka soldiers, the more submissive they became, never a trace of discontent on their faces. They even smiled after being whipped. Damn. I've seen bitches, but never one this mean. Zhao Hongyu thought to himself as he sat on his warhorse, observing the Osaka soldiers. After a grueling battle, Zhao Hongyu had captured 500 or 600 likely wounded Osaka soldiers. Their injuries weren't serious, they'd recover with a period of rest. Zhao Hongyu planned to torture these men thoroughly, and then brainwash them, so they could be used against the approaching shogunate army. Although their numbers were a bit small, as long as they could fight, they might be incredibly effective. By then, these people would be the first group of subordinates he would support, like Iguchi or Tokugawa. As for how to torture and brainwash them, Zhao Hongyu didn't need to worry about that, the genetic officers would handle it. Thousands of bodies fell on the battlefield, but Zhao Hongyu and his men had no time to clean up for now. The genetic soldiers shouted loudly, driving the captured Osaka soldiers towards the camp. It can be said that tonight's battle has come to an end. Zhao Hongyu, seated on his warhorse, also slowly approached the camp, his expression grave. Obama, with his own team of men, surrounded Zhao Hongyu, acting as his guard. Master, you look as if you are worried about something. Why not tell me and let me help you? Obama, a slave who had undergone brainwashing, was also trained to read people's expressions. Therefore, observing the expression on Zhao Hongyu's face, he felt his master must be worried about something. Since his master was worried, it was his duty as a servant to help him resolve his concerns, wasn't it? Obama leaned over and whispered something. Zhao Hongyu was certainly worried. With the appearance of Kikuchi Hideyuki, things were beginning to feel a bit out of his control. Coupled with Kikuchi Hideyuki's unpredictable movements, Zhao Hongyu felt a strong sense of crisis. A deviation from history wouldn't be a big deal for Zhao Hongyu. But the unexpected appearance of ninjas was something Zhao Hongyu couldn't calm down. You can't solve this problem, Zhao Hongyu shook his head. Obama's eyes rolled. Master, are you worried about those Japanese ninjas? Obama was no fool. He had been right beside Zhao Hongyu when Kikuchi Hideyuki and him met. Although Obama didn't understand the language, he could tell something from Zhao Hongyu's expression. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu had previously told him about Japan. Therefore, Obama knew that the figure who had just vanished in a puff of smoke was a ninja. To Obama, being a ninja was just a profession, no different from being an assassin, a painter, or a poet in Europe. Perhaps the correct conception should be a combination of assassin and magician, Obama thought. After all, ordinary assassins wouldn't vanish in white smoke, that was a technique reserved for magicians. Even so, the master didn't need to worry. Obama was European, after all, and his thinking and perceptions differed from Zhao Hongyu's. Obama didn't find ninjas scary at all. But Zhao Hongyu was different. He had watched many movies, TV series, cartoons, and even read some comic books. Therefore, he nodded after listening to Obama's words. Obama, you don't understand. The Japanese ninjas aren't just assassins and magicians, they're incredibly powerful. Though Zhao Hongyu spoke seriously, Obama didn't take him seriously. It was impossible for Obama to readily accept certain Eastern and Western concepts. But in front of Zhao Hongyu, Obama didn't show it, instead appearing to accept it with humility. But in his heart, he wasn't convinced. He even dreamed of a future opportunity to spar with those ninjas, to show them the power of his swordsmanship. It goes without saying that those who know fear. This was Obama's current state and mindset. No, that can't be the case. How could ninjas appear? And they're so much more powerful than we've come to know? Isn't it just a deviation from history, or is my world a realm of advanced martial arts? If that's the case, that's bad news. After exchanging a few words with Obama, Zhao Hongyu stopped paying attention. He continued to mutter to himself, his mind wandering. Obama looked at his master's expression, feeling both amused and embarrassed. No. It couldn't be from a higher plane. If it were, I should have noticed it when I was in America. I wouldn't have come into contact with such people only after arriving in the East. But if it wasn't from a higher plane, then how could the existence of these ninjas be explained? Ancient magic tricks? Sleight of hand? Well, that wasn't impossible. If it were some kind of magic-like technique, then it would make sense. And that meant ninjas weren't beyond the realm of ordinary people, not as he'd feared. After all, if ninjas were truly so powerful, why had they disappeared from his own time and space? After much thought, Zhao Hongyu finally came to a conclusion and found a reasonable explanation. Kikuchi Hideyuki's mysterious departure must have involved some magical technique, a kind of sleight of hand. Such techniques and methods would become prevalent in the future, and would be used in major magic performances. After giving himself such an explanation, the uneasiness finally dissipated a little. To be honest, Zhao Hongyu really didn't want to find out that the time and space he was in was some kind of higher dimensional world. Originally, everything was normal, but after people like Kikuchi Hideyuki suddenly appeared, Zhao Hongyu began to worry. But after Zhao Hongyu thought about it, he felt that such a thing might not be too serious. If it was really a higher dimensional world, he would have come into contact with those people who were traveling high and low, instead of coming to the East a few years later. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Term to Read, Novel Network. Chapter 622, Wang Liu's Shock. The question of the ninja had actually been bothering Zhao Hongyu for a long time. If he didn't figure it out, his worries would surely haunt him for the rest of his life. However, Zhao Hongyu's worries were not excessive at all. After all, this matter was too bizarre. In addition, he had even encountered something like time travel, so in his opinion, what else could be impossible? Therefore, it was quite normal to have such worries. With such worries, uneasiness, and concerns, Zhao Hongyu returned to the camp. When he returned to the camp with his soldiers, he was immediately warmly welcomed by Master Wang and his men. The battle just now had opened the eyes of Master Wang and his men. However, it was obvious that Zhao Hongyu was not in a good mood, so after returning to the camp, he went into his tent and never showed up again. Zhao Hongyu's unusual behavior made Master Wang a little overwhelmed. I say, what's going on? Has His Highness encountered something unpleasant? But that's impossible. The enemy has been defeated, hasn't His Highness? Is Your Highness worried about what's next? Confused, Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabi grabbed Obama and asked. Obama wasn't entirely clear on the matter, he only had a vague idea. However, Obama couldn't just deal with Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabi, who were relatively close to his master. Who knew if Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabi would eventually become his master's trusted confidants? Obama had a long-term perspective. So, after glancing around, he lowered his voice and said to Wang Fuzi, my master has become like this since he encountered the Japanese ninja. It seems he's very worried about the ninja, but I'm puzzled. Are ninjas really that powerful? Obama told Wang Fuzi about their encounter with Kikuchi Hideyuki and their conversation there. Wang Fuzi stroked his goatee and pondered for a moment. Ninjas, Japanese ninjas. No wonder His Highness has become like this. No wonder, as a pirate who had been active along the southeastern coast for over 30 years, Master Wang was of course aware of the Japanese ninjas. He had also come into contact with some of the Hanin and knew their methods. Not to mention those far away, Li Xiong had a number of these individuals under his wing. They were elusive and could only come and go without a trace. Zhang Ziling also had some. These ninjas were defeated by powerful ninja groups during the Warring States period and then took refuge in piracy under disguise. Of course, there were also many who defected from their own organizations. These individuals were extremely capable, their killing and vocal skills were unstoppable. While their individual strength wasn't impressive, Their killing skills were truly exceptional. After hearing Obama's words, Master Wang and Liu Daba exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of worry in the other's eyes. Having come into contact with ninjas before, they understood their abilities. Therefore, their reaction to Zhao Hongai was clear to them. "Does that ninja have any ill intentions?" Liu Daba asked. Master Wang and the others looked over, deeply concerned. Knowing the ninja's abilities and their ability to kill in disguise, they were deeply concerned about whether the ninja His Highness Zhao Hongai had come into contact with any ill intentions. If so, continuing to stay in the camp would be extremely unsafe. Obama shook his head. It seems that the self-proclaimed ninja has no ill intentions. On the contrary, he seems to have a request for my master. However, my master didn't agree on a certain issue, so he went back to discuss it with his companions. I guess they'll be back soon. Phew. He was relieved to hear Obama say that he had no ill intentions, and that the other party had a request for His Highness. Master Wang turned and walked towards Zhao Hongai's tent. He felt that he should have a good talk with His Highness. If possible, ninjas should be subjugated. After all, ninjas are very useful people in Japan. Liu Daba followed Master Wang, and he also had the idea of persuading Zhao Hongai. Obama had to take the captives with him for guarding, so he didn't follow Master Wang and the others. However, Obama felt that Master Wang and Liu Daba seemed quite concerned about the ninjas. It was strange, they were just some ninjas, why were they so nervous? Are those ninjas really that powerful? Obama muttered to himself, turning his horse and slowly galloping to the other side of the camp. The others were unaware of their conversation, but the prominent merchants, led by Su Yan, tried to join them, but were stopped by the genetic soldiers. So, after Master Wang, Liu Daba, and Obama had left, they reluctantly returned to their own tents. They had hoped to take this opportunity to curry favor with Zhao Hongai, but they wouldn't have that idea tonight. Back in their tents, Su Yan and the others were placed under strict guard by the genetic soldiers. It was said to be for their safety, but Su Yan and his men were completely helpless. If they wanted to see His Royal Highness Crown Prince Zhao Hongai, they would have to wait until daylight. "Your Highness, may we come in?" After leaving Obama, Master Wang and Liu Daba arrived outside Zhao Hongai's tent. Instead of lifting the curtain and entering directly, they politely announced themselves from outside. "Come in," Zhao Hongai's voice echoed soon after. The genetic guardsmen guarding the tent raised their hands and lifted the curtain, allowing Master Wang and Liu Daba to enter. Zhao Hongai's tent resembled a yurt, all in a round shape. A large, soft woolen carpet covered the inside, and in one corner were piled cotton mattresses and quilts from the market. Zhao Hongai lay on his side, a look of worry on his face. "Your Highness, why do you look so grim? Are you worried about something?" Although it was dark, the tent was still bright from the numerous candles. Therefore, Master Wang and Liu Daba could clearly see Zhao Hongai's ever-changing expression. "Master, Liu, come here. I have something to ask you. Please sit here." The entire tent was Zhao Hongai's personal sleeping tent, so shoes had to be removed upon entering. However, thanks to the soft, thick cashmere carpet, there was no need to worry about cold feet. So, after Zhao Hongai's greeting, Master Wang and Liu Daba walked over, then sat on either side of Zhao Hongai. "Your Highness, are you worried about the ninja?" Liu Daba was straightforward. He assumed that this was what Zhao Hongai was worried about, otherwise his expression wouldn't be so grim. Besides, hadn't that guy Obama just said that? Liu Daba's personality was very different from Master Wang's. He preferred to be straightforward in his actions. It seems that both of you know, when Liu Daba said this, Zhao Hongai immediately understood that their reaction after seeing him return was not right, so they must have asked someone about it. Therefore, he could not hide this matter from them. Master Wang and Liu Daba nodded, indicated that they were all clear. Without waiting for Master Wang to say anything, Liu Daba immediately spoke loudly, "Your Highness, I heard that a ninja wants to ask you for help. Is this true?" Zhao Hongai nodded, "Yes, there is indeed a guy who claims to be an IGA ninja. He hopes to get some support and help from me, but I didn't agree to him." Oops. Hearing what Zhao Hongai said, Liu Daba raised his hand and slapped his thigh hard. "Your Highness, you should agree to the ninja's request and keep them by your side. Although these ninjas may not be very strong in single combat, they are very skilled in killing and hiding. They will definitely be able to do a lot for your Highness in the future." Liu Daba was a rough man. He was not one to beat around the bush. He was very disappointed because Zhao Hongyu had given up a great opportunity. So, Liu Dabi was full of regret. Wang Fuzi was different from Liu Dabi. He believed that Your Highness must have had his reasons for rejecting the ninja who asked for help. Of course, it was also a point that Your Highness did not understand the power of ninjas. Thinking of this, Wang Fuzi raised his hand and pressed Liu Dabi's shoulder, asking him to calm down. Then, Wang Fuzi clasped his fists towards Zhao Hongyu and asked, Your Highness did not agree to them, but was there a reason? Zhao Hongyu nodded. Master Wang then asked, Your Highness, don't you understand the capabilities of these ninjas? Zhao Hongyu paused for a moment, then nodded again. Master Wang nodded, understanding the situation. Your Highness, those ninjas claim to be IGA ninjas, Zhao Hongyu said. There aren't many. Just one. I've only had contact with one ninja, a man named Kikuchi Hideyuki who claims to be one of the IGA 10. He hopes to gain my help in supporting their lord, a young girl from the Tokugawa family, in their fight against the shogunate. Zhao Hongyu recounted everything he had heard from Kikuchi Hideyuki. Remnants of the Tokugawa family. The IGA 10. Master Wang and Liu Dabi both looked stunned. One because of what the ninjas represented, the other because of what these IGA ninjas represented. Master, Liu, why are you two looking at me like that? Zhao Hongyu thought Master Wang and Liu Dabi's reactions were a little strange. Regardless, the Tokugawa family has failed for so many years and is now a pariah. Why are you still so excited? Zhao Hongyu was very confused. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 623, The Things Left Behind by the Predecessors. Tokugawa Remnants. The IGA 10. When Zhao Hongyu revealed the identity that Guy had revealed, Master Wang and Liu Dabi immediately lost their composure. Even their reactions left Zhao Hongyu somewhat confused. Zhao Hongyu looked at Master Wang and Liu Dabi, smacked his lips, and swallowed some of his words. Master Wang was now extremely excited, so excited that even his goatee trembled. Your Highness. Your Highness, did they really say they were from the Tokugawa family? Zhao Hongyu gave Master Wang a strange look, wondering if he was a bit too excited. The Tokugawa family was indeed famous during the Warring States period, but didn't they fail after the Battle of Sekigahara? Losers are now like rats crossing the street, hated by everyone. Why are you so excited? Although deeply puzzled, Zhao Hongyu nodded. Yes, that's what the ninja said. As soon as Zhao Hongyu finished speaking, Liu Dabi, standing beside him, shouted, then it's true. These are truly the elite IGA ninja. 10 of them. Say, what's going on? Why are you two so excited? Zhao Hongyu finally couldn't help but ask. I mean, the Tokugawa family has failed, and my ninja is only left with a little girl. They can't even survive in Japan now, and they need my help. Master Wang chuckled. Your Highness, they want to ask for your help. It must be related to reviving the Tokugawa family. Zhao Hongyu was stunned. How did you know? Of course, that was exactly what Kikuchi Hideyuki had been asking for, but how did Master Wang know? What else could these Japanese be asking for? It must be the revival of the Tokugawa clan. You know, these Tokugawa remnants have come into contact with quite a few people, practically everyone they could ask for help. How could I not know? Master Wang responded to Zhao Hongyu. Oh, so is there anyone helping them? Master Wang shook his head. Many betrayed them, but few helped them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a dire situation now. At this moment, Liu Dabi's voice interrupted. Your Highness, the Tokugawa clan is easy to talk to. Just give them a way out of Japan. But you must keep those ninjas with you, they're very powerful. Master Wang nodded immediately at Liu Dabi's cry. Indeed, our cause isn't the Tokugawa clan, but the IGA 10. If your Highness manages this well, this elite force will be within your grasp. And with this elite ninja, I can't say much about anything else in Japan, but at least you won't have to worry about assassinations. Zhao Hongyu glanced at Liu Dabi and Master Wang. It seemed they knew a lot about the IGA 10. If that was the case, why not ask Master Wang and Liu Dabi? Perhaps they could help him resolve his doubts. Having made up his mind, Zhao Hongyu asked, it seems like you two know a lot about the IGA 10, the people who assisted the Tokugawa clan. So, tell me what ninjas are, and what kind of beings are they? After all, you revere them so much. Zhao Hongyu had always harbored numerous doubts about ninjas. These questions troubled him, leaving him unsettled. Now, Master Wang and Liu Dabi seemed to understand the situation well, so why not take this opportunity to ask them? Seeing Zhao Hongyu's keen interest, Master Wang and Liu Dabi immediately shared everything they knew about the history of Japanese ninjas. The ninja profession has a long and rich history in Japan, dating back over 1,000 years. However, it was clear that now was not the time for archaeological excavations. The development and prosperity of the ninja profession began during the Warring States period. During this period, the use of ninjas reached its peak, and their combat prowess and incredible skills advanced significantly. However, this alone was not enough to elevate them beyond the realm of ordinary people. After all, even with extensive training, ninjas were still normal humans. However, at a certain point in time, the history of ninjas underwent a transformation. Over 100 years ago, a ninja prodigy emerged, bringing with him many incredible techniques that significantly advanced the ninja profession. Even with that individual's support, ninjas beyond human comprehension began to appear. If that individual had been given a little more time, perhaps the history of the Warring States period could have been rewritten. Sadly, however, that individual died young. Before he could even begin to implement his plans with a ninja, he was gone. Even so, the development of the ninja world saw a qualitative leap forward. Ninjas with unique physiques, unlike those of ordinary humans, began to appear. These ninjas were born with special abilities, and even from birth, they were unlike any other child. For example, there were little girls breathing toxins, little boys with frail bodies, and children born with visibly strong bodies. All of these were the result of that individual's influence. As these ninjas grew up, they stirred the Warring States period into even greater turmoil. However, these children born with special abilities were ultimately a minority. The majority of ninjas were merely slightly stronger than the average person. With the narration of Master Wang and Liu Dabi, Zhao Hongyu gained a thorough understanding of the Japanese ninja scene. During the Warring States period, ninja organizations flourished, with groups like Kirigakure, IGA, Koga, Fuma, and Koya flourishing. However, after the Battle of Sekigahara, the Koga clan dominated the Japanese ninja scene, while other daimyo-affiliated ninja groups were either absorbed by the Koga clan or disappeared. Ninja groups like the IGA clan, having joined forces with the shogunate's sworn enemies, had no recourse but to fight the shogunate to the bitter end. However, after the defeat of the Tokugawa clan, the IGA clan was significantly weakened. They could no longer compare to the Koga clan, which had established the shogunate and enjoyed its support. Consequently, over the years, as the IGA clan suffered successive setbacks, their numbers dwindled, and their survival became increasingly difficult, even reaching a point of near-death struggle. The Tokugawa family had approached Li Xiang, hoping to seek help. However, Li Xiang showed no interest in these impoverished Japanese nobles, so none of the Tokugawas met her. Zhang Zilin was even more ruthless, arresting the Tokugawa envoy and handing him over to the Ishida shogunate. Even some Ming dynasty merchants, who had previously been on good terms with the Tokugawa family, and some southern barbarians, shunned the Tokugawas. Under such circumstances, one can imagine the plight of the Tokugawas. However, no matter how impoverished the Tokugawas became, the IGA ninjas who followed their surviving clan remained loyal. Among them, the most elite were the IGA 10. These 10 were truly formidable. Although Master Wang and Liu Dabi had never met them, the Japanese wanderers in their former pirate inn had often boasted of their great names. The 10 men were the most powerful individuals selected from the ninja group during the heyday of IGA. Born with special abilities not possessed by ordinary people, and rigorously trained from a young age, these individuals possessed astonishing destructive power as they matured. Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but understand this. Special abilities, to put it simply, meant special abilities. However, what interested Zhao Hongyu most wasn't the special abilities. It was the individual Master Wang had mentioned, who had emerged during the final days of the Warring States period over 100 years ago. From Master Wang's words, it seemed as if that individual wasn't from this era. Those children with special abilities had all come to life through the hands of that individual. Furthermore, some of the methods he used seemed to resemble genetic modification. Zhao Hongyu's brows twitched uncontrollably, a little alarmed by his own speculation. If his guess was correct, wouldn't it mean a time traveler had arrived in this world before him? Fortunately, Master Wang had said that individual had a bad fate, perhaps suffering from a terminal illness. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have a chance in this time and space. However, whether that guy who suddenly appeared and gave the ninja team a person with special abilities was from another time and space was no longer something Zhao Hongai wanted to consider. After all, that guy was already dead, wasn't he? Well, if that guy didn't belong to this time and space, but came from a time and space that was even later than mine, then the existence of these ninjas with special abilities beyond the normal range of human beings would have a reasonable explanation. I just don't know what era that unfortunate brother came from. Master, according to what you said, these ninjas are all people with special abilities, Zhao Hongai asked. Master Wang nodded. Yes, at least the IGA-10 are like that. As for the other Jinan, Chunin, and Jianan, they're basically no different from ordinary people, Liu Dabur chimed in. Your Highness, please don't disbelieve us. Those ninjas are truly formidable. I once saw someone claiming to be a member of the Hidden Mist Ninja Clan, who could manipulate water to kill his enemies. Speaking of this, Liu Dabur's face lit up with a look of fresh memory. Oh, have you seen anything like that? Not only Zhao Hongai was intrigued, but even Master Wang was. Seeing everyone's interest, Liu Dabur immediately started to show off. Of course I did. Although I was young at the time, I still remember it vividly. Liu Dabur raised his face slightly, looking quite cocky. Hurry up and tell me, stop showing off. Master Wang raised his hand and slapped Liu Dabur's head. Seeing Liu Dabur's boasting, Master Wang put him down a bit. Of course, it was just a little cage joke. That was when I was 5 years old. My father took me to see Boss Li Xiong and we had a drink together. At that time, Boss Li Xiong was also entertaining a group of Japanese. While they were enjoying the food and drinks, one of the Japanese suddenly attacked Boss Li Xiong with a sword. It was a dangerous scene. At this point, Li Xiong's face turned nostalgic, as if she was lost in the memory. Stop keeping me in suspense, tell me. Liu Dabur was once again attacked by Master Wang's slap. Ahem. After receiving another slap from Master Wang, Liu Dabur continued, the Japanese warrior's sword was about to reach Boss Li, and it seemed too late to rescue him. Everyone was stunned, unable to react. At this critical moment, a Japanese who had taken refuge with Boss Li attacked. As Liu Dabur recounted his story, Zhao Hongai and Master Wang listened with rapt attention. In Liu Dabur's description, Li Xiong's Japanese guard stood before Li Xiong in the blink of an eye, and somehow a shield of liquor formed in front of him. Furthermore, the shield was incredibly solid, preventing the sudden attacker from getting in any further. As for the fight Liu Dabur described, it was largely unspectacular. The outcome was decided in an instant, without any drawn-out, 300-round battle. Zhao Hongai's heart was in turmoil. Based on Master Wang and Liu Dabur's descriptions, it's clear that these ninjas are indeed different from the original ninjas in history. This is because they all possess special abilities, or rather, special powers. Their appearance in this historical time and space, in this era, clearly presents both unexpected events and dangers to Zhao Hongai. If Master Wang and Liu Dabur's statements are correct, then the IGA-10 of the Tokugawa clan could be sought after. If they could be brought to his side, the impact they could have on him would be extraordinary. Of course, given their loyalty to the Tokugawa clan, winning them over would also require the involvement of the Tokugawa clan's descendants. However, there's a prerequisite. He still needs to meet those people to confirm this is indeed the case. If they simply utilize some magical means, then they won't be of much use. Just when Zhao Hongai was asking Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabur about ninjas, Kikuchi Hideyuki also returned to his companions, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and monthly vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users please go to Term to Read, Novel Network. Chapter 624, The Hope of the Tokugawa Ninja. The place where Kikuchi Hideyuki's companions were hiding wasn't far from Zhao Hongai's temporary camp. It was a dense forest filled with towering ancient trees, a common sight in many countries in the 17th century. Although Japan was an island nation, its forest resources were relatively abundant. After all, deforestation hadn't yet taken hold, and modern industrialization hadn't yet begun, so destructive logging wouldn't begin for another 200 years. A bright crescent moon hung in the sky, emitting a faint glow and providing a sliver of visibility. Because it was near the sea, the breeze rustled the leaves. Because of the earlier battle, some of the animals had long since fled. Even the fireflies had vanished. As a result, the forest, usually bustling at night, was now utterly silent. This silence was initially a bit strange. After Kikuchi Hideyuki returned to the forest, his companions, who had come with him to watch the battle, mysteriously appeared around him. It was impossible to tell how they appeared. It seemed as if they had appeared out of thin air in the blink of an eye. This was far superior to the magicians of later generations. If Zhao Hongai were here, he would probably have wondered what great magicians these people would have become in later times. Hattori Chizuru, wearing a ponytail and dressed as a Ronin, approached with 6 samurai swords slung over her waist. Kikuchi, we saw you talking for a long time with that foreign leader. What were you talking about? The forest floor was covered with fallen leaves. Any ordinary person would have made a small noise as they walked. However, Hattori Chizuru stepped in the fallen leaves without making a sound. However, no one present paid attention to this trivial matter. They all stared at Kikuchi Hideyuki, awaiting his response. Shinobi, I just heard that foreign crown prince muttering to himself that he wanted to embarrass the shogunate, inflict pain on them, and then seize territory from them. He also wanted to support a local power, so I couldn't help but show up and make contact with him. If that foreign crown prince truly has such plans, I think this could be our opportunity. Kikuchi Hideyuki then recounted what he had heard, as well as the information he had gathered from his conversations with Zhao Hongayu. As Kikuchi Hideyuki spoke, the expressions of Hattori Chizuru and the others gradually grew more serious. When Kikuchi Hideyuki finished, Chizuru looked at him seriously and asked, "Is what you said true?" Kikuchi Hideyuki nodded. "Shinobi, I guarantee it with my life. After communicating with that foreign crown prince, I've discovered that he truly has such intentions. It seems he's truly unafraid of the shogunate and isn't worried about opposing it." Hattori Chizuru then turned to look at the rest of the group before retracting her gaze. "I don't know what America is, but I imagine they have such a powerful navy, so their national strength must be quite strong. But they're just a passing foe, and their chances of success against a local shogunate are slim." Hattori Chizuru frowned as she expressed her thoughts. At this moment, a woman standing beside Hattori Chizuru, wearing a pink kimono and looking very attractive and plump, around 27 or 28 years old, spoke up, "As long as they're not afraid of the shogunate, it's fine. We have no other options now. Choosing these people doesn't really matter. The worst that can happen is we can just leave Japan." As soon as the woman in the pink kimono finished speaking, her companions began to make suggestions. The blind monk, dressed in Japanese monk attire, wielding a large iron staff and wearing a bamboo hat, declared, "We can't go to Korea. The people in the Ming dynasty are untrustworthy. The Japanese daimyo are eager for our deaths, and the shogunate will certainly not let us go. Even the pirates want to capture us and claim the reward. It's safe to say there's hardly anyone in Japan who doesn't fear the shogunate and dares to challenge them." The blind monk didn't say much, simply outlining the current situation they faced. However, anyone with a keen eye could readily discern his point. He meant that, in the current situation, cooperation with Zhao Hongayu and his men was still possible. At the very least, Zhao Hongayu and his men had severely offended the shogunate. Therefore, they didn't have to worry about these foreigners colluding with the shogunate and selling them out. In this way, they could easily seek refuge with these foreigners and find a safe haven. Besides, if these foreigners were truly so powerful, if they could defeat the shogunate's army, truly inflict severe damage and intimidate the shogunate, and wrest a piece of ceded territory from it, then these foreigners could support the Tokugawa clan's restoration, and wouldn't their wish to revive the Tokugawa clan be fulfilled? Otherwise, relying on these people to revive the Tokugawa clan was simply wishful thinking. They had no money, no people, and not even a single piece of territory. How could they possibly restore the Tokugawa clan? Hattori Chizuru was silent for a moment, then said, "Well, that foreign crown prince you mentioned is right. You can't make the final decision on this matter. Not only you, but even we can't make the final decision. Therefore, we must consult Miss Tokugawa and see what she thinks. Let's go back." With that, the sleeves of Hattori Chizuru's large samurai uniform fluttered, and the next moment, she vanished. Then, not only Hattori Chizuru, but also the people around her, vanished without a trace. If Zhao Hongai were here, he'd probably be stunned again. After all, some of the things these ninjas did were truly beyond human comprehension. Hattori Chizuru and his group quickly returned to the gathering point in the forest, where Tokugawa Kyo had been anxiously awaiting their return. "Miss, the Hattori ninja leader and the others are back," Upon receiving the report, Tokugawa Keio happily stood up. "Chizuru, you're back." Having been with Hattori Chizuru since childhood, Tokugawa Keio had a strong reliance on her. Furthermore, she had always protected her during their escape, so Tokugawa Keio's feelings for her were truly extraordinary. Hattori Chizuru and the others emerged from the darkness and quickly approached. "We're back. How's things going out there? Did you see anything? Have the Koga guys appeared?" After Hattori Chizuru and her group returned, the companions who had stayed behind to protect Miss Tokugawa Keio immediately surrounded them, peppering them with questions. "Everyone, ask one by one. You have too many questions." How can Sister Chizuru answer them all at once? Seeing her companions asking questions one after another, Hattori Chizuru looked left and right, not knowing how to answer. Tokugawa Keio quickly spoke up to remind everyone. When Tokugawa Keio spoke, everyone shut up. At this time, Hattori Chizuru nodded at everyone and said, "Ishida Godachi of Osaka Castle led 5,000 soldiers to attack those foreigners. We originally thought that those foreigners would be defeated, but no one expected that the Osaka soldiers would be the ones who failed in the end." What? The Osaka soldiers were defeated? Are those foreign armies very strong? The Osaka soldiers are not that weak. They are really bad. Those guys in the Ishida shogunate have always been cowards, so it's not surprising that they were defeated. Tokugawa Keio looked at Hattori Chizuru, and after a moment of silence, he said nothing. After a moment, she finally asked, "Are those foreigners numerous?" Her companions immediately fell silent, watching her and Hattori Chizuru's conversation in silence. Hattori Chizuru shook her head. "We've calculated that when those foreigners engaged the Osaka troops, they only fielded 800 men." Everyone gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. "You said earlier that the Osaka side fielded 5,000 troops, wasn't that right?" Tokugawa Keio's expression was also bright, though not as exaggerated as her companions. But she remembered Hattori Chizuru's earlier statement that the Osaka side, led by Lord Ishida Kamachi, had directly fielded 5,000 troops. Hattori Chizuru nodded. "Yes, the Osaka troops fielded 5,000, and the foreigners bombarding the Osaka commercial town fielded 800. Tokugawa Keio didn't know how else to describe it. 800 men versus 5,000, and the 5,000 defeated. It was a bit too fantastical, no matter how you slice it. The Osaka soldiers numbered 5,000, while the foreigners fielded 800. Given such a disparity in strength, how could the Osaka soldiers be defeated? It's truly baffling." Tokugawa Keio tapped her head with a wry smile. Not just her, but the remaining comrades were equally baffled. Even if the Ishida shogunate's men were cowards, they wouldn't be so cowardly. Those foreigners fought in a strange way. The Osaka soldiers weren't wronged. From this point of view, these foreigners had their advantages. Hattori Chizuru spoke up, and began to recount to the remaining comrades and Tokugawa Keio what she had witnessed during the battle, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. To be continued. If you enjoy this work, please vote or subscribe. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please visit M to read. Chapter 625, The Hope of the Tokugawa Ninja. Everyone listened quietly to Hattori Chizuru's narration. As she spoke, everyone gradually understood the battle situation at that time. Perhaps because Hattori Chizuru's description was so detailed, everyone almost felt as if they had participated in it themselves. The 5-stage shot of the iron cannon, the cavalry's single-shot attack on a large area of short-handled iron cannon, and the fearless soldiers. Foreigners like Zhao Hongai were indeed extraordinary. After Hattori Chizuru finished speaking, everyone fell silent for a moment. Aside from the occasional chirping of crickets, there was only the sound of the wind blowing through the forest. After a long while, Hattori Chizuru continued, "These foreigners are very strong. If we can get their help, I think we can completely get rid of our current situation. Moreover, there is no possibility of reconciliation between these foreigners and the shogunate. Therefore, if you want to revive the Tokugawa family, joining these foreigners is a good choice." Finally, Hattori Chizuru said the words she wanted to say the most. Tokugawa Keio was stunned for a moment, then her almond-shaped eyes widened as she stared at Hattori Chizuru, who bowed in obeisance. "Sister Chizuru, why do you say that?" Tokugawa Keio was perplexed. She felt it was a bit unrealistic to surrender to those foreigners based solely on these reasons. Besides, why would they accept them? Even if there was no reconciliation between those foreigners and the shogunate, Could they still win if the shogunate's army arrived in the future? Tokugawa Keio didn't believe they could succeed against the shogunate's army. Ishida Kodamachi and his 5,000-man army, who had defeated Osaka Castle, must have had some unexpected factors involved. While these foreign armies were formidable and their soldiers fierce, they had come from far away and were at a disadvantage in terms of supplies and everything else. Therefore, they couldn't possibly be a match for the shogunate. Even though Tokugawa Keio was young, she understood the nature of war. Furthermore, these foreigners were waging war against the shogunate right here in Japan. Therefore, she was not optimistic about the future of foreigners. It was precisely because of this that she was puzzled as to why Hattori Chizuru would persuade her to seek refuge with those foreigners, who were already on the verge of collapse, to gain some support from them to revive the Tokugawa family. Hattori Chizuru straightened up and looked Tokugawa Keio in the face with a determined gaze. "Miss, please trust Chizuru's judgment. Those foreigners are very powerful. What they have shown now is far from their final trump card. I think they are even more powerful than we see. Such people are worthy of our support. Moreover, Kikuchi Hideyuki has found out something, which I think will be very useful to us." Then, at Hattori Chizuru's signal, Kikuchi Hideyuki told Tokugawa Keio and his companions everything he had learned, and also repeated the conversation he had with the young foreigner when he received the warrant. After listening to Kikuchi Hideyuki's retelling, Tokugawa Keio fell into deep thought. "Alice." She sighed inwardly, then a look of desolation crossed her face. Although the young girl was the last descendant of the Tokugawa family, she honestly had no interest in reviving the clan. She wanted nothing more than to be an ordinary person, living a happy life. Not the constant fear and constant pursuit she now faced. She had been living this precarious and dangerous life for as long as she could remember. Honestly, she was fed up. However, she had no way to escape this fate. It was her destiny. Furthermore, she couldn't leave Japan, lacking any means to do so. If she could, perhaps she could still have a chance at the life she desired. But Alice, she had no other options. Now, the appearance of the foreigners who bombarded the Osaka commercial district had given her companions hope. It had given them a glimmer of hope for the revival of the Tokugawa clan, and now, she was even further removed from the ordinary life. However, at this thought, she shook her head, dismissing the idea. She knew her companions would find this idea utterly unrealistic. She was the heir to the Tokugawa family, the only remaining one. These companions surrounded her, protecting her and sacrificing themselves for her. They had also shed their blood to revive the Tokugawa family. They held their unwavering faith. If she dispelled this faith, what purpose would they have in living? She couldn't be so selfish. For the sake of her companions, she had to stay strong. "Kikuchi, you've had contact with those foreigners. Do you trust them? Don't let them do something like what happened with Zhang Zilin. That would be disastrous." Upon hearing about Kikuchi's contact with the foreigners, Tokugawa Keio asked. However, she then expressed her concerns. Tokugawa Keio's reference to the incident with Zhang Zilin wasn't just a random remark, it had a strong reason. When Tokugawa Keio mentioned this matter, the expressions of the companions around her became stern and serious. Even Hattori Chizuru's face became stern and cold. It turned out that a few years ago, Tokugawa Keio had an older brother, but this brother was killed by Zhang Zilin. At that time, Tokugawa Keio had not yet become the backbone of this group of people. The leader at that time was Tokugawa Keio's brother. At that time, their lives had actually begun to become very difficult. The shogunate's encirclement and suppression made it difficult for them to live. Many companions died during that period. In order to leave a way for everyone to survive and to leave hope for the Tokugawa family, Tokugawa Keio's brother decided to leave Japan. He believed that as long as they left Japan, they could stay away from right and wrong and away from the shogunate's encirclement and suppression. After weighing it all, he felt that he should use the pirate Zhang Zilin to achieve his goal of leaving Japan. The reason why Tokugawa Keio's brother chose Zhang Zilin instead of Li Xiong was that he had his own considerations. First, Li Xiong had a good relationship with the shogunate, so she absolutely wouldn't risk ruining her relationship with the shogunate by helping these losers. If he had rashly approached Li Xiong, she would have surely captured them and handed them over to the shogunate. Furthermore, Li Xiong's lair was in Japan, making it even more unlikely that he had any nefarious connections with the shogunate. It was with this in mind that he contacted Zhang Zilin, who had no connections in Japan, hoping to use him to live in the Ming dynasty. However, Li Xiong unexpectedly used Tokugawa Keio's brother as a favor, sending him to the Ishida shogunate, establishing a slight connection there. It turned out that Zhang Zilin had long been eyeing Japan, but simply hadn't had the opportunity. Now, with this opportunity at his doorstep, how could he not seize it? The Tokugawa family was already a powerless force, condemned to persecution by everyone. To Zhang Zilin, offending such a person was no big deal. Such a thing. The Tokugawa family suffered heavy losses at the time, and many loyal samurai and ninjas died at that time. If it weren't for Tokugawa Keio's good luck, she might have been captured at that time and sent to the Edo shogunate to be beheaded. From that time on, they experienced the betrayal of daimyo merchants, the Koreans' tricks, the conspiracies of various daimyo. It was precisely because of these things that the remaining Tokugawa people realized that no one in the world can be trusted. Therefore, it is normal for Tokugawa Keio to be wary of Zhao Hongyu and others. What's more, they have no contact with each other, only Kikuchi Hideyuki has had some contact with the other party, which makes it impossible for Tokugawa Keio to be at ease. Miss, the other party can be trusted. At least if we ask to leave Japan on their warship, it is still very easy, Kikuchi Hideyuki said to Tokugawa Keio. I don't know why you trust them so much, but your intuition is always spot on. So what did they say? Tokugawa Keio knew their current situation left her with no real choice. These foreigners were their lifeline, so to speak. Of course, they could be poison if they weren't careful. But no matter what, they had to bravely give it a try. Otherwise, they would face certain death. I revealed our identities to them, telling them we were members of the Tokugawa family rebelling against the shogunate. Kikuchi Hideyuki recounted the incident. Did they react? Nothing, after all, they were foreigners. But when they heard we were the shogunate's sworn enemies, the crown prince seemed to show a hint of interest. Kikuchi Hideyuki recalled Zhao Hongyu's reaction, describing it bit by bit. Just a hint of interest. Tokugawa Keio frowned slightly. She knew they probably weren't particularly interested in them, as they couldn't offer them any real benefits. I heard them mumbling to themselves, and it seems they were interested in supporting a force in Japan to oppose the shogunate. Their current choice is a fisherman. I think this is your chance, young lady. Kikuchi then revealed a shocking revelation. What? They're looking to support a force in Japan to oppose the Ishida shogunate. Tokugawa Keio couldn't calm down after hearing Kikuchi Hideyuki's words. To be continued. If you liked this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.